2,500 not pretty normal.
Yeah.
Like how many did
almost 2,000.
what about Trump?
1,500 in the first day. The roller J for 16.
How come Trump didn't free Joe Exotic? Let him go.
What's the Tiger
We
King
need
out,
Tiger
dude?
King 3. We need him. Oh, only 237. That's not a lot. Oh, so the new one, when he came back, he pardoned 1,500 individuals connected to Jeff. They keep saying Capitol riots.
Yeah. But why Andrew Johnson 8,000 pardons? That's what it said. Andrew Johnson 19 minutes
For silver coins. Bathtub with silver coins.
But that's crazy that pardons were going back all the way to George Washington.
Yeah, how many did George Washington have? A lot, right? 1,700, is that what it said?
Good old George. Yeah. It's crazy. I just got into that stuff because I saw Hamilton 2 weeks ago for the first time.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, you ever seen that?
No. Is it good?
Bro.
You see it on Broadway?
Bro, no, I saw it on, they brought it to Texas basketball. And then in these last, 3 weeks, I have studied everything. I'm addicted to it.
Really?
Joe? Yeah. It's the second greatest piece of art to ever be art. Harry Potter books.
I wish you were here for this argument.
Harry Potter books is number one. Harry Potter. Well, these motherfuckers was trying to bring up the Bible. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Harry Potter's better than the Bible?
Not even close. It was, Joe, it's already the second greatest selling book of all time, and it's only been out since 1997. Think about that.
That is pretty crazy. I'll tell you what, my kids were addicted to it.
It's when I read it also I read it like a month ago. I just found out about both these things. And
Really?
I knew Harry Potter. I saw the movie. I knocked it all out. I knocked the whole thing.
Oh man, I gotta poop.
Greatest thing ever. It's not even close. And I love the movies. Movies are great. But it's so fucking good and so in depth and so, I mean, it's the classic hero story, hero's tale, but man, it's so fucking good. And rereading it and just how deep the characters are and how incredible it is. It's beautiful. But Hamilton is number 2, greatest art. And I mean, when I say art, I mean anything ever written, painted, musically sung.
Man, I gotta go.
1, 2. And then the Bible. Maybe the party. The party might be 3. The party, man. That's just, when that elevator opens up and Leo gets his head blown off, the thing. Oh, I feel it still.
Yeah. That's you. Oh, you just killed all your credibility. You took the party over Apocalypse Now.
Oh, Apocalypse Now is
Right
great.
there, you take the party over Apocalypse Now.
Apocalypse Now. But Hamilton, Joe,
That's good.
brother, it's so. If you like history, because I'm not a history guy. I'm not. Hassan, Nina Hassan, because he loves history, and I know what I know, but I'm not looking for it.
Right.
I watched this shit, man. It was so cool. Everything is educational. The whole thing. And you think it's gay because it's like, oh, it's a musical. Everyone's black. Like, why is Thomas Jefferson black? You know what I'm saying? Everyone in the play is black. And they're all playing these guys, Thomas Jefferson, Washington. But everything is singing. The whole thing is singing. So the writing is incredible. And it's literally the story of Alexander Hamilton. And I had no idea how important this man was. He was an orphan. And then, it ends, of course, with the duel between him and Burr, which is insane. Burr was vice president when he killed the treasurer. Really? Hamilton was treasurer, and he killed him in a duel while he was vice president. That's crazy. Because they had 15 years of beef, and you get to see why they've been beefing. It's just two ideologies. This man grew up orphan, mom died, dad left him. He's from the Caribbean, Alexander Hamilton. He's just an absolute genius who had to come out of the absolute mud. Aaron Burr's a trust fund kid who is a politician through and through, was raised to be a politician, who never, his cards are close to his chest and he never shows anybody what he's thinking. True politician. Hamilton's a wild guy. Everything from just the way, he didn't like how Hamilton always is talking, and Hamilton is a loud guy, and he's just rambunctious and didn't follow the rules in politics. He was very, wild card. He was also young. And Burr was like, no, you do it this way, you do it this way, this is how you're supposed to do it. So that happened for 15 years. And then what made him kill him was Burr was going to be president. He was going against Jefferson. Jefferson and Hamilton had been beefing. They hate each other. But Hamilton didn't like Burr so much because he said at least Jefferson stands for something. And The last vote to make Jefferson president over Burr was Hamilton. And so that, and then of course he talked some more shit about him, and then Aaron Burr was like, "We're doing fuck you."
With musket guns.
Musket guns.
Those old school bullshit guns.
And because he shot Burr, Hamilton wasn't trying to kill him. He shot over his head because that was like a thing you do if you weren't trying to kill somebody, but you were like, "I'm letting you know, but like we're doing it, but I'm not trying to kill you."
Right.
But he didn't know because he shot first. Burr just thought he missed, so he shot him right in the fucking stomach, right in the rib, killed him.
Oh man.
And it was like a few miles away, maybe like right near the same spot where Hamilton's son died 3 years before.
Like that long. You know when it's too much. Like he could have just shot over him.
Could have.
The other guy shot over him.
But I thought you just missed. How am I supposed to know? I thought you were trying to kill him. And no one saw it because so to have a duel, you had to have other people there. You had to have a doctor. You had to have 2 people. Had to have representatives. All this stuff. And everyone turns around. So that way there's no one can go to prison for it. So they tried Burr for it, but there's no eyewitness. Wow. And it ruined the rest of Burr's life. The rest of Burr's life because everyone loved Hamilton. Because Hamilton was George Washington's right-hand man. He fucking is one of the main reasons he won the Revolutionary War. He was I remember when David Letterman got caught for cheating and was like, "Well, I'm gonna go out and I'm not gonna get blackmailed. I'm gonna go out and say, hey, I cheated on my wife. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I'll take the heat." Hamilton was the first guy to do that. Really? The Reynolds pamphlets, where a woman did the same thing. A woman fucks this lady, and her husband comes up to him later and is like, "Hey, you owe money." You know, like the husband's like, "Hey, you fucked my wife. I know you fucked my wife. I know who you are. You can keep fucking her. I think she's a whore too. But I want sad, but I want money."
Really?
Yep. And then of course Jefferson.
Money?
I think it was like $30. But I don't know what that was at 1700.
Go back and talk to guys. I'm like, it's cool.
No, but he wanted continuous money.
How much?
I don't know the number exactly, but I think it
How
was.
good is this lady? How far is she?
Apparently, she was pretty good.
Keep this relationship going. So it's like beneficial to everybody involved.
Everyone.
You just need a little money. Oh, okay. You know what, man?
Yeah, and you got the money. You handle it.
Spend that money. Spend them $100.
Yeah. But I think he also still wanted to, he didn't like that the other politicians were using it open, like, "Hey, we found out that you were doing this, that, and we
Weren't they all gangsters about that? They all slaves. They all slaves. That's what's the craziest thing. The moral high ground at the beginning of this country. Getting away from these evil things. We got slaves. What are you saying? Everybody's a monster.
Yeah, Washington's the most loved, had the most.
It's like everywhere you go, there's hypocrisy. You know, like, did you ever see that thing when Don Lemon was talking to this lady about reparations for slavery? Did you ever see that thing?
No.
Oh my God! Please find it. Don Lemon is talking to this British lady about reparations for slavery, and she lays out the beginnings of slavery to Don Lemon, and you see Don Lemon's dumbass like, "Oh, very interesting." Watch this. It's just he was saying something that, you know, there should be reparations for slavery. I think it's a political talking point at this point in time. I think there's people that still think that people today should get money because their ancestors were slaves. I totally understand that argument. However, what this lady saying, did you find it?
It's just like a 5-second thing and it talks about the whole.
Oh, but there's a video. I watched it yesterday. Okay, I bet on YouTube it's available.
Yeah, Don Lemon, for a smart guy, seems like
No, he's not.
an idiot sometimes. Yeah, it's like for a guy who looks smart.
Okay, let's hear it though.
And then you have those who are asking for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, you know, $100 billion, $24 billion here and there, $500 million there. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering if you have all of this vast wealth? Those are legitimate concerns.
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want to go, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of the supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa, and when across the entire world, when slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce. Was the British in Great Britain. They abolished slavery. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, We need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say, who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages? Absolutely, that's where they should start. And maybe, I don't know, for the descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
Clearly, dumbass.
This was an interesting discussion.
She knew what the fuck she was talking about.
Yeah, he knew he had no history in his mind. He's like scouring his mind for an argument. Like, yeah, I'm gonna check out on this.
He wanted something easy. He wasn't ready for that.
Producers in his ear. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Go to commercial. Go to 5.
Oh yeah, when the woman brought up the ships and everything, you're like, ooh,
We got a nose after commercial on deck. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Oh, that. Yeah, that's the dirty thing about it. It's like there's people were monsters.
Yeah,
There's the Irish were slaves forever. People were indentured servants. They're brought over. People have been monsters forever. And instead of doing that now they're picking fruit, picking lettuce, with no health care
for $2.
Yeah, and we're shipping jobs over to there. So they're working these factories. They're working 16 hours a day for $1 an hour. For $1 a day sometimes.
So when I was in Abu Dhabi, one of the drivers was taking us somewhere. He said he was happy. He was happy because his family lives back in Lebanon or wherever they live. But he was happy because he just got a raise to $2 an hour from the dollar. Joe, you'd have thought he was a millionaire. He was like, oh my God, like it's like a 50-cent raise. But he was like, the things I'll be able to do for my family back in Lebanon and all this stuff. And he was like, oh shit. Holy shit. Yeah. And then you're there and everything there is beautiful and pristine and everything seems like the richest things in the world. And they were really nice to us and it was awesome. Because we were getting to do the rich things. But when you were talking to that guy, I vividly remember that conversation because of how truly happy he wasn't. In his head, he was like, this is great.
Right.
$2 an hour.
His expectations are very low.
Yeah.
But that's the reality. Like when people like Bernie Sanders talk about like oligarchs. If you're gonna have haves, like extreme haves, just by the nature of the world, you're gonna have have-nots. And the disparity between haves and have-nots is off the charts. And it's probably only gonna get bigger. That's what's really kind of scary with AI. And the ability to generate wealth and what you're going to be able to figure out and do and the different ways that people are going to be able to manipulate markets and dominate certain industries with AI. I think the have and have nots. And then you're going to have also automation, which takes over everything. So all these jobs gone. Bro, I was just driving. Have you ever, we're not going to be driving much longer.
I don't think my kid. I don't think my kid's gonna know driving. I think they'll know. Like, no, everyone has an automated car.
Yeah, check this out. I'm gonna share this with you, Jamie. I did this yesterday in my car. My car just drives itself, dog. Just drives itself. If you have a Tesla, if I put in my address, I go, I press these buttons, and it just takes off. It stops at red lights, it changes lanes. It slows down when the traffic slows down, speeds up when the traffic speeds up.
You could completely check out if you want to.
Totally check out. You can totally check. I don't do it. I keep my hand here. I'm still freaked out.
Because you've been driving it a while.
Yeah, it's also just really weird, but it does it. You have the video.
And it does it well too.
Oh, does it show things on the screen? Oh, did I fuck up? What does it show? Like my address?
No, that's just stuff that I don't want to show.
Oh, I see. Okay, here it is. Check this out. This is me in the car yesterday.
I like to do it all the time, but every now and again, it's pretty wild. It changes lanes, it hits the blinkers.
See, look, it sees all those cars. The screen, it's a representative of all the cars. It knows where all the cars are. Look, it's changing lanes. It hits the blinker and changes lanes to get around these trucks.
It's the future.
Why? How wild is that? It shows you on the screen, on the front where your dashboard is, it shows you all the cars around you, all of them. It keeps track of them. It knows how fast they're going. So they got passing me on the left, it shows that. Why?
He's flying by, so it's like it knew the speed and rate that he was going.
And it knew that there was an open lane, so it hit the blinkers and it changed lanes. And it knows there's people behind me, it knows there's people to the right of me. No, it stops at red lights, dude, and then speeds up again, stops at stop signs. It sees the cars to the left and cars to the right, knows when to go. You can just kind of check it out. You just like hold your hand like this. Think about your life. And have the robot drive you around. That is just going to be everywhere. Everyone's going to be driving in these robot taxis. You're not going to own a car. This is what the World Economic Forum wants. You will own nothing and you will be happy. You'll be like that man who has $2 an hour and so happy. All your people leave. You don't need a job. That's where the have-nots get sketchy. Because when automation takes over everything, don't worry, we'll give you universal basic income. And so they give universal basic income to everybody, so everybody's reliant 100% on the government now. And then there's people that own all the electric taxi companies and own all the computer factories and own all the AI companies and
the semi-trucks that'll be automated.
Those are the oligarchs. Those are the haves. And the haves never want to give that up. They always want more and more and more. They always want to keep winning that game. They want to stack. They want to be the first trillionaire. They want to just keep stacking.
Yeah, then it goes to your family, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, maybe our family can be president one day. Our family now.
I drink your milkshake. That's it, man.
That's exactly what it is.
That's it, man. It's a natural human dominator instinct. It's a tribal dominator instinct, and it's just applied to fiat currency, coins, financial power and influence, and they want to control social media. We're going to give everybody a vaccine. Nuts.
You know those Waymos? This is how I know it's going to be having. You know those Waymo cars, those self-driving cars? If you order one, it's still the same price as like an Uber, pretty much. So it's like, where is this money going?
Right.
I thought the money was going to the driver.
Right.
Like I thought, okay, I'm giving half the money to the company, probably half the money or whatever, however they split it. So now you're telling me there's no driver, but the price is, so you're not going to lower the price. Right. Where is this extra money going? Giants, more profitable. Because they're going to do that with semi-trucks. Yeah. They're going to do everything. Like,
and then they're going to try to pass legislation to stop driving. You should be able to drive. Because their money is in driving you around. If you watch it, you're dangerous. You cause statistically, humans cause all these accidents.
You drink, you must do this.
Bro, that's how they can get you. That's why they're saying, we don't need beef. Cows are destroying the environment. Cows are responsible for climate change. And what thing I have here, my plant-based meals, my plant-based burgers. We need unstoppable meat.
Fuck yeah. But it'll be just like Animal Farm because they'll still be eating. They'll be eating. The top people are going to eat cheese and the nice fun things.
Bro, they're going to be dodo burgers. They're eating Siberian tiger loin. They're having a good time carving up some rhino steaks. They're a bunch of monsters. And, that's the whole market for rhino horns.
Yeah.
You know what that market's for? It's rich people that want to get off on the fact that they're drinking tea from an endangered species. That's what the rhino horns. That's what they're valuable for. That's why people are killing people. They're killing people so that they can kill the rhinos, so they can cut their horns off, so they can sell them to Asia, where very wealthy people get off on the fact that they're drinking a rhino horn tea. And they think it makes your dick hard.
Yeah, they do think it makes your dick hard,
which is hilarious. Yeah, you know about Viagra, bitch. Bleach you. What are you talking about? It's so stupid. But it's like there's way better ways. You don't have to kill a rhino, but that's not the point. The point is they want to kill the rhino, so that they get this forbidden thing. We're responsible for extinction here as we sip this tea. That's how dark people get. That's like the type of people that want exclusive things.
That's so That's that I want to watch.
Darkness, man. That's darkness. That's real human beings would do that. They would drink rhino horn tea. That's the only market for rhino horns. They're not valuable. It's not like tusks. Like elephant tusks are made out of ivory, and ivory is very valuable, and they use it for all kinds of different things. They always used to use it for ornaments. They used to make pool balls out of ivory. And then they stopped allowing people to sell ivory, and then you could only buy like pre-ban ivory in America. But that makes sense because you're killing an animal for this one thing that's a commodity, and it's fucked up. But the rhino horn don't even make sense. Like, you're killing an animal just so you can drink the tea? That's crazy, and they're almost extinct.
Also, to kill such a
Majestic.
creature. A creature.
Yeah.
Like, wow, this is a fucking animal.
A crazy looking creature, man. Like, it doesn't look like it belongs in this time. It looks like it's
No.
from the dinosaur days.
I read this thing yesterday about, you heard the bear that's called the boss?
Oh, yeah, the one bear that's got like thousands of kids.
Yeah. Joe,
He got hit by a train.
twice. That means he got hit on the train. It was like running back. Running back. Bitch ass train.
I'm gonna knock this motherfucker off the tracks this time.
He got hit by a train twice, has all the cubs, and apparently eats other bears sometimes just to let them remind you, because he's so old that the young bears try him. So I read he eats them sometimes just to be like, I gotta let everybody know.
Bears and bears. It's real common. Yeah, they eat cubs. It's real dark. A friend of mine saw it. He saw my friend Jonathan up in Alberta. He saw a bear and the sow and the boar were fighting. So males boar, females the sow. They were fighting because the male was trying to kill the cubs, and the female's trying to fight him off. And eventually she can't fight him off, and she retreats. He gets a hold of one of the cubs and kills it, and then she scares him off of the cub that he killed, and then she eats the cub. She eats her own cub. Once it's dead, she's like, I'll just eat it.
Why do you think?
It's just
It's food?
It's fucking food. Once it's dead, it's just food.
Bro,
You think $2 an hour is hard money? Bears are shitting on ghettos. Like, you think it's hard?
you think it's hard?
I go outside every day thinking I'm going to get eaten.
Dealing with the boss bear.
Well, that's what happens also when you have, that's how nature balances out ecosystems, right? Because if there's no natural predators for bears, they have to eat themselves. Just as nothing can eat a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
They have to eat each other. That's the only way they keep the population.
To keep it. So all there's still some salmon and some other things left for everybody else.
So when cubs are born, there's two things that happen. One, well, it's three things. One, the male thinks of them as food, so he wants to kill them for food. Like, they hunt them. They go into the dens. When the males come out of hibernation early, they go into dens to look for cubs to eat them. They know they do that for food. Two, they try to bring the female into estrus again. So if they can kill the cubs, then the female will want to breed so she can have more cubs. And so it'll get the female so that she'll want to breed again. And then three is competition. They look at those cubs as potential future competition. So it's all these horrible ways. This beautiful nature. Nature is amazing. Nature is a fucking bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. Even the grass is screaming. They found the grass screams now. Yeah, plants make noise when you eat them. I can't move.
That's too much. That is the fact that we are the apex, because we were saying something yesterday. We were saying how, like, it's crazy to think that aliens wouldn't think we're interesting.
Yeah, that's that dumb argument that I had with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, what are you saying?
Because when you think about it, like, man, we are the top dog on this planet. That's interesting in itself.
Different than everything else here. If you're going to study anything anywhere in the fucking universe, of course you would study. If you're going to study anything, you would go, what is this wild, crazy, territorial primate with nuclear weapons and cell phone addictions? What is this?
And they're soft. We can easily be killed, and we're still top dog.
They might have engineered us. That's a real on the table, less than 0% or more than 0% possibility. We might have been genetically engineered. It's a real possibility. It's a real possibility when you pick other primates and us. Like, what happened here? What happened here? How are our cousins still roaming around barefoot, covered in, swinging from trees, eating bananas, and we are somehow or another flying rockets with an all-chick crew, and then landing with parachutes. Like, what? Why are we so different? And why do we keep seeing UFOs? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
And we control the tigers, the things that can kill us, and we're like, no, we're in charge.
Yeah, we're in charge. Bitch ass water balloons. But basically blood balloons, sticks holding them all together.
Compared to things that are fucking built like trucks.
Yeah, everything a rhino. But how the fuck is a rhino in danger for its stupid horn when our bitch asses are the ones killing a rhino? Dude, it doesn't make any sense. We're not even eating them. Just killing them and sawing off their fucking horns.
That would be, if you're an alien, you're like, they do what?
You see what they're doing now to rhinos to prevent this? They dart them and saw their horns off first so that no one wants to kill them. How fucked up is that? How fucked up? Have you seen that?
No, but the rhino must need the horn in life, like for protection, for like it must need it in some
If you
way.
want to fight, yeah, you want to fight other rhinos and fight off lions and shit like that. Yeah, you need that horn. I mean, there's a reason why they have it.
Yeah,
Because it evolved to have this giant fucking weapon in the middle of their face.
so to cut it off. I mean,
What a fucked
badass.
up way to go. You ever see him launch lions into the air?
fucking
Launch those motherfuckers in the air. Like, fuck you, bro. Try getting through this.
But yeah, to cut that off.
Yeah.
What does that do to the rhino? Can it live out more?
Yeah, it lives fine.
Okay.
It lives fine. It just doesn't have a weapon anymore. But it also is not attracted to the main monster, which is humans. And humans that just wanted to drink a tea to get your dick hard, just get knocked out. Oh, brick. It doesn't even work. Does it work? Rhino, this rhino horn, it might be one of them ancient Chinese secrets. It's legit. Does rhino horn get your dick hard? How dare you?
I have you know that Ron Taylor comedian? He's on the Afro. He's in the Grand Theft Auto show. He told me he took it one time. He's like, man, I couldn't see anything, but my dick was fucking touching the ceiling.
He took rhino horn?
He took but like the gas station. I don't know. If that's
Oh,
real.
that's not the same. That's those red band pills. No.
But he said he couldn't see, but man, his dick was hard. He could feel it.
Oh, yeah. No. That's like Rhino 2000 and those gas station Homer pills. Yeah, those are legit. Sometimes. But I mean, you want to talk about taking a chance on your life. Like, who knows what's in there? Who knows what's in there? That was another thing I was reading about, like Chinese illegal vapes. Like bootleg vapes that have entered into this country, like pretending to be like legitimate companies. They're selling vapes and just using fucking gutter oil. Who knows what the fuck's inside of those things? People get sick from them. Yeah, no one gives a fuck about you, man. Most of the world is trying to get them dollars. Get them dollars. Fuck the world. Oh, fuck that, man. All right, Derek, tell everybody about your special. This is what we talked this whole time. You didn't tell anybody about your special.
We did, but my brother, first thing I ever put out, man, I'm really excited. First thing I ever put out, dog. So I'm excited. And Don't Tell, I really appreciate them, and I feel like they're the new premium blend or Comedy Central presents, like back in the day, you know, that era, you know, because I feel like Kill Tony is a mix between like late night and America's Got Talent. It's like a different thing. Whereas this is for like the guys who are more my age who are like, all right, big companies, they don't want to, and you can put it on YouTube yourself, but you have the money to make something that looks nice. We'll make it for you and get you your first, so you can have your first thing out. And where can people watch YouTube? This YouTube, Don't Tell Comedy. There it is. Now it is. Beautiful. Oh my God.
I'm very happy for you, brother. Very happy. I've been watching you grow since you came to Austin. It's been beautiful. It's been amazing. And knowing you from the Comedy Store, you one of the first guys to take a chance coming out here. We all just said, fuck it. Yeah, dog. Wound up together, and we were right. We were right. We were fucking so right. We're having so much fun.
I mean, even Joey's going to be here tonight. It's old school days.
It's old school days. Yeah, Joey's here tonight. Very, very excited. And, you know, Joey's performing here. Blue Tower's in town.
Yeah.
Todd Glass was there last night. That was great. It's been Joe DeRosa moved here now.
He's the fucking best.
We are having so much fun, man. It's so much fun. I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate you, Joe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Everybody, go check it out. It's on YouTube right now. Derek posted on Instagram.
Yes, sir.
Everywhere else.
Everywhere else.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening? Pleasure.
Oh, please, my pleasure.
My pleasure. My honor. I'm very excited about this new thing you're doing. I'm very excited about your journey into the lightweight division.
Something that I feel very excited also about that.
What are you walking around at? Like, what do you walk around at when you were fighting at 45?
I'm going to tell you in kilos.
Okay.
I walk around 80, 82. That's
What was that, Dan? 170? 175?
180.
180? Okay, so you were losing quite a bit of weight. 35 pounds?
30 pounds. Like, oof, that's
Yeah,
hard. That was the hardest part
Yeah.
of my training, of the fight game for me. I wasn't enjoying all the last couple of fights that I had. It's just like
I had to become more professional in the weight cut than in a fight game. You know, and it was taking a lot of time and energy for me, and I'm like, my dream is to become a world champion. I want to end up this chapter that I have. I started in 145, and now it's time to really enjoy it. And I'm very excited about that. I already have 105 and 155.
John Herbert.
I really wish the UFC would eliminate weight cutting. I really wish there was a way.
Why does it rotate? I don't. It's sanctioned cheating that everybody has to do. It's like I mean, if you're saying you're 180 pounds, you're not really 145, right? So it's crazy that you're the 145 pound champion, but you're a 180 pound man. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you go to the next weight class, you are playing with a disadvantage because the guy in the next division is cutting a lot of weight. So if you don't do that, at the end of the day, you walk inside the octagon and you are the smaller guy.
Yeah, like Islam Makhachev is huge. I mean, that guy, how he makes 155 is, I don't understand it. Every time I stand next to him, like, how would he make 155?
How much do you think you also?
He's got to be 1-ish, 190 range. He's got to be. That's what he looks like to me.
I never saw him in person.
Yeah, he's thick. He's thick and big. He's not a small, he's not a 155 pound man. It's just so silly. The whole thing is just it's an old thing that we kept for no reason. And I feel like they should blow all the weight classes. I talked to Dana about this. I actually talked to Ari Emanuel about this when they first bought the UFC. I said the first thing you should do is get rid of this. Get rid of the weight cutting and just add a bunch of weight classes. Because some of the weight class gaps, like the gap between 70 and 85, and then 85 and 205, are too big. The gaps are too big. 20 pounds is nuts.
I would do something with the drug test. Like if I go to your home to make the drug test, like put you in the scale. If you walk around like 8% or 10% over your weight, I would obligate you to go in the next weight class. Just to give you an example, for example, if you're fighting 100 kilograms, I'm going to say 10 kilograms, and I go to your house, I do the drug test, I put you in the scale, and you weigh this 110 kilograms, I would force you to go to the next weight class.
Yeah, I think that's realistic. That makes sense.
It's a good idea.
They should have more weight classes because the weight class gaps are just too large.
Oh, maybe that's an option.
Yeah, I mean, at the lower weight classes, it's 10 pounds, which seems reasonable, but really, at the lower weight classes, when you live like 125 and 135, it can easily be 5 pounds. 5 pounds is reasonable. But Dana doesn't want like 12 weight classes or 12, 15, 20 weight classes like boxing has. He wants it to be like the UFC has now, but it's not enough.
I don't really know the real reason behind that, but I would love to talk to Dana and ask him these questions also because it's kind of dangerous also for the guys, and many times you put on a show for the people and you don't really know if they're going to make the weight.
Right, exactly. And they're going to be compromised. I mean, there's a lot of guys who fight just deeply dehydrated from the day before. And even though they've rehydrated themselves, their brains are dehydrated.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not smart. It's also not necessary. Like, why would it would make for better fights? Why would you want somebody to be physically compromised 24 hours before they're fighting? It doesn't make any sense at all.
But at the same time, the weight cut takes something out from you. That's great. It's like putting a dog inside the room for 20 days without any food, and you open the door and you put him in a different room with full of food. It's like the same thing. When I'm cutting the weight, I'm a different person. I felt it. I'm like, my mind goes different, my thought process is different, everything is so different at that moment. I'm not so kind when I'm cutting weight.
Yeah, more focused, dialed in.
Exactly.
Dominic Cruz says it's a good thing. He says he likes weight cutting because it gets you dialed in. He says it gets you completely dialed in for a fight.
How much he cuts?
I don't think he cuts that much.
That's why.
35. That's why he likes it. Ask Alex Pereira if he likes it. Because when he was fighting at 85, he was weighing in at 85 and then fighting in the cage at 225, 226, which is crazy.
I don't know how that guy was at 185. I don't know. That's great because he's huge and he's so tall.
Well, how about Dricus Du Plessis? How the fuck is he 185? That guy's huge. He's a tank. There's a lot of these guys like But it's very deceptive because the general public thinks that's a 185-pound man, but he's not. Drickus is probably, when he gets into the cage, he's well into the 220s. He's a big guy.
I don't know what way he walks around, but he's a huge guy also. Kamza, when he was fighting in 170,
Yeah.
he was big, although he was almost killing himself.
The craziest one was Anthony Rumble Johnson. Do you remember Anthony?
Yeah.
Anthony, I ran into him once in between fights, and I said, "How much do you weigh?" He said 230.
Wow.
He was fighting 170.
He switched how many weight classes? He started from 170 and went to light heavyweight, and then he ended up fighting in the heavyweight.
He went to middleweight and didn't make weight. He missed weight and lost that fight. And then he fought heavyweight outside the UFC, and then came back and fought light heavyweight in the UFC.
You know, something similar happened to me also. I started fighting in the bantamweight division.
Really?
Yeah. Before the UFC, like in Cage Warriors, when I was fighting in the Cage Warriors, I actually missed the weight also when I was fighting for the belt. I was fighting at that time in the bantamweight division. Then I kept fighting in the featherweight, and now I'm in the lightweight. I hope I don't end up fighting in the welterweight.
How old were you when you first started fighting?
In MMA, you asking, or
well, when did you first start martial arts?
With 4 years old, my dad put me with my brother in Europe. Then we went to Georgia. We came practicing with the Greco-Roman wrestling, and then we moved to Spain when I was 15 years old, and completely by chance we find the gym and we started training there.
Yes, that's understood. You told us. Really, it's impressive.
By chance.
Wow. So you were a mixed martial arts fan at all?
I didn't know anything about mixed martial arts. I didn't know anything about the BJJ, the ground whip, any type of thing. Wow. So we went to Spain, and we wanted to keep with the same discipline as we were doing in Georgia with the Greco-Roman wrestling, but they don't have the culture of that sport. So we were a little bit sad, because we wanted that sport. My brother was really, really good on that. So my mom was working in Salomon with college for years. She went to him, and she asked him, what you doing? Because my kids want to do wrestling, do you training in some gym or something? And he said, no, I'm doing the BJJ. Bring your kids, and I'm gonna show you the gym. She came to home, and my dad and my mom, they started to convince us, like, there's a gym, they are practicing like jiu-jitsu, MMA, all the sports, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what's this. And my dad started to show me the videos of the Gracies. He told me, like, this is one of the best sports in the world right now. You are gonna guys love it, this and that. And at that day, we went to the gym, and I fell in love since the first second.
It's actually a great base to start out from. Starting with judo and then Greco-Roman wrestling, and then going into jiu-jitsu. It's really great because you already have an established grappling base.
It's great, of course. My recommendation for everyone is, if you want to have a career in MMA, you should start with wrestling, because for me personally, because this is my personal experience, that it's much easier to learn in the future boxing than start with boxing and learn the wrestling.
Really?
For me, yes, I think so. And I saw that in many people.
But how old were you when you first started boxing?
17 years old.
That's fairly old. Like when you think about how high level you're striking.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But when I started, I was like, okay, I'm very good with the wrestling. I can take people down. I can control them. I have a great ground game. But what if I go to the highest competition and I find some adversities? I have to be able to fight in the striking also. So I have to develop my game in the striking. And I started from that. And I started with my brother. We were like the first people to go inside the gym and the last ones to leave it. So we were starting every day, all day, like so obsessed. We were watching like all the videos of Julio Cesar Chavez, Daniel, all that, practicing all the techniques, and then putting it in interaction, sparring, and all that. And I was like finding my style. What that I really like to do.
Well, it's interesting because Spain doesn't have a long history of mixed martial arts. So, like, you are the first champion from Spain in the UFC. So it's very interesting that you got in there as a young man, and there wasn't really like a big established community.
So I was the first guy to get into the top 15, the top 10, top 5, and then the world champion. We had a guy in Spain who fought in the UFC. I don't know if you remember him, Enrique Wasabi.
Okay,
He
yeah.
did the Ultimate Fighter. Then we have another guy also, Joel Alvarez. He's doing a great job also. But before that, we didn't have anyone in the UFC.
So when you first started training, were there amateur competitions in Spain?
Yeah,
There was amateur MMA?
and I made 3 fights in amateur. And then I started with the professional game. I did 4 fights in Spain, and at some point it was so difficult to find a fight for me that I had to start to travel in the European territory to get a fight. Yeah, and everything started from that.
But it's fascinating because a lot of world champions generally, well, there's a good percentage of them come from an established gym that already has elite high-level competition. But it seems like that's not the case with your gym.
No, it wasn't. So I don't know what was the reason, to be honest, to came this far. I don't know.
Well, that's always the question with champions. Like, are champions born or are they bred? Because there's gyms that develop, like Marvin Hagler came out of the Petronelli Brothers gym in Brockton, Massachusetts. They're now known for world championship fighters, but Marvin Hagler is one of the greatest of all time. It's like there was something inside of him that made him excel.
The same thing. There was something inside me that made me the person who I am today.
Did you know when you first started training, when you first started doing MMA, that you were going to fight professionally?
Yeah, since the first day. So my mindset always was the same, exactly the same as I have right now. I'm like, if someone did it, I also can do it. And if no one did it, I can be the first one to do it. This is the mindset I always had. It's like, yeah, that, I think that the champion they are not born, they are made also, because you can burn in an extraordinary situation that you can end up so bad, and the opposite also. You can burn in a, I don't know, crazy situation and end up in a paradise.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing because all champions are not the same type of person. You know, you got guys like Sugar Sean O'Malley, who's silly and smokes weed, has crazy hair. And then you got guys like Alex Pereira, very stoic, very serious. Everyone's different.
He's very serious.
Very
I met
serious.
him in Sydney. I went with my brother because he made his UFC debut. And yeah, he was kind of quiet.
Yeah, he's intense.
So serious.
Yeah, he's intense. I remember watching him fight for the first time in Glory in kickboxing. I was like, Jesus Christ. This was when he KOs people. I was like, this guy is different.
Huge.
Yeah, crazy power. His power is just ridiculous. I mean, like, guys
Who do you love watching fight?
I love watching you fight.
Yeah?
I'm a giant fan. I like all styles, man. I'm fascinated by the game in all different styles. I mean, I like watching all the champions. I mean, I love watching Rob fight. He's a fucking animal.
He's the machine. I love him.
He's an animal. I mean, I just don't understand that cardio. His cardio is fucking crazy. It's like superhuman cardio.
And I'm going to tell you something about Murad that surprised me. That maybe you see him in the mat, and he's not the most special guy, the most skillful guy in the room. But I don't know what happens to him when he gets inside that octagon. Wow, that man is a fucking machine.
He's a fucking machine.
Right now you ask me who I love to watch fight. That's Murad. I would take my money. When he's fighting people right now, at this point, I'm like, bro, take my money.
Well, I love Umar too. Umar, that fight was incredible. That was one of the best fights I've ever seen because they're so skillful, so high level. And, to see him make Umar start to wilt to see Umar, like you see the wobble when guys start getting fatigued. You see there's like a little bit of like loose movement in the way. You see that. Merab had none. Zero. Just shooting like he was in the first round and the fifth round.
Because this is what I exactly think that happens to Omar. Because you see Merab from outside, like you are sitting and you are seeing him training or fighting, and you're like, he's not gonna be able to take me down. He's not gonna be able to do that to me. And then you get inside that octagon with him, and everything changes.
Yeah.
It's like you have a machine in front of you who has like non-stop.
Daniel Cormier went to visit him right after he won the title. Daniel Cormier went to his house on Sunday.
Yeah.
Merab wasn't home. He was out running. Yeah, he won the title on Saturday. Daniel went to his house on Sunday. Merab's out running.
Wow, he's great. He came to Spain also to help me once when I had to train in camp. I was supposed to fight with him also. He came to help me. Great. The same exactly. We were like finishing the training. He was going for a run. He was going to actually go to his house running.
Yeah, there's no shortcuts.
There's
No shortcuts. But like to answer your question, I'm fascinated by all the different styles. I like watching everybody fight. I love Volkanovski. I love watching him fight this past weekend. And
he's so great. I was so happy for him this Saturday because he really deserved to get that title back.
Does it bother you to see someone win your title?
No, no.
You good? You're good.
I'm happy for him.
You established, you won, you defended.
I won, I defended. Right now I have a completely different challenge in front of me. I wish him nothing but the best and to everyone. Like, I wish the best wins all the time.
That's great. That's great. What about Patty Pimblett though?
He did a great job.
He did a great job.
He did what he had to do.
He did.
But for me, it's like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. For me, Chandler, he never was a extraordinary fighter. He was like average level of fighter. Like, who did he beat like in the UFC?
Dan Hooker and Tony Ferguson.
Dan Hooker.
Dan Hooker's a good fighter. He caught. Well, Dan Hooker had that war with Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier is a very good fighter.
How many losses he had?
He's got a few losses.
He's a good fighter. He's a very interesting fighter.
Yeah.
For the fans,
He's a wild dog.
yeah, he's a dog.
Yeah.
He goes inside that octagon and he fights. But yeah,
I think he's on a resurgence. I think, he had a skid for a while, and now he's rebuilding himself. I'm sure you smile. Look at you.
so he beat Dan Hooker and Tony Ferguson. He was like almost 4 years old.
I think, honestly, we got Michael Chandler after his prime. If you go watch Michael Chandler fight Eddie Alvarez in Bellator, those were fucking crazy fights. Crazy.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you see wars. It's a very competitive fight.
Yes.
You see almost a bar fight. You see two guys in the middle of the octagon exchanging punches, but you don't see technique. You don't see skills. You see a great fight because as a fan, it's a very entertaining to watch fights like that. But if you really think about it, it's like you don't see skills in the fight. You don't see someone trying to take you down, control you, some great submissions, great transitions. I don't know, striking. You see a guy that he's like looking for a combination. He's looking for his moment, creating the spaces. You don't see like, I don't know.
I see what you're saying. So
No way.
it's not as tactical or
great.
technical.
Exactly.
It's just wild dog.
It's just wild.
I mean, that's why Michael Chandler's so popular, because he fights like a wild dog.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. You need the guys also like him.
But I would never recommend my friend to fight like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I never would recommend to someone watch this guy and learn something.
Right. Learn, yeah. It's like, he's so entertaining, but sometimes it's best to not be as entertaining and just to be better.
Exactly.
Yeah, and shut people down.
At the same time, you don't have to be Bilal.
Right. I see what you're saying. But Bilal, I think, gets too much bad rap. Like Bilal, when he beat up Sean Brady, that was very entertaining. And Sean Brady's very good. I think Bilal just does what it takes to win. And when you're in a and also like he didn't really have a background in wrestling at the level that a lot of these guys did. He had to develop that over time.
Yeah, but there are two types of champions for me. Like there are champions who prepare themselves to win, and there are the other ones who prepare themselves to dominate. I prepare myself not to win because I know that I'm going to win. I want to win in fashion. I want to dominate. I want to know people. I want people to be entertained. I want people to be like, well, I'm happy that I spent the money this Saturday night going to watch this guy. This is what I want.
Yeah, someone was talking about that recently on Instagram. I don't remember who the coach was, but he was talking about levels of athletes. That there's people that train to compete, there's people that train to win, and then there's people that train to dominate, to be the greatest of all time.
Exactly.
There's a different mindset. There's a never satisfied, always improving mindset that the great champions have.
All the time. I want the people to be entertained all the time. When actually I started with the MMA. I was like recording myself all the sparrings, and after that I was watching my sparring. I was like, will I pay my money to watch this? What do I have to change in my game to be more entertaining? And this is how I was like looking myself all the time. I was very critical with myself. And this is how I develop. And all the time I go inside the octagon, I don't go there just to win. You know what I mean? I want everyone to be like, wow, what he just did. How he did it. He was the greatest of all time, and he made him look easy.
Yeah.
This is what I want. I want to change the game. You know, the people I want you to say, your friend, watch this guy and learn something.
Yeah. Well, mission accomplished. So far, you're right. So far, so good. And now a new journey for the lightweight division. You know, I don't understand why they won't just book you and Islam. There's many times that I wish I was wrong with UFC. I would change so many things. That would be one of the first things I would change. Like, book that fight right away.
You would do some fights also in Mars, I'm not sure.
I would probably.
You all go with the Starship.
I got some whack. I don't even think they should fight in the cage.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the cage is an unnecessary.
Wow.
I think it's an unnecessary element in fighting, like to push someone against something or to be able to get up from something. I don't think it's necessary. And I think it should be in like a basketball court that's matted up. Have a big space. Have a warning track where you can't. If you go outside the warning track too many times, you could lose points. And so when someone takes you down, you have to actually get up. I also think at the end of a round, like say if you've got a guy mounted at the end of the round, you start the next round mounted on him. Of course. Yeah, I don't think because why would you give him the advantage of getting up when he never got up? He never got up. You have to earn a get up. You have to stand up by yourself.
I never thought that.
Yeah. No stand-ups, ever. No stand-ups. Unless someone commits a foul. Like, if someone commits a foul and you want to stand them up and take a point away, that's fine. But if the guy's at the bottom and he commits a foul, the guy's at the bottom, he gouges someone's eyes on purpose, take a point away, put him right back in the same spot.
Wow.
Because otherwise, like, say if you're fighting a guy like Alex Pereira, who's never taking anybody down, he's just going to strike with you, right? Why would you let him back up again and have the advantage of him standing up again? At the beginning of the round, he starts standing up again. Now you got to take him down again.
But also, you don't think that it's part of the show?
It is part of the show, but I don't give a fuck about that. I'm a hardcore fan. I'm a purist. I think it should be about fighting, about elite fighting. And elite fighting is you got to get up. Like if a wrestler takes you down, he just does this to you, and it's not entertaining. But if he can do that to you, that's tough shit. That's what he did.
You would change also the time range, like, you would leave a 3 rounds, 5 minutes with 1 minute rest.
The good thing about 5-minute rounds, is it's sustainable and guys can fight at a high pace. If you had like just 15-minute round, guys would be exhausted. And the end of it would be sloppy. It wouldn't be the same. The pace would be much slower. It wouldn't be as good. So I think there's nothing wrong with rounds, but I think it's one fight. It's not 5 fights. So why does he stand up at the end of every round? I think if a guy takes you down and he's got you mounted with like trapped an arm and he's punching your ribs trying to secure an arm triangle, why does he get to stand up again? It doesn't make any
That's
sense.
true.
Especially if he's a striker and you wasted all that energy getting to the ground and you got so close to cinching up a submission, and then all of a sudden he's back on his feet again.
And play,
Yeah, and he didn't even earn it. Start him right back down there. No cage, no stand-ups. No
I
stand-ups,
agree.
never. If everybody boos, tough shit. Go watch baseball. Go watch something else.
You wouldn't like to see at some point the world championships in mixed martial arts, like for example, let's say the 7 best fighters from the United States in every weight class against 7 best fighters from, I don't know, from China or from Russia.
Yeah, I would love that.
The best flyweight against the best flyweight from the United States. And you do that, you have 7 fights because you have 7 weight divisions. And if you win 4 weight divisions, that country won.
Yeah,
That would be fun. Also.
that would be great. That's a great idea. I love that idea. Yeah, I think that idea sounds really good. And also, there is a bit of an issue, right, with the UFC being the premier organization for martial arts. The UFC is like, if you're not a champion in the UFC, no one thinks of you as a world champion.
Yeah.
Like, you're a world champion. World champion. Someone can fight in the PFL and they can say, oh, it's the PFL world champion. Everybody looks, come on.
Because at
Great
the end of the
fighters, but at the end of the day,
you know that you have all the best fighters,
right,
the best collection of fighters in the UFC.
yes, but I watch ONE FC and I watch some of those fucking animals that they have over there, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, some of these guys are good. Yeah, some of these guys are good, and you know they're calling them ONE FC world champions. I'm like, oh, I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them because some guys look real good until they fight elite talent. And we've seen that before. Like some guys look like destroyers, and then they get in the UFC against guys who are just a little bit more technical, a little smarter, and they get pieced up.
What happens is that I think that in one championship, most of the time you used to fight with strikers. In the UFC, you don't know who you're gonna face next. Maybe he's a wrestler.
Right.
Maybe you're gonna fight Demian Maia,
Right.
who wants to fight you on the ground. Maybe you fight Alex Pereira. You don't fucking know. So you have to be good everywhere, and you have to be prepared for everything.
Yeah.
In one championship, maybe you are good at striking, and you can be a world champion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there are some good grapplers over there, but my point is, I really wish there was no organizations. I really do. I really wish it was just all the best fighters competing. Look, I love the UFC. I've been working for the UFC forever. And my loyalty is to the UFC. But I wish there was just only fighting. You know, no organizations, just like boxing is. In boxing, but the problem with boxing is it's very difficult to get these guys because they all have different promoters.
Exactly.
And if they all have the same promoter, they all get fucked when it comes to negotiation. Right? If they all have the same promoter and the same manager.
You know something about soccer?
Yeah, I know a little bit.
Like how they do like the Champions League.
Mm-hmm.
They have like, for example, let's say the Real Madrid. They have a team. That's why what I would do is like I would create a team against another team. For example, I have Real Madrid. I signed like the best 7 fighters in the world, whoever I want in different weight classes. And you have, for example, Barcelona. You sign the 7 best fighters in the world around the world. You train them in one place. You do like all the strategy, and we meet each other. We do a competition like a Champions League, and we do like the whole year calendar, and the best wins. At the end, we do like the finals, and we give them the space to recover. We create like a competition between teams, not that individual people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would do something like that.
That's a great idea, but the problem is I think guys get injured, guys fall out, guys get sick.
That's why in soccer you have guys that in your position you always have 2 or 3 guys. That if you are injured, you have another guy that can change you, switch. You know, between the rounds. You are in soccer. Sometimes it happens. Someone gets injured in a stadium, and they can switch them.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, at the end of the day, like imagine, say, if you get scheduled to fight Islam, and Islam gets injured, and Arman Sarukian takes his place or something.
But you are like focused on individuals. You are not focused on teams. because no one's going to care who's going to fight him from the flyweight division, who's going to be your representative from the flyweight division or from the lightweight division. I'm like, maybe I bring you Islam that I have him in my team, or also I could have Charles Oliveira in the same team. Or maybe I bring Charles Oliveira because I think that against your team, the guy you have in the lightweight division, Charles does it better.
Right. They do that with grappling, like Big Ten. They do that. They have like grappling teams. Yeah, I mean that'll be interesting. There's certain fighters like the main regret in MMA that we never got to see Fedor fight in the UFC when he was in his prime. That's true. If I could have one fight in their prime, Fedor King Velasquez.
That would
in their prime. Oh my God, great in their prime. That would be incredible.
Actually, King was an amazing fighter.
That guy had a gas tank that was superhuman. So for a heavyweight, it didn't even make any sense. You would see guys just fall apart. They would just wilt.
Pure boxing
style, great wrestling, incredible chin, and just indomitable will. Too tough for his own good, which is why he wound up, like, towards the end of his career, his body had deteriorated so much. He had so many back injuries, neck injury, shoulder injury, knee injury. There was
actually, what's going on with him? He's in jail right now.
Yeah, he got sentenced to 5 years, and the judge said this was the least amount he could sentence him. He didn't want to sentence him.
But what happened to him? Did you know that?
Yes. So Kane's son was going to daycare, and there was a man who molested him at daycare. Kane found out about it, chased the man in his car, and shot at him. He tried to catch him in his car and shot at him. Kane gets arrested. Kane stayed in jail. The guy gets arrested, and he got out on bail. I don't know what's happening with the guy. I don't know if he's been sentenced yet or what. But this guy molested his son multiple times. I don't know how many times. But he did what every father would have done. If you're not a father, you do not understand the murderous rage you would have if some man molested your baby. You don't understand. You would see red in a way that no one can describe to you unless you're a parent. That fucking anger is, I mean, if there's ever a plea for temporary insanity, that's the plea. If there's ever a person who could justifiably say, I was temporarily insane, it's a father that's chasing after someone, especially a man who molests your boy. Bro, yeah, everybody understands it. Everybody understands it. He should have never gone to jail. He's not a threat to society. He's not a danger. He shouldn't be in prison. And he already did 3 years. He was already in jail.
He has been a great example for so many upcoming guys, like for the new generation.
Yes.
I don't know why guys like him have to end up in the jail for something like that.
Exactly.
He didn't rob anyone. He didn't.
Exactly. It's horrific. It's horrific. You know, I mean, I just don't understand it. It's I mean, the judge's hands were tied. He had to make a sentence. This is I think the minimum amount. They were trying to give him 30 years. Yeah, for attempted murder. He was just shooting at this guy. And obviously, when you're driving and shooting, you can miss him and kill a bystander. It's very dangerous. But also, the guy was in a murderous rage for a good reason. And if he killed that guy, the world would be better off. That's my opinion.
That's true. That's also true.
A guy like that walking around and molest children should be dead. That's just my feeling. All this thought of, I mean, there's a bunch of people on the left here in the United States that they have this crazy way of looking at pedophiles. They call them minor attracted persons. They want to make it a protected class and say it's like someone being attracted to someone of the opposite sex or someone being attracted to someone of the same sex. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're victimizing children, the most vulnerable and protected people that we have.
So you can't even talk to the kids about something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, I heard so many crazy things about that topic. Yeah.
Let's leave it right there. We'll just get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, kill them all. That's how I feel. Kill them all. Nobody wants to do that to children. There's no reason for them to exist. This society, I mean, yeah, you're just going to ruin lives. And not just their lives, but you're gonna ruin all the people whose lives they ruined. They're all fucked up now. You know, you kill so much potential from a human being to do that to a baby. It's just insane. It's just fucking insane. So that's unfortunately the story with him right now. And you know, he was out for a while, and once they let him out, he was coaching at AKA, and you know, he's an amazing coach.
We hope that they're gonna think it again, and they're gonna give him the freedom he deserves.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Trump pardons him. I mean, that's what I really hope. I hope such a makes something happen like that. Maybe that's possible. I mean, that might be the best option. But anyway, in his prime, Cain Velasquez versus Fedor. That's my biggest regret, a fight that you never got to see. Because when Fedor was fighting in Pride, you know, and this is before the UFC was really huge, right? Because they were huge in Japan in like 2001, 2002. They were filling stadiums in Japan when the UFC was just sort of emerging in the United States. It really hadn't hit its peak until 2005.
Why do you think that they never bring him to the UFC?
Well, they tried, but I gotta be careful how I say this. So Fedor was controlled by some Russian people that were very rough men, okay, as it were, you know, gangster type characters, and they had a bunch of negotiations with the UFC, but they were very unreasonable demands. Like they wanted part of the promotion. They wanted to own a piece of everything. They wanted a lot because they knew that with Fedor they had their golden ticket and they wanted to play it out as much as possible. Okay. The negotiations were very intense and very confrontational. They got bad. Where Dana had to up his security. It got pretty, it got heavy. Yeah, these are dangerous people. These are dangerous people. I can tell you more out there. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that story.
I'll tell you more off there. You should talk to Dana about it. He got crazy. Yeah. They're rough dudes. Yeah.
Because I always thought, like, why they don't bring that guy to the UFC? Because it's going to be so fun for the fans.
They wanted to go. They wanted to be a part of the promotion. They wanted more than they deserved. They didn't just want Fedor to get paid. They wanted to get paid. They wanted to make a lot of money. And they wanted to get their hooks into the UFC. Yeah, Russian gangster. Yeah. I get it. From their perspective,
how do you roll? Like,
well, Pride was losing. You know, so it's Japanese gangsters and Russian gangsters. They speak the same language. You know, so they got along fine. But then when they came over to the UFC was like, other players over here. No, we'll give them a lot of money. We want him to fight in the UFC, and it never took place, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah, so he's about to fight again. Fedor's going to fight bare knuckle.
Yeah, I heard something.
Yeah, I think Connor's promotion. I think it's Connor's promotion at BKFT.
Actually, do you think he's going to come back, Connor?
If I had a bet? No.
Yeah. No. Why?
Because he hasn't come back yet. And he could have. You know, if he really wanted to, he would have been back in the gym, had a fight scheduled, drug tested, clean, training, gone through a camp, had a fight. Like, he had a broken toe before the first fight with Chandler. I understand that. Okay. Why should you fight in a broken toe? Especially a guy who moves a lot, like Connor. He relies on movement so much. Yeah, I get it. So heal that toe up. What's that? That's 2 months. Broken toe's 2 months. And so then you're back in camp. And then you reschedule a fight, and then you fight again. But he didn't. And also, partying, constant partying, all these legal problems that he has, you know, scooting around on yachts and, you know, driving around a Lamborghini. He's wealthy. He's done. Maybe. I mean, what's really sad is if he comes back and he's like 39 or 40, and his body just doesn't have it anymore, you know?
So right now he actually has a great opponent, Mike Chandler. He could fight.
Right. They could fight right now, yeah.
They could fight. Because if they put him against Patty, I think Patty beats him easy now.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of years off, right? A lot of years off. You know, on the feet, Connor's a motherfucker.
No, on the feet, he's a motherfucker. I know that. Yeah. He can knock out like every.
If he's still the same.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's 36 now, you know, and if he's natural, also reality. Okay, when he breaks his leg, he gets off the drug testing, right? Because he's got to do something to heal his leg quicker. So what is he going to do? Well, you're going to take steroids. So if you're going to take steroids, and you're already 34, your endocrine system gets fucked up by taking steroids, where your body's not producing testosterone. So I've had explained to me by scientists before, and essentially, say if you take steroids for 6 months, essentially 6 months before your body starts producing testosterone at a normal level. Some people think it's twice as long. So that would be a year of no steroids before your body regains its natural testosterone. If it does,
If someone puts steroids in his body, he never comes back as a normal dog.
Before Crawford is the best example. Right? He's the best example. Luke Rockhold said when he was weighing in, when he fought him, he said, "This guy's got muscles on his fucking teeth."
Yeah, exactly, bro.
But if you go back to Vitor when he fought Anderson Silva, before they had testosterone use exemptions, he didn't look like that at all.
No, he looked old actually.
Yeah,
Like his body was relaxed. Yeah,
because Vitor, yeah. So this is, look at the difference before you saw it and after you saw it. That is a crazy example. So when he fought Chris Weidman, his body looked soft and it's like his muscles looked empty. They just didn't look the same. And that was just a couple of years after they fucked up with the testosterone use exemption. Because what they did was they would test guys, and if you're low on testosterone, you can have a testosterone use exemption. But you could get low on testosterone in a night if you wanted to. All you'd have to do is eat a bunch of shitty food and drink and stay up all night, and your body's natural levels of testosterone would be low. So you could go get drugged. You, who has normal, healthy levels of testosterone, you could wreck your body on purpose, then go get drug tested, and they say, "Oh, Julio, you have low testosterone. I'm going to prescribe you testosterone exemption." And so then you go and take testosterone and you become a fucking animal. and you're healthy. You don't need it. So there was a lot of guys that were taking it that didn't need it.
So you think that at this point there are guys in the UFC that are taking like just steroids?
I would imagine there's for sure someone doing something they're not supposed to do. Yeah.
Wow. I don't know, because at this point I feel that they are so strict with it.
They are. But
so strict.
there's a lot of guys that do their camps in faraway lands. And I think that, like, people always just joke around about Dagestan. You know, like, try getting a USADA guy into Dagestan. You know? The moment he lands,
they did some drug test in Dagestan. They test Khabib, for example, in Dagestan now.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they must have.
And what if someone lands from
an
USADA?
Issue where some guys from USADA and Khabib's camp, they have, like,
They had some issue.
Yeah.
They had some, I remember like that.
But you go over there, like, and, you know, you want to get out, you got to be careful. But I would imagine that if you want to avoid being tested all the time, like, say, like, if you are in America and, you know, you live in Arizona, whatever, they'll visit you all the time. They'll test you a bunch, you know.
Yeah.
There's some people that have been tested a bunch. They get tested a lot. And then some people that don't get tested as much. And if you're going to go and do your camp in Thailand, or you're going to go do your camp in Dagestan, it's a lot more difficult to get to test you randomly.
But they come in the way. They come or not.
But they sort out. It's like when Alpha Google. Yeah, when he was fighting when he played baseball, brother, they were taking gummies, testosterone gummies. Okay? And the testosterone literally only lasts for a few hours. Then it's out of your system. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. There's certain stuff that you can take, like EPO, that's very short lasting, very difficult to test, very short lasting. And there's
in my case, I don't like that because I wouldn't feel good with myself.
Right.
I'm gonna feel like I'm cheating.
Right.
I don't deserve the win. So I'm cheating. I'm a cheater.
Right.
I can have that thought about myself. All the time when I walk inside the octagon, I feel that I didn't cheat and I deserve the win. And that's why I'm going to win.
Well, that's why guys like BJ Penn are so impressive, because BJ Penn was clean when everybody was cheating.
Yeah.
Because back then it was really difficult to test. All they tested was at the weigh-ins. So at the weigh-in, that's like an intelligence test. Like if you cheat and take steroids intelligently, by the time you get to the weigh-in, you're going to be clean. If you do it with a doctor, I know camps, and I want to say the names, but they had scientists working for the camps. And the scientists, these doctors, would study guys' blood work and make sure that they were clean by the time they got into camp or by the time they got into weigh-ins. So when they're on the scale, they still had all the benefits of steroids, but they had no steroids in their system. And their body hadn't started to deteriorate yet from the lack of steroids.
I know some camps also that they use steroids.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, for me, you can have all the muscles in the world, but if you are not mentally strong, because that's a so specific moment when you are in the backstage, you need your mind so badly. You need it more than your body sometimes. Because, as I told you, you can have all the muscles in the world, but you need this muscle as strong as possible, you know?
And if you know you cheated.
And if you know you're cheating, that you are not in what you in reality are saying that you are, that's a tough one. I don't wanna see myself in that situation never.
That's a champion's mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real champion's mindset. Some guys, they just don't do anything to win. They want to do anything to win. And if they have to cheat to win, they'll cheat. And they'll justify it by saying everybody cheats.
Yeah, I'm a God believer, and my mindset is like, of course I want to win. I prefer myself to win. But if he destroys my plans, it's because maybe my plans could destroy me. So I don't want to have anything because I want to have it. If he decides it, if God decides to give it to me, I accept it. I will do everything to get it because I decided from all my heart. And if he says that if I decided I have the faith, I will get it. So
and the reality is, if you give everything you have and you lose, you win a lesson. And you realize you're not at the level you need to be.
there's never a lose. Or you win or you learn. And learning is also a winning.
Where did you develop your mindset? Have you got any mental coaching? Did you read books on psychology?
I read a lot of books. I try to read at least 30 minutes a day, but it's every day. Every day. What you do in your daily habits is what makes the difference, right? Because we can decide our future, but we can decide our habits, and our habits decide our future.
Yeah. So, like, what kind of stuff do you read?
I read more like I read a lot of books. I love reading books of self-development books. Also, how can I tell you? Yeah, this is the most of the books I read. Self-development books. I read biographies of the people that I like. For example, Donald Trump, Warren Buffett. I read that kind of people.
Businessmen.
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you read businessmen?
Because at the end of the day, right now I'm in sports, but at some point I'm gonna retire. I have to make a living from something, right? Because I'm not gonna be fighting my whole life, and I don't want it either. So yeah, I wanna prepare myself. So if you wanna have an extraordinary life, you have to be an extraordinary person, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to become an extraordinary person
In all walks of life.
In all walks of life.
Yeah. So, do you have an idea of when you want to retire? How will you?
Till I enjoy 28.
28.
Till I enjoy. I don't know how many fights. Maybe till 32.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Till I enjoy. Right now I'm enjoying. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
So you'll take that road when it comes.
What do you?
You'll find when that happens, when you no longer enjoy it, then you will go on a different track.
So I don't know. Right now, I want to become a lightweight world champion. I want to hold that belt too. So I don't know what's gonna happen then. If I'm gonna keep motivated, it's kind of difficult to stop fighting. Fighting is so hard because you have to go in and take someone's head off, and you can't be that soft guy, you know what I mean, or that kind guy. You gotta have that testosterone.
You gotta be vicious.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta be technical, you gotta be smart, but you also have to be vicious.
And at the same time, everyone from my family is involved in my career. You know, at some point, maybe I will end up doing different things, maybe some businesses. Right now, I'm doing different things, and I'm enjoying it also.
So you're doing different things outside of fighting?
Yeah, I have a promotion in Spain right now.
Oh, MMA?
MMA promotion.
What's it called?
War. And the goal with War is because as you mentioned,
When you say whoa, how do you spell that?
Way of the Warrior.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So from Spain to get to the UFC before was so difficult. I had to do so many crazy things to get to the UFC. But right now, we create War. And we are in the UFC fight class. Everyone can get in that promotion fight. If you have the skills, you are ready. Someone's gonna see you, and they're gonna sign you in the UFC.
The promoter's life is a hard life. That's a hard job.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
It's very entertaining, to be honest.
When I talked to Dana, at least promoting for the UFC, like I was talking to him this weekend, he was telling me all the issues that they're having. And with different fights, which I was asking him some questions. Like, what are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? And he starts telling me, well, this guy wants that. This is what I want to fight.
Did he tell you something about me?
A little bit. If he did, I can't tell you. I did ask who you're going to fight, and they said we're working on things. But he was actually specifically talking about what happens if Bilal wins. You know, because Islam and Bilal, they've been talking about Islam fighting Bilal.
That's gonna happen.
I would like that to happen if Bilal wins, but that's an if. Jack Della Maddalena is a bad motherfucker. He's good. That guy's good.
Even if he wins, they're gonna make that fight happen against Islam.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Well, if Jack Della Maddalena wins, then Jack is the new welterweight champion. And, you know, maybe he fights Islam. That makes a lot of sense. The problem with Islam fighting Bilal is that they train together. And I think, you know, they've kind of stepped.
How many guys we see fighting between each other that they used to train before?
Oh, I agree. I think they should fight.
Yeah,
I definitely think they should fight. I think Khabib doesn't like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel. But it's not just that. I mean, Jana's always putting out a million fires. And you think about it, they have 500 fighters in the roster at least. And, you know, there's all these things that are happening. And like the Arman Sariki thing. Like his back hurts the day of the fight. He's got to pull out. This is fucking crazy. This is, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that. You have this whole promotion based around this elite fighter who fought Islam in his first fight, short notice. They go to a very close decision, a very close fight. Arman's gotten a lot better. Islam's gotten a lot better. Then they're going to fight again, and then the day of, he does. Crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
But if you live in the Dana's place, who would be
I've never when you finish, I don't shake. You don't wipe your dick off with a little piece of toilet paper that throw it away. Never, I've never mind used on this planet. I did women think that we're doing this. Shit, baby. I'm telling you. Shit, so you two never thought or after, right? I mean, no. As a matter of fact, if it's still wet, I put it in my pants. I have my pants, I'll handle that. Yeah.
It's simple. That's a no break. That's the fight. You know, you don't want to fight 45 more, let's fight 55. Don't fight each other. And they make it up.
You know how many times, just the left side of my underwear is just, It's gonna get piss sense. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. 6 more years, you're gonna be like, at 15, I'm like, I didn't finish P. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing where you just want to see my jacket. Probably. You guys sit there for so long, we're gonna watch a fucking whole episode of like How I Met Your Mother. No, I remember my dad had something that came.
There's a lot of good fights for you. Do you have a timeline of when you would like to fight at 155?
So pissed.
I would like to fight with Iran, that's for sure. I would like to fight him.
But if they don't give you that fight, if they give you like a number one contender,
Not smart.
when would you like to fight?
I wouldn't fight for him.
Really? Yeah, I understand. That makes sense to me. Look, also, it's the most marketable fight. Everybody else has lost it.
I don't care if Iran decides that he doesn't want to fight me. I don't care. I said, till you're gonna have to fight. Okay. You say that you are the world champion, you're gonna keep dominating the division, all that. I'm here. You can't keep avoiding me all the time.
So you would just sit on the sidelines rather than fight somebody?
I don't think that they're gonna do that. I don't think they would put me on the sideline because they asked me to. I would take the belt because I told them that I wouldn't fight in 145 again. But I get the promise that I would fight for a title in my next fight. So how much time you will stop me and from the fight?
So they did give you a promise that your next, when you vacated the belt, your next fight.
If they give that chance to everyone, why not to me? Yeah. They gave it to Henry Cejudo, they gave it to Conor McGregor, they gave it to George St. Pierre, they gave it to John, they gave it to everyone. Yep. And I proved that I deserve that shot. As you said, I knocked out
two of the all-time greats.
Two of the all-time greats. To the greats, Lord, who was dominating everyone in my 145 division, and Max Holloway. Great fighters,
especially after Max Holloway's victory over Justin Gaethje, which was like the greatest victory of his career. Yeah, to knock him out after that,
no one did it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd say world title fight. I don't get to make the rules.
And the last fight he had was in 155,
right,
against Justin Gaethje, who also fought for the title.
Yep. So, yeah. And then the other thing is there's not really a compelling challenger at 155 other than you. If you look at it, like he's kind of cleaned out the division. There's no one else. I mean, Arman's got to build himself back up. Yeah. He's not going to get a title shot.
I would put Justin Gaethje against Paddy Pimblett, me against Islam. Once I pass him, I get the title, and you put me against Paddy. Because I think that he's gonna.
You think Paddy's gonna beat Justin Gaethje? Wow, really easy.
Yeah,
really easy. Yeah. Wow, that's a crazy thing to say because Justin Gaethje's a fucking animal.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to grapple. And
he's a Division I wrestler. He knows how to grapple. You don't think he knows how to grapple? He just chooses not to. He chooses to stand and fight.
Did you ever saw him submitting someone?
I don't believe he's ever submitted someone, but I think that's because he likes to just crush people. He likes to bang it out and fight. He used to fight.
What everyone likes is to dominate people and to win as soon as possible. If you have the ability to submit someone as soon as you can, you would do it.
I think that's your mindset. I think Justin Gaethje's mindset is to be the most violent person alive. Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why he lost some fights early in his career because he took unnecessary chances and he fought recklessly. Then, as he adjusted later in his career, he fought more intelligently. He took a lot of risks still, but he was more intelligent about it. He was more intelligent about the way he approached fights, and then he started winning and beating guys. And like where he might have like thrown himself into wars before, like the Michael Johnson fight was just chaos, just a war. Just the first fight he just throws himself into chaos. Yeah, chaos. He would just try to see. He was like Michael Chandler, but a better fighter. Just more successful at a high level.
So you pick Justin Gaethje over Paddy?
I don't say that. I do think that Michael Chandler was 38 years old with a lot of nails. Although he's a fucking animal, and
how old is Justin Gaethje?
Justin's probably 35. How old is Justin?
37.
Yeah.
That's when it starts to slip away. If you're natural, after everything after 35, like this was one of the most extraordinary things about Alexander
Yes, I don't
Volkanovski.
think that he's the type of guy that takes care of his body all the time and he's like very strict with his health. I think he slept more at day than at night.
I think so. Pretty party.
I think so.
I don't
They
know.
put the camera on him on the last pay-per-view and he looked like he was so high. Like this.
I'm not worried about. What I'm worried about is drunk. Because high doesn't give you a hangover. High doesn't kill your body. Drunk kills your body. If guys are in between camps getting fat and drinking, that's never a good sign. That's a bad sign. That's because you're not just not training, you're deteriorating your body. You know, if Justin Gates is just smoking a little weed, I'm not worried about that. It's not the best for focus.
He doesn't seem to be that guy that drinks a lot.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Cocaine is the worst.
Yeah,
When you hear guys doing coke, that's the worst. That's the one that deteriorates your health.
I never really saw a cocaine in my life.
Me neither. Never really cooked in either. When I was a kid, I had a friend whose cousin was hooked on cocaine. I got to see it up close. I was like, fuck, that's a scary one for fighters too, because the thrill of cocaine for some reason is exciting to people who love like exciting things. Like there's something about fighters who are adrenaline junkies that like to be pumped up. And, yeah, Connor seems to enjoy it, which is one of the things that makes me think he probably won't come back. But if he does come back, it's got to be now. You know, again, at 36 years old now. Patty Pimblett. That's the fight.
Okay, that's going to be a big fight.
Big fight. Yeah. But I don't even think Connor's in the drug testing pool. I don't know how that happened.
No?
You don't think so? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Let me Google that. Find out if he's in the drug. I think
he's going to come back.
Yes, sir?
Yeah. If they give the opportunity to I don't know, to guys like, I don't know what, 40 years old, like Arlovsky, and you can have so many names that they fought at 4 years age. Why not?
I know that you want a world title fight at 155, but would you make an exception for a Conor McGregor fight at 155?
But right now,
No. Good for you.
Do you think it's going to be excited if I beat Islam and then I give the chance to Conor?
No, I mean like right now, before it's like if the UFC calls you up and says, I know you want a world title fight, we guarantee you a world title fight after this.
Actually, we had that talk.
Really?
I don't know.
What was that talk? Tell me what that talk was. Come on.
I did this one, and I'm gonna get some calls. That you know how the UFC is. They are very specific.
Yeah.
Don't say anything,
Right.
To no one.
Well, no one's listening. You can tell everybody.
Yeah. Only a couple of million people is listening.
It slipped right by.
Yeah, if they offer me a fight against Conor right now, we'll see. Why not? I wouldn't say no.
Just for the numbers.
Yeah.
Cut it out. Pay-per-view, and it hits 2 million buys.
Yeah. Woo. Why not?
That's the thing about Conor. Is like still, even though he might not be the best fighter in the world right now, he's the golden goose.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
That's something crazy you can't take off.
Kind of amazing. You know, that he still guarantees that many eyeballs will go see him. You know, it just.
That would be a great one. But what excites me more is the fight with Caddy.
Really?
Yeah, that fight excites me even more. And if they could put that fight in Spain, in the Bernabeu Stadium, I know that Dana doesn't like to put the events in the stadium, but that's the only stadium in the world that they can close the roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this prepared for that kind of 18,000.
You get 8,000 in Spain easy too.
Yeah.
Not fighting in Spain? Oh my God, that would be insane. I might have to say Spain.
And a lot of people could travel from England to Spain.
Oh yeah.
And that happens very often.
But if they do it in Spain, it's got to be on Spain time. They can't do that shit that they did when Leon Edwards fought.
It has to be in Spain time, but I think that with the like the negotiations they are having with ESPN, and I don't know which platform they are gonna put the UFC events. They're gonna ask for space for 4 or 5 events in Europe in the prime time for Europe.
So listen, Europe prime time is fine because it's in the afternoon in America. That's fine. So the fight's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do people watch football games? 100 million people watch a football
Europe
game.
still to be a virgin market. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You've got 500 million people in Europe. It's more than the United States.
Right. Right. And
So-
if they did it on Netflix, everybody has Netflix.
Everybody has Netflix.
That might happen.
That's why
They're in negotiation right now.
that will be massive. In Spain, against that pinpoint.
What happened with you two? Because I saw the video. You guys yelling at each other. Was it in a hotel or something?
Yeah, he said something about Georgia.
Oh, he said something about your country.
Yeah,
What is that?
he said like now I understand why the Russians are bombing Georgia or something, like putting bombs in Georgia. Whoa, whoa! Don't joke with that. You can joke about say whatever you want to say about me. Whatever. He's a mushroom. He's this. He's that. Don't talk about war because you don't know how is it.
Right. That's a crazy thing to say.
Don't say that.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of it. Just out of nowhere, he said that.
He said that on Twitter.
Oh wow.
He said that on Twitter. Maybe he was too high, too drunk. I don't know.
He was talking shit. You know, I mean, it gets people to pay attention. He's really good at getting people to pay attention. You know,
Yeah, he is.
he's really good at that. I mean, he could be the next Conor McGregor star, like that kind of star. But
He has that weird personality.
Yes.
Yeah, he has that.
Well, he's very disarming because people they see. I talked about this in the last pay-per-view. I said it's a very sneaky trick because guys like you look at you the way you carry yourself. That's a fighter. Like you look at that guy's a dangerous motherfucker. But when you see Patty, he's dancing like this. His hair's flopping around like the Beatles. You know, it's like he seems silly, but then he fucks people up. And so I think people,
Yeah, but he fucks people up like Michael Chandler.
right.
But when he faced a real fight, who did he face?
Well, he hasn't faced anyone that good yet.
Like,
but he fucked up Michael Chandler
It doesn't
better
matter.
than Charles Oliveira did.
Charles Oliveira, even this is what I was telling you before, like when you got 10 losses in your record, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 10.
Yeah.
Like when you walk in with a guy that has 10 losses, the level of confidence is completely different. It's completely different than when you walk in with a guy that is undefeated.
Right.
He's a dangerous guy in the striking, in the ground game, everywhere you look at him, he's a dangerous guy. He never takes a lose. That's a different mentality. You gotta have to kill him to give up. He's not gonna even give up. You gotta have to kill him. In the case of Charles, if he finds some adversity, he's gonna go to the ground. He's gonna sit and he's gonna be waiting till you end up the fight. This is what I think. This is what I feel. This is what I see.
That was certainly the case early in his career. I think things changed with him when he had a child. Then he went on that run and became a champion. And like when he beat Justin Gaethje, when he beat all those guys, he was pretty elite. He was really fucking good. When he beat Chandler, when Chandler beat him up in that first round, he came back in the second round and fucked him up. Who? Chandler. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get it.
Conor's been tested 11 times last year, 5 the year before, and none this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He was tested this year? No.
None this year.
That's what I'm saying.
11 times last year.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's in the testing pool. I don't know. I've heard no plans. The UFC would tell me. I would say, what's going on with Conor? And I don't even bring it up anymore.
I think what is going to happen like instantly if something happens.
So that's crazy. I mean, if he's going to prepare, he needs like a real long camp to really get his body back to fighting shape, like real fighting shape. And he's got to remember, what happened when he came back from boxing and then fought Dustin Poirier.
It depends who he's going to face. Because if you put him against me, he needs to die and be burned again.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. When you think about like your division when you were the champion at 145, would he have been the fight that you would have wanted when he was in his prime at 45? Would that be the number one fight you would have wanted at 145? For sure. Yeah, for sure. My God, for sure.
He was a dangerous guy in 145.
He was so big.
He was big, dangerous.
Yeah.
He had that knockout power, smart. Yeah.
Yeah. One shot, knockout power. Yeah.
He had that.
Yeah, but when he would make 145, I remember that was back when the weigh-ins were literally right there. You'd weigh a guy in, and then they would cheer in front of the crowd. Now the weigh-ins are early, and it's a ceremonial weigh-in. So when Conor would weigh in, he would look like death. Death. See if you can find the video of the weigh-ins with Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo. He looks like he was on a boat in the middle of the ocean for 6 months. Like, look at him. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at that one right there with Mike Goldberg. Click that one with Mike Goldberg. Yeah, click on that. My God. Look how fucking skinny he looks. Look at his face. His cheekbones. He looks like he just got out of like some Russian prison. Like that, you know what I mean? Bro, that one on the right is insane. It's fucking insane.
With muscles.
That's insane. I wonder how much weight he lost.
I think he was around 185.
So he lost 40 pounds, 45. That's crazy.
He fought also the welterweight division, right?
Yes, he fought. He fought Donald Cerrone, who was really not a welterweight either. He was a 155 pounder. But he wanted to fight welterweight when he came back. Like when they were talking about Chandler, he said he wanted to fight at middleweight, and Chandler was like, okay, but. Part of me wonders, whether he was ever really going to come back. It's, what I mean?
I will at some point he's gonna come back because I don't think that he wants to leave the sport with a defeat. Right? This what I don't think. I think that he's gonna come back, try to get the win, and then retire in the octagon.
Well, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it one more time. It'd be good for him too to actually go to a real camp and stop hard.
It'll be good for him, for his family, for everyone.
For everyone.
But at some point he's gonna stop.
He's got a lot of legal problems too. There's a lot going on with him in Ireland.
But he's running for the president.
Well, they're talking about prosecuting him for old tweets too. Ireland is crazy with their woke shit, with the restrictions and censorship, the same way the UK is. It's really scary stuff. But they're prosecuting people for tweets.
That's crazy.
Yeah, England arrested like 4,000 people last year for posting things on social media.
No way.
Yeah.
What did they say?
You don't have to say anything crazy. You could just say, I don't want any more immigrants in my country. And they'll fucking prosecute it. It's really crazy. Yeah. It's
That's not the freedom.
No, it's not
That's
at
not
all.
free space.
It's totalitarian government. And it's scary because it's they're using it to silence people, people's opinions. And it's crazy. See if you can find what's going on with Conor, because there was something about Conor McGregor possibly being prosecuted for social media posts from, I believe it was 2023. Some recent posts that he had made where they were going to bring him back up and prosecute him for it.
And he had also a case with Iran.
Yeah, and I think because he wants to run for president, of course, then they're going to use the law to try to stop him. Because look, he's very popular in Ireland, and he might win. I mean, if these people think that the country's being invaded by
I asked some people from Ireland, what are the odds that Conor becomes the president? They told me
probably zero. Conor McGregor will not face charges over social media posts made before and during the Dublin riots. Yeah, you know what? They said that about Trump too. That Trump wasn't going to win either. They said
Yeah.
Trump was. Yeah, all the fucking newspapers, everything was saying. The chances are none.
No, but I asked the people. I didn't ask. I didn't read the
Depends on who you talk to. You know, it really depends
It's
on
very
how he
close
conducts
people
himself.
to him.
Oh,
To him.
good. Like you should be fighting. And you should be fighting while you can because you don't want to be 49 years old sitting back thinking if you could have just one more, could have got it together, if I just stopped partying.
I really think that he's going to come back at some point, but we'll see.
There's also the problem with that shin. You know, when a shin snaps like that, that's it. Nobody really comes back from that.
He's fine. He's fine. That's fine. His toe is back. His chin is back. His body's back. With that much parties and drugs and all that, you gotta have to pay that price at some point.
Yeah.
You are paying the price with your health.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest thing you can do in your entire life.
It is. It is a dumb thing, especially for an athlete.
Exactly. He also suffered a lot with the weight cuts. That's a big damage for your body. That's also one of the reasons why I changed the weight class. Because I realized that my health is the most important thing in my life. You can have everything in this life, but if you are not healthy, you don't have anything.
Yeah, you know, when you're cutting that much water out of your body, you're essentially getting to death's door. You're getting to death's door 24 hours before you fight. But you at a world championship level, which is crazy.
You sometimes feel that you're really gonna die. I wasn't able to sleep 48 hours at all because I was so dehydrated. My body was so like skinny. I was drinking with water, with food, with everything. My social media and reels, everything was about the food. Everything was about food. At that moment, you don't give a fuck about anything material, about anything.
So tell me when you start. So if you were gonna make 145 on Saturday, what is your weight cut like? Or on Friday, what is your weight cut like for the week? When does it start? And what do you weigh before it starts?
Okay, basically, I started weight cut since the first day I started the training camp, which is 12 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, I'm on like very strict diet, and I have only one cheat meal a week. On Saturday, on Wednesday, whenever I choose it, I have just one cheat meal. And at the same time, you have to perform at the highest level. You have to train as a motherfucker all the time, and you have like 1,800 calories in your body, and you burn 4,000 calories. So you are wasting so much energy, but you are getting back very low.
So that fucks with your mind.
That fucks with your mind, and you don't feel happiness. You feel like stressed, depressed. You don't find the happiness in anything. They could bring you all the money in the world, but you don't give a fuck at that moment about anything material.
So you're doing it all through camp, but when you get to fight week, what do you weigh at?
We do the water load. I start on Sunday with 8 liters, and I don't have carbohydrates. I don't have any sodium, salts, and all that.
You drink distilled water?
Still water, yeah.
Oh, distilled? Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Just
Normal water. I'm not having carbohydrates, sodiums, and fibers. You say fibers?
Yeah.
Fibers?
Yeah.
I only have fat and proteins in a very small portions. And I drink 8 liters on Sunday, then 8 again on Monday, 6 on Thursday, Wednesday, I drink 4, I think, and then on Thursday, I don't drink anything till Friday, till the weigh-ins. And before the weigh-ins, I start the dehydration. Like we do one session in the morning, and I have to lose almost from 2 to 3 kilos, and the rest I have to lose at night because I always like to go to the bed on weight. I don't like to wake up in the morning and have the last part in the morning on Friday.
When did you start drinking wine before weigh-ins?
I did it twice in my career.
it was once in Las Vegas. I was supposed to fight with. I was fighting with David Jackson, and I had like still 6 kilos or something like that. So I said, wow, that's a lot of weight to cut. And the guy who was taking care of my nutrition, he called us and he told me, drink wine, drink half bottle of wine. I'm like, you sure? Yes, he told me, because if you drink a liter of wine, you're gonna wake up the next day, if you don't put anything else in your body, with 2 liters less. Yeah, because the alcohol is gonna provocate the dehydration. I did it, and it works. And after that, I did it in my next fight. But then I was like, oh, I don't feel good. I don't feel good doing this in the weight cuts. This is kind of crazy. It's fun. It's fun because everyone wants to, I don't know, everyone's almost dying that night. I was like partying with my team, so skinny, drinking wine. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? And after one day, I have to face a monster inside the octagon. Experience.
And so then you weigh in, and then what is the rehydration process like?
And so I used to drink the electrolytes, and until I don't start to pee, I don't put any food in my body. I drink almost for 3-4 hours in small portions. And right now, we are so lucky that we have the Performance Institute. We have great nutritionists in that program that help us to do it from the right way. So I started drinking half liter of electrolytes. For example, let's say for 20 minutes, I have to drink that. I can't drink more. Then once that 20 minutes passed, I have to drink the another bar, and like that, progressing.
Mm. And so once you start to pee, then you allow yourself to eat food. Exactly. And what kind of food do you eat?
Most likely carbohydrates. I don't used to eat any proteins because it doesn't help you at all to have a great performance inside the object, right? Because the protein doesn't give you any, how to say, glucose that your body needs at that time. Everything you need, it's electrolytes and carbohydrates. That's all you need. Not even fibers.
Mm. Okay, so what kind of food, like pasta? Or
Yeah, pasta.
How good does that taste after all that?
Amazing. Amazing. You could cook the pasta for me that day, and I don't know how good you cook, but it would be amazing. Amazing. I don't care about.
So you've gone so long without carbohydrates.
I had like almost a week and a half without carbohydrates, and I'm struggling for 12 weeks because I have only one cheat meal. So once I finish the cheat meal, I know that in 1 week I'm not gonna have another cheat meal. So I'm gonna have to eat whatever they tell me to eat. Like I wake up and I know that I'm gonna have 2 eggs, with 1 slice of bread, and I'm gonna have to train. I don't know how much in the morning, and then in the afternoon I'm gonna have to train again, and I'm gonna have the same food all the time. And the good thing about that is that my wife, she was like a very important part in my last training camp because he made my diet more fun. You know, I didn't have to repeat the food all the time because when I was in charge of that, just imagine what I was eating all the time, the same. All the time.
Just the same boring food, just get through the month.
Food because I didn't even have like the opportunities that I have right now. Right now, I have a chef. I set up my home with everything. Everything is so comfortable. But before, I had to cook for myself, go to the supermarket, doing everything by myself, and it was tough.
So all the food's weighed out, all the calories are measured, everything's very systematic. So with this extra 10 pounds, how much better do you think you'll be able to perform inside the octagon? Because I would imagine physically that's got to take a toll on you. As good as your performances were, and they were spectacular, but as good as your performances were, your body could not have been operating at 100%.
100%. You are gonna see me at 155, but I'm gonna touch someone and I'm gonna take his lights off. Even if I don't need to touch his chin. I just touch his head and it will explode. I feel so powerful at that weight class. So powerful, so stable on the ground. Do you want to wrestle with that? It's wrestle. No problem. I have the gas tank for 5 days, not 5 rounds.
Do you think that a lot of fighters maybe diminish their potential by competing at a lower weight class for too long?
It depends. Some of them yes, some of them no. Because I think there are guys fighting in 145 that they could fight in 135 because they are smaller.
Like Jose Aldo.
Like
right?
Jose Aldo.
I mean, he was one of the best ever at 145. And really looks fantastic now at 135.
Exactly.
And says this is the first time at 35 in his career that he's ever taken nutrition seriously and had a
But
diet.
at the same time, he was a world champion.
Right.
For so
one
long.
of the best.
Yeah. One of the best. May he would cut the weight at 135 and he wouldn't succeed at this level.
Right. He wouldn't have the energy. But Jose Aldo was big at 145 back in the day. He would struggle to make 145 earlier in his career, but I just think he wasn't doing it the right way, like you're doing it. You know, I think athletes of today are much more systematic.
And they have more information about the nutrition. They have we got more help from the performances that
The UFC performances too is incredible. When I remember when they first opened it, I was a little skeptical. I'm like, who's going to use this? What is the big deal? And then I went there. I was like, oh, okay, crazy. This is amazing.
Without them, you wouldn't see many of the fights that we have seen. A lot of people would miss the weight. A lot of people.
Yeah. So at 155, you're going to be able to eat more. You're going to be able to train more. You'll be able to recover better.
They really taking care of you.
I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait either.
I can't wait.
I want to fight.
So, take me through like what is a typical training week like for you? How much strength and conditioning do you do? How much do you concentrate on technique? How much do you spar?
Outside or inside the training?
Let's go with outside the training first.
So outside the training camp, I try to develop my skills in every discipline. Like I try to not mix it up. I don't train MMA at all. I do boxing classes, wrestling classes. I try to learn every discipline separate.
Why do you do that?
Because when the training camp comes, I try to mix it up and polish everything that I have been able to learn till that moment. You know what I mean? Everything that worked for me in wrestling and boxing, it was in the place where I felt comfortable. Like that's why I want to develop all the time my knowledge. I want to get better all the time. And I can get better if I only go and train MMA and I only drill the same things all the time.
Yeah.
My head is like getting stuck. You know, I need to learn new techniques because I think that I have much more to learn in every discipline. Like in BJJ, you'll never end up learning. All the time you learn new things, you see new things, you want to try it, and it takes some time that technique works for you when you're rolling with someone, for example, right? So, yeah. One thing is what you know, and the other is what you do with what you know.
How do you know how much time to allocate to each specific discipline? Because something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's a never-ending journey. Like there's so many techniques. There's so many different combinations of things you could do to a human body when you're grappling.
So the thing about me is like you have to decide what kind of style do you want to have. Do you want to fight with the guard? How do you say guard? Guard?
Yeah.
You want to pass the guard? Like there are different styles, right? But at some point, I was like fighting all the time from the guard. I was doing like the big follows, baby follows, everything, because I needed to feel what the people feels when I'm passing the guard. The guard.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? So the same thing with boxing, for example. Someone has a defensive style, someone has aggressive style but from distance, someone needs to cut the distance and work more in the body. So I don't know, it's like
This is athleticism at its finest, folks.
so
What's it like?
explain it to you.
I know
It's like Maria Navratilova had sex with
because Josh Emmett, he's such
Marvelous
a
Marvin Hagler
he's such a dangerous puncher. Like
at the
everything
Daytona
he
500,
has murder. Everything. Like you
1978.
moved with everything and just systematically broke it down. But you adjusted your style for his danger. You adjusted your style for him and just dominated the fight. I think that was one of the most impressive performances because it showed how skillful you could be. Whereas, like, imagine if Michael Chandler fought Josh Emmett. It would be fucking madness. Just madness. Two dudes just trying to murder each other. Fucking throwing haymakers. You know, but what you did was you broke down what he was doing. You found your openings. You started to get your timing. You started to figure out. You put all his movements into your computer, and then you rolled with everything. Everything he threw, you rolled with. When he had big shots, you moved with them.
All his big shots were coming with the right hand. Like he's the type of guy that ends up every combination with the right hand. So everything I had to do, it's all the time. I didn't have to exchange the punches with him. I had to let him throw me all the punches, roll his right hand, and then start with my combinations. This is what I really did. Like I was starting with the calf kicks, then I was going for my combinations and long combinations all the time. In MMA, no one works the long combinations. No one. They always used to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, but no one does 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, and
Like the Giant Herbert fight.
exactly. Usually, you get in 2 punches, everyone blocks 2 punches, but after the second one, they put their hands down again. Then it's trying to go again, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're not waiting for that. And if I change the levels, and I go ahead in the front, cupcakes, I go for the takedowns. I mix it up, you get crazy.
It's interesting that you didn't start boxing until you were 17 because you're probably the best boxer in not just the featherweight division, but you might be the best boxer in the sport in terms of your movement and then your one-punch power. Your one-punch power is pretty fucking crazy, which I think you either have or you definitely can develop it, and it definitely is dependent upon technique, but either you have power or you don't have power. So did you always notice that, like from the very beginning when you first started training?
I always have power.
Isn't that crazy? It's a God-given thing.
100%. I always have that power. I remember myself without much technique, but I was connecting the punches and putting guys to sleep in the training. And I wasn't that skillful guy, but I had that power.
But you were smart enough. So this is the difference between like a Josh Emmett approach and your approach. You were smart enough to realize that, okay, I've got this power, but now I need to develop razor sharp technique first.
And I have to be able to find the moment. I don't have to just throw it and believe I have the power. If I connect it, I put you to sleep. No, it's not if I'm going to connect you that much. I'm going to work for that, and I'm going to find that specific moment to put your lights up. And I know with everyone, even in 155, I know that I'm going to be able to find that moment where I'm going to be able to connect that 1 punch or 2 or 3 punches. Because sometimes it's not only one. I'm able to combine punches. You know, sometimes you think that I'm going for your head and I'm going, my main combination is to go to the party. And I go to that with that liver shot. And that hurts also. Oh yeah. And little by maybe I don't knock you out, but it takes a lot of cardio, a lot of movements. You start doubting yourself. You're getting like, wow, he connects with this punch in the chin. I'm done. And you're starting to doubt. and then the doubts kill you at the end.
Yeah.
Little by little, little by little.
Yeah, it's interesting how few guys really work the body well. That's one thing about Jack Della Maddalena is that he's a very good body puncher, which is one of the things that I think is very interesting about this fight with Bilal Muhammad. He's a dangerous body puncher. He's very good at mixing up and down.
No one usually used to attack the body in the UFC. I don't know why. It's such a beautiful thing.
It is.
To go and work the body, not only the head. Everyone goes for the head. But there are also weaknesses in the human being's body, which is the body.
Especially with those little MMA gloves. You know?
Everything.
Yeah, and you're digging into that rib cage. But it's interesting how the sport evolves. And I think when a guy like you comes around that does mix things up so well and does have elite boxing, the next generation will also copy you. They will copy your style. You know, because I think about the calf kick. There was no calf kick. Forever.
I don't know when they started with
Benson Henderson.
Benson Henderson.
He was the first guy I ever saw doing it. He was doing a lot. And I remember pointing it out. Like, he wasn't doing it as effectively, where he was like crippling guys' movement, but he was doing it a lot. And then I remember when Dustin Poirier fought Jim Miller. Jim Miller almost took him out with calf kicks. Like, Justin Poirier's calf was destroyed in that fight. And then, you know, Dustin Poirier became a really good calf kicker after that. And then it became ubiquitous. Everybody has to have a calf kick.
But it comes from Muay Thai, it comes from kickboxing, it comes from...
It sort of does, but in Muay Thai, they don't throw it very often. It's not a common technique in kickboxing or Muay Thai, which is interesting. It's not as common as it is in MMA.
So it's like a jab, but for the legs.
Yeah.
Jab.
It also cripples your movement, which is terrible, because you can't punch as hard, because you don't have a left leg anymore, or a right leg, depending on what's forward.
At the same time, it distracts you a lot.
Right.
You know what? It hurts so much. Yeah. It hurts, it distracts you. You have to, you don't only have to think about the hands, you have to think about also about the kicks.
Well, Izzy said that when he lost to Alex Pereira, the first fight in the UFC, he said he wasn't hurt that bad with the punches. He said he couldn't move. He said his leg was so destroyed. He said my left leg was so compromised that I couldn't move. And then in the second fight, when he knocked Alex out in the first round, he said my leg was fucked already. He's like, he was getting me again. He's so sneaky with that calf kick, because he throws it. He's got that weird style. He just kind of throws it out there, and you don't even see it coming, because he's not twisting his hips. He's not. And still, he hits so hard that he doesn't have to turn his body weight into it, and he's still fucking you up.
At the same time, he had that muscle memory.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, if he starts with the calf kick,
yeah,
we fight.
Yeah, he said that to me. He's like, at the end of the round, I was like, oh, this motherfucker did it again. I can't believe he got me again. He's like, my leg was fucked. And then he caught him with that right hand.
What's your all-time favorite fighter to watch in the UFC?
Boy, I don't think I have one. It's just
top five.
Well, you're in that. You're in the top five.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Joe.
For real. Yeah, definitely. Especially, how could you not be? You knocked out two Hall of Fame, two of the all-time greats. Volkanovski and Max Holloway are all-time greats. Two of the greatest featherweight champions. So if you're a great featherweight champion, you're the greatest in a division that probably has, if not the most skill. There's an argument for the most skill. I think it's 45 and 55. I think those are the two divisions that have the most skill.
Yeah.
So to be a champion at 45 or 55, you're a champion in the most skillful weight class. Like, look at 45. So many fucking killers at 45 now. Like, who was John Silva just did to Bryce Mitchell, and he wasn't even ranked.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this guy's a motherfucker, man. You know, and these guys are coming up, and they're so goddamn good. And Yair Rodriguez, I mean, you got these guys that are so skillful. You got so much
I don't know
talent.
what to tell you about Jair Rodriguez. I'm not a big fan of him.
Yair? Okay.
No, I don't know. I see he's the type of guy that you don't even need to take him down. He goes to the ground himself. I don't know. He's like very spectacular. The way he fights and he tries and the kicks he shows and all that. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of him. I'm a fan of Wolf and Max Holloway.
Well,
Actually,
you know,
they were the smartest guys that I ever faced inside the octagon. I felt that they had that fight IQ. They know how to fight.
Do you think Max Holloway made a mistake in going up to 55 and then back down to 45 again? Because he got big when he fought.
100%.
I think so.
100%.
Yeah. He looked too compromised. He didn't look healthy. 45.
He gets ready for the title shot. Mm-hmm. He was like, take the gold.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it. I get it. I understand it. And the guy who was the 145-pound champion, it would be hard to make the weight, but he felt like he could do it. But the thing is, he gained so much muscle to get to 55 to fight Gaethje, and he did it over a long period of time where he really bulked up well.
But at the same time, I don't know. If he wouldn't try it, he would stay for life, like with the doubt that if I.
Yeah. So another one is Pereira. Just because what he's done inside the octagon is so crazy. 2 division world champions in a short period of time, and hadn't been fighting MMA for 3 or 4 years.
Investigations have found individuals reposting, spam liking, and just being an overall pimp. It's been annoying the shit out of us. Thanks, Blue Sky.
His power is just different. What he did to Jamal Hill, one left hook. Oh, and Jamal Hill was good at taking a shot. All of a sudden, he's done. He's just, there's some Yuri Prohaska that fight. But the second fight is crazy. It's just like he hits you one time. It's
otherwise with a head kick, right?
Head kick in the second round, but dropped him to the left hook. He's basically done after the first round because it was at the buzzer. He hit him with the left hook, and then he drops, and then the bell rings. And then he knocks him out with a head kick.
Dude, how do you do this?
But he's just got this crazy style that's different than anybody else's style. And he's such a specialist, such a kickboxing specialist. 2 division world champion in Glory, then goes on and becomes a 2 division specialist. And 37, he's older. He's an older guy, to be fighting at such an elite level. John Jones, definitely. John Jones, one of the greatest of all time. I mean,
John, what do you think about? He's gonna come back. He's gonna fight Tom?
Yes, I think he'll fight Tom. I think he'll hang out. You don't think so? No, really? Okay.
For what?
For glory. He already has the glory. We have one more glory before the lights fade.
Yeah.
I think John's a conqueror.
I think he is. He's the best of all time. No one can say the opposite of that. He's the best.
Look, the guy developed a spinning back kick at 36. Did you have a spinning back kick his whole career? Then all of a sudden knocks out Stipe with a spinning back kick for the heavyweight title at 36, 37 years old. That's crazy.
And they showed me a video 3 days ago, 4 days ago. John, before the fight with Steve, he was practicing that kick at the day of the fight.
Yeah.
And he said something like, "This is the kick. I'm going to knock him out with this kick." And the guy showed me the video.
That's crazy. Well, John's fight IQ is insane.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
And did a lot of his career partying, which is even crazier. Like, diminished his body, did coke. Like, one of the things he said to Daniel Cormier, which is one of the coldest things anybody's ever said, is that I beat you when I was on coke. That's such a cold-blooded thing to say. It's so cold-blooded. He's so crazy. He was so good. But he was so good, he was better than everybody in his division, so he didn't work hard. But then when he has to work hard, he's fucking terrifying. Like, when he fought Alexander Gustafsson, barely trained. They said he barely trained. Barely was in the gym. They were really worried about him. Greg Jackson said they were even considering not letting him fight. Like, he shouldn't be fighting. You're not training. Yeah. And then he guts it out in the final rounds, wins the decision, very close fight. Then they have a rematch. And in the rematch, he fucking trained. Yeah. And then he just destroyed it. The first fight was very competitive. The second one, not competitive at all. Yeah, when John is focused and John is in shape and training, he's the greatest of all time. I think he fights Aspinall because I think it's going to be a lot of money. It's glory. And look, Aspinall's amazing. He's unbelievable. He's fast as fuck for a heavyweight. He's big. He can grapple, black belt jiu-jitsu. He's got knockout power. But he's never been a deep water. Ever. I don't even know if he's gone to a second.
I don't want to say that he doesn't have any chance because everyone has it. One punch can change everything inside the octagon. Of course, everyone think that John Jones is gonna get it, but you can't count him out at all. I don't think that he's gonna come back. Me personally.
What do you think? What's this here?
I'll go last chicken this second.
Oh, really? Wow. I don't even remember that. When he DK'd. Yeah. That's kind of crazy if you look at his career. It's all 1 and 2. And then in Bama, he had a two-round fight. That's great, but it's also not great because he doesn't have any deep water experience. You know, if you're fighting a guy like, imagine if he fought Steve Davis in his prime, or he fought Kane. You can't have 1-round fights and expect to beat Cain Velasquez in a 5-round war. Because the chances are you're not going to catch him in the first round. And his cardio is just like an alien.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't know how he's going to look at the 4th and 5th round.
Right, it might be great.
It might be great.
Sure, he might be great, but he doesn't have that experience. So in his head, you've got to think there's got to be something, no matter how confident he is, there's got to be a couple questions. If you've never been, like John has no questions. Right, there's no questions in John Jones' head. He's gone through 5-round wars, like the Gustafsson fight. 5-round war, no training, wins. He knows that he's got what it takes. He's got heart. It's undeniable. So there's no question. But with Aspinall, it's like, yeah, he can get everybody out of there. He's got the confidence that he gets everybody out of it. That's for sure. Like he's got the confidence that he connects so fast and athletic for a heavyweight, and he's a legitimate heavyweight. Like, Tom Aspinall's not making 205. He's big. He's big. He's a big fucker. He's big. So for him, you know, it's.
But John Jones is special.
He's special. He is special.
And he has the fight IQ. He's not that type of guy that he walks in and, for example, I don't know, Francis Ngannou. You know that he got that 1-punch power, but he doesn't have the same level of fight IQ as John Jones. You know what I mean? With John, is like if he feels that you are dangerous and distracting, he's gonna grab your legs, try to mold you a little bit in the ground. Then if you go in the second round with him in the striking, you're gonna be tired.
He also beats the fuck out of your knees. That front leg side kick to the knee, the oblique kick to the knee.
He's a bad guy. He wants to hurt.
He's trying to fuck you up.
He doesn't care to go with the elbow, with the knee. He wants to hurt.
John, when he fought Thiago Santos, at the end of that fight, Thiago needed 2 knee surgeries. Both of his knees were destroyed, and he was basically never the same fighter since. Ever after that fight,
What happened with that guy?
Exactly. We fought again after that, and he left the UFC, but his knees were insane. He had multiple knee surgeries after that fight. Both of his knees got kicked out. I mean, he's front leg side kicking the shit out of his knees.
And whatever he used to train sometimes, MMA, jiu-jitsu,
mostly jiu-jitsu. I did Muay Thai. Yeah. I started Taekwondo, and then I started.
I would love to share some training with you.
I would love to share some training with you too. Let's see what you do, man. I watched you grapple with Rob. I was super impressed. I watched the video you grappled. I'm like, anybody that can do that to a Rob, like, holy shit. Because people think about you, they're scared of your striking. But one of the things that, like, you opened up a lot of people's eyes in the Ryan Hall fight. Because Ryan Hall was this weird puzzle. He was like this elite Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt who did a lot of strange things. Like he would turn his back to people and do weird things. Like, he'll look BJ Penn like that in the first round, like that how he rolled. Yeah. But when you dominated him like that, I was like, Jesus Christ. And then you put his lights out. I was like, wow. Because people think, when people see a guy who can strike like you do, they kind of forget about the ground game. You know, they forget that your ground game is very elite too. You know, which is really interesting because you tend to put people in categories of danger, but with you, it's all danger. Like you have a very well balanced game, you know, which is unusual. Like Pereira, for instance, doesn't have a balanced game. You know, his game is he's going to connect and you're going to wake up. You know, that's all it is. His game is kickboxing. But your game is like, it's everything. It's all over the place. You know, like the Bryce Mitchell fight. It's everywhere. It's stand-up, it's ground, it's comprehensive. It's like George St. Pierre when he was in his prime. It was coming from all different angles. You never knew if he was going to take you down. You didn't know if he was going to strike with you. It was all, your mind was overwhelmed with possibilities, which is, in my opinion, what I like to watch. That's what I like the most. A guy who can do everything. I love specialists. I love like Damian Maya, because when Damian Maya would get you, when he clinch you, like, oh, you're fucked. To this day, the one fight that drives me the most crazy, where a referee fucked it up, was Kamaru Usman and Damian Maya. Because in the first round, Damian Maya had Kamaru Usman's back, standing up, had one leg laced, had his back, but it was taking too long, and the referee separated them. And I'm like, you motherfucker. He's so close. He's so close. This is it. Look at this shit. Like, Kamaru Usman's in deep shit here. He's in deep shit here. And the referee fucking separated them. This is crazy. This referee, this drives me nuts. Go back it up a little bit. Back it up a little bit, because it's before this. It's before this. So, like, once he finally secures it, go a little bit before that. A little bit before. A little bit before. A little bit before. Do it right from the moment where they clinch up. Okay, right here. So as soon as he clinches up and he ties that leg, as soon as he gets his hands together, Kamaru's in deep shit, right? Deep shit. Kamaru has one loss on his record, and that's by rear naked choke. And now he's grappling with one of the best to ever do it. To this day, this fucks me up. This is one of the reasons why I hate when they separate fighters. I hate when they stand people up, and I hate when they separate fighters. This is a huge mistake here by this referee, because you've got one of the greatest ground specialists of all time.
Do you think that he was the most dangerous guy in the ground?
Yes.
Yeah.
In his prime. In his prime, he dominated people. This is so close. Kamaru's in real trouble here. The way his arm is compromised behind his back, he's fucked here. You gotta get out of this. You can't get separated just because the crowd's booing. The referee's like too involved. Get the fuck out of there. Get out of there and let him work. Because if he gets to the ground, Kamaru might be fucked here. And there's 2 minutes to work. There's plenty of time. To this day, that drives me nuts.
Very interesting there
with the butterfly. Yes, that left butterfly. Yeah, he's constantly keeping you off base. And you know that if you make any mistakes here, that right hook is coming over, the arm's coming over the top. As soon as he lets go of so as soon as he lets go of that arm that he's got trapped, with his left arm, as soon as Kamaru, if he gets that arm over the top of the shoulder, Kamaru's fucked, man. This is a terrible spot to be. And for the referee to separate them and not let him work, I was talking to Matt Serra about it the other day. He was like, yes, they fucked them. Yeah, he fucked them. They fucked them. Kamaru wins this fight, and then, the world changes. It changes. Because this could have been a loss. And then Kamaru could have been back to the drawing board. It's a bad situation to be in with the ground. See, look, now he has this advantage of being able to stand up again. Like, why? Why does he have this advantage? Why? You should be back where you were. There's no reason to separate those guys. Referee mistakes are crazy. There's moments in fights where referees make mistakes where a fighter's whole career just changes, just flashes before their eyes.
The other day, also something happened in the paper, in the car.
Yeah.
With Dan Egan.
Yes.
I don't know why he stopped the fight.
Yes, that was a bad decision too. That was bad as well. Same thing. Sean Woods. Yeah.
I think he would win the fight anyways, but he didn't have to stop the fight.
There was a bad stoppage. Yeah, there's bad stoppages, man. I mean, it happens. It happened to Jared Cannonier. Jared Cannonier had a bad stoppage. I guess, who was that against? Was it
War stoppage? The Robert Lawler against Ben Askren.
Oh, yeah, that was the worst one. That was the worst one. They thought he was out. He wasn't out.
I was so excited for that fight.
Robbie was beating the fuck out of him, too, before that headlock. Yeah, that was terrible. That was a bad stoppage. Yeah, there's been some bad stuff. But, look, referees have the second hardest job in the sport. The first hardest job in the sport, yeah, here it is. This is Jared Cannonier and Imavov. So he gets caught. Look at that right there. That's crazy. That's a crazy stoppage.
Why?
Yes. Yeah, look at this. He got hurt. But he's covering up. And by the way, Jared Cannonier can fucking take it, man. He comes back. Jared Cannonier came back against Rodriguez in his last fight. He was hurt way worse than this, and he came back to score a knockout. But that was a crazy stoppage. It's just, like I said, referees have the second hardest job. Fighters have the first hardest job. Second hardest job is being a referee. Because those moments when you make a decision like, you can't take it back, the fight's over.
That's true.
It's terrible.
It's hard to be a referee.
Yeah. And then there's the judge. Some judges.
The judging. Yeah,
How do
that's
they-
also something that drives me crazy. It's like,
How do they keep having the same bad judges come back again? That's what's crazy. Because the UFC has no control of the judges. The judges are all established by the athletic commission.
yeah,
So sometimes you get great judging. And they're like, no, the judge is good tonight. It's a good decision. And sometimes you get, what the fuck is going on?
yeah,
Sometimes judges are horrible. This
horrible.
doesn't make
You
any
never
sense.
know if they give you more points for wrestling, for striking, for defending.
Right.
It's crazy.
Plus, some judges just aren't qualified. Right? They don't have a martial arts experience. They don't have a background. They just learn how to judge. You can't. I don't think you can do that. It's like I don't speak Spanish, but if you taught me some Spanish and then I was judging Spanish, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Crazy.
I'm not qualified, right? Right. So if you have a guy who doesn't really understand who's got the dominant position, like maybe you see a bullshit guillotine that has no chance.
It's not like they never fought. It's they not even never trained.
Right. Exactly.
Most of them.
I
That's the
remember
problem.
early on in the UFC, one of the judges turned to one of the people next to this person. She turns to this person and goes, "What is he doing?" No way. Yeah. Yeah, what is he doing? Someone was trying to get a Kimura. She said, "What is he doing?" She didn't know what a Kimura was.
So how'd they get there?
They were boxing judges. So the boxing judges, they started using them for MMA fights with no martial arts at all. Never stepped on the mat, never put in a mouthpiece, never got punched in the face. That's crazy.
That's crazy. They don't know how it works.
And it's the judging at a professional world championship level, at the highest level. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think they should have more judges.
Let me ask you something. What do you think was the decay of success of the UFC? Like, there was Dana White, there was the matchmakers, there was the fighters, there was the promotion.
What it was. I think the big thing was the Ultimate Fighter. I think everybody kind of agrees with that. The Ultimate Fighter reality show, what made the UFC huge was that first season of the reality show, because this was 2005. So reality shows were really popular back then. This is, Survivor, Fear Factor, there's all these reality shows, Big Brother. And so they had this reality show that people were watching with fighters, and then they have the finale. And in the finale, Forrest Griffin fights Stephen Bonner, and it's such a crazy fight that people are just telling their friends. The ratings were going up as the fight went on. And, the Fertittas, the people that owned the UFC before this current company, they were in the hole, $40 million. And they just kept losing money. And they said, listen, this is the last. They were going to sell the UFC at one point in time. And then they got to this point where they were like, look, let's just try this one more thing. Let's just try this one more thing. And they did this reality show. And the reality show worked. And then 2005, and then they had Chuck Liddell. And Chuck Liddell was the perfect poster boy for this new cage fighting thing. This fucking maniac with a mohawk and a tattoo on his head. And he's just crushing everybody. He was a perfect guy because the fights were so exciting. And he had this insane style. This insane, almost like Michael Chandler style, but better.
Entertaining style.
Very, very entertaining. Just warrior.
He was a good boxer.
Good striker.
Fast hands.
Yeah, fast hands, vicious knockout power, and he was a wrestler. But he didn't wrestle anything.
He was a heavyweight.
Light heavyweight, yeah. Big guy. Light heavyweight. Big guy, KOs people with one punch. And, it was perfect for the sport. Because, he was so exciting, and he looked the part. He was like a maniac. And after we win, he would run around the cage. It was so exciting.
So exciting.
He was the poster boy. He was the guy. He was the guy that put the sport on the map because people would watch him.
Yeah, that time my line of MMA was so long. It was with Rampage Jackson also.
Oh yeah, Rampage paid him. He became the man. You know, and then John Jones comes along. You know, it's like the sport. That's what's crazy about John, right? John's been dominant now for like what, 15, 16 years? Yeah. That's nuts.
That's why I say he's the best.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
I don't know how they quote him as the number one confidant. He's the number one confidant.
You know, it's just because he doesn't fight as often as Islam. You know, Islam's defended his title more recently, more often against top flight competition, whereas John's, you know, John takes a year off here, year off there. But when you look at the overall record, the overall career, he's the greatest of all time. But when I talk about like just technique, you gotta think about Mighty Mouse too. Mighty Mouse in his prime was a bad motherfucker. Man. He would do shit to guys like when he suplexed Ray Borg and caught him on an armbar in the middle of the air and finished him. You don't think so? I see your face. I see your face.
No. It's not like, I don't know. I never was a big fan of him.
No? I think
First of all, when you call yourself a Mickey Mouse,
Mighty
Mouse. So I always thought that he was a Mickey Mouse. And like, bro, what the fuck you calling yourself a Mickey Mouse?
No,
he was a good fighter. He was a very technical fighter. He dominated the whole division. How many times he defended his belt? Like
many times.
14 times.
Many times. He fucked a lot of people up. But then there's an issue where the quality of the competition in the 125-pound division back then was not at the level that it is now. Like Pantoja, he's a bad motherfucker. I would have loved to see Alexandre Pantoja versus Mighty Mouse in their prime. Pantoja's a fucking animal. That guy's a fucking animal.
There's a guy coming up at 125. He fought in the last people here in London. His last name is Kawana in 125. He's going to be a problem in that division. He's a very strong fighter.
Well, I think like all weight classes, now you have the best fighters of all time. Because we see guys from the Dana White Contender Series now that are coming along that enter into the UFC for their first fight. And you see these guys like, Jesus Christ, this guy looks like he has 15 pro fights in the UFC. They look elite, you know?
That's a cool program also on Dana White Contender Series. That's something cool because they have some story behind them before they get to the UFC. That's cool. And actually, they make a good matchmaking also for that fight. I like to see sometimes Dana White Contender Series all within some 5 minutes.
Yeah, you get to see guys. Well, that's where we found Shimashon O'Malley. You get to see guys. I prefer that to the Ultimate Fighter. Because I don't want to watch all their in the house bullshit and all the games that they play. I don't care. I just want to see a fight.
Not anymore. Yeah. Before it was very interesting.
In the beginning. Yeah, in the early days. But now they're on like season 2000. Like, there's been so many seasons. Like I can't even keep track. I forget who won. You know, there's so many seasons. But my point is that the caliber of new guys when they're just entering, like Mauricio Rufy. Perfect example.
Yeah.
You see this guy, first fight in the UFC,
right?
Yeah. He's fucking huge. You see this guy, first fight in the UFC, you're like, whoa, this guy is elite already. You know, same thing with John Silva. Elite already. Like, these guys, they're entering into the sport. Carlos Prates, same thing. Like, right away. Like, you're seeing, like, a very high level right away. And I just think that because there's so many guys like you to watch. There's so many guys like, you know, Hamza and all these people. You get to see elite talent. So these young fighters that are coming up, they have a higher level to aspire to.
That's true. Now, like, the sport is growing. Talents are better than before.
Yeah.
Because the sport has developed so much. Right now, we have so much experience. You can learn so much about the game. Like, even in YouTube. Because YouTube, you can learn everything by yourself.
I think in the future, guys like you will be everywhere. There would be only guys like you at world championship level. I don't think there'll be any specialists anymore. I think there'll be guys who are elite everywhere.
Everywhere. This is what I was saying like all the time. Now it's time for the new generation. What's the new generation? That if you wanna be the best, you have to be the best everywhere that the fight takes place. And the ground and the wrestling and the striking, you have to be good everywhere because that's how the sport is developing right now. Because before you were good only in wrestling, you would take people down and no problem, you could become a world champion. But right now, so tough. So tough. The competition all the time is higher and higher. And there's no knowledge.
Yeah, there really is. It's very inspiring. It's very interesting because there's no other sport where you can go back and look at it from 1993 to 2025, and it's almost like a completely different sport. The athletes are so much better than they were. I mean, even from like 2000, go back to 2000 and watch the sport, and then watch it today. At least in the
position. One of the most prolific posters on the server.
Every
I said,
production.
Jen and Bob, let's democratize this process.
I mean,
Turns out you guys chimed in.
it's so interesting because
guys,
it's the one sport also that translates.
I should expose him. And that's what I want to do. And next week, Julian Majors will say, seriously, I want to do a more organized, systematic way to fight against this guy. I want to give him the attention that he deserves, the attention that, frankly, he's been giving me and my friends for a number of years.
Well, why don't you like?
Almost 9,000.
Do you have a plan where you want to retire, or
Stay
do you want
tuned.
to join
There will be a dramatic reveal next week. I promise you that even if the entire podcast is just me delving into this person's entire life
I
story,
don't think about it.
name and address,
No, but Dana White
motivation,
doesn't like it.
where he works,
Yeah.
Yes,
some of his
it's actually in my contract.
worst posts, maybe,
Yeah, he leaves
so
it.
you can figure out, like,
Yeah, so in my contract,
how should I
don't have to stay.
maybe explain to him why he's wrong.
Something because
I wouldn't
Tally.
do this if it was for him.
Videos
Yeah.
blocked, of course, that would be wrong.
He talked me into doing
Right,
it. I mean, I started
So,
working for the UFC before him. I
tune in
started
next
working
week.
for the UFC in 1997.
we're going to be an entire episode
Nobody was watching.
to
We
unmask
did it at a small, like a high school auditorium in Dothan, Alabama. You had to take a propeller plane to get there. Like scary ass plane. And that was the first time Vitor fought. Okay. I was actually training at the Greek gym as Vitor when Vitor made his debut. Vitor was 19 years old. And we were at Carlson Gracie's style very young. Yeah. We were at Carlson Gracie's gym in Hollywood, California. That's where I was training. I just, dumb luck, I was a white belt. I just started.
So how old were you when you started like training, when you had some relationship with the sport?
Well, jiu-jitsu, martial arts, I started when I was 15. Well, I started when I was 14, but really seriously when I was 15. And then I competed in Taekwondo from 15 to 21. And then I kickboxed until I was 22. And then I was doing comedy at the same time. And then I realized, this happened.
Something crazy about you is when I hear you explaining some positions, I'm like, this guy has to know how to fight, how to do it, because the way he is explaining it, I couldn't be able to explain it, but I'm a world champion. I know the game, but you explain like way better than anyone else. I think that you put 10 world champions together, you still explain it much better than all of us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I've learned how to explain it because I learned how to teach people that didn't know what was happening once it went to the ground, right? Because in the beginning, nobody understood the ground game, exactly. And I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, so when it goes to the ground, I can explain what's happening.
Very specific.
Yeah. Well, you have to be specific because some people don't know. Like sometimes I'll be watching with my wife at home. Like we watch fights that I'm not calling. And she's like, "What's going on?" And I'd be like, "His right arm is in trouble right now. Like, see where his elbow is? Now, if he can get his elbow past this point, he's fucked." I'm like, "Okay, now he's fucked." And then I would explain it, and I would say, "Now, what he's going to do is going to take his right leg, he's going to wrap it over the top. Oh, he's got it. Okay, he's going to cinch the left leg over the top. That's it. He's fucked."
You're the best.
Yeah, but you can't fake passion. Either you love it or you don't love it. And if you don't love it, you can't pretend. It won't work. No one's going to believe you. Like, if you're just a regular sports guy, say, like, you call hockey, and they hire you, you're going to learn about MMA, and you're going to call it MMA. Come on.
Come on.
You're not gonna be able to do it right because you got to do it like if I was calling hockey, I'm like, yay, this fucking puck went in the net. Woo. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if the puck goes in the net. It doesn't mean anything to me. But when someone gets your fucking neck, and you can see the guy's gonna tap it. That to me is life. That's everything. That is like, it's not just winning. You're not just winning. You killed that guy.
You can say that.
Yes.
I can see your passion.
Yeah.
Every time. Like even right now, I'm here. I feel your passion. That's the way I say it. I feel your passion. You're passionate about what you're doing, and that's something that I admire people like you.
Well, I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel that way. I don't have to do it. I don't do it for money. I just do it. I mean, the only person I work for is the UFC. Everything else I do for myself. Everything I work for myself. I'm self-employed, except for the UFC. But I've been working for them for 23 years. Yeah, 23 years. Yeah, and then before that, I did it 2 years before that, so it's 25 years total.
And when was the moment? I don't go too deep, but I want to ask you this. Like, when was the moment when you feel like I'm succeeding? Like, I feel that I'm having success. And what's for you actually success? Like, how do you describe it?
Well, I guess the goal is not even worry about success. I don't think about success. I think about what do I enjoy doing, and am I doing it the best that I can do it. That's what I think about. I don't think, oh, I'm going to make more money. Oh, I'm going to do this, and now I want this goal and that goal. I'm a process-oriented person. I think about the process of what I'm doing, and then the results come. So I think, like, what am I doing, and am I doing it the best that I can do it? And if I'm not, I better either quit if I don't want to do it anymore. If I'm like, that's why I stopped fighting. There was no money in fighting when I was fighting. There was no money. There was no UFC, and I was just getting brain damage for no reason. I was sparring and having fucking headaches every night. I was like, what am I doing with my life? And then I would also meet guys in the gym that would punch drunk, and those guys scared the shit out of me. Because back then everybody was stupid too. And like this is 1989. Everybody was stupid. They just beat the fuck out of each other. There was no like sparring, like technical sparring. It was just wars. It was just fights, always fights. And there was no future. And I
Still like that in some gyms.
a lot of gyms. Some gyms are intelligent, but there's a lot of gyms that are stupid.
I don't used to spar.
Really?
I don't spar. Only in training camps.
But I see you spar in training camps, so it's only in training camps.
Only in training camps.
So when you're not in camp, what do you do?
I do like, as I told you, sparring's maybe in boxing, but before I used to go like more crazy than now. Because before I had like more ego, I wanted to throw myself like I can knock you, I can submit you, I can do this, and I can. But once like you're winning fights, growing as a person, you're like, I don't need to prove anything here in the gym. I know what I'm able to do, and the competition is the day when I have to fight. And the fight, that's the day when I'm getting paid, and that's it. I'm not gonna damage anyone no more, because sometimes you knock people out, and then you go back home and you feel bad. You're like, I could not do it.
Right.
And he's suffering right now, and I sent so much people to the hospital. So much people to the hospital.
I'm sure I've seen a few videos.
Eyes open. Yeah. So much damage that right now I'm like, sometimes people come to me like, let's spar. I recommend you to know.
I recommend you to not. Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah. It's interesting, right? It's like your ego can help you because your ego is what makes you want to be great. But at a certain point in time, you got to put a leash on it. Yeah, you got to say, not right now, motherfucker. Not right. I'm letting you go. When I say sick 'em, then I'm going to let you off that leash. But not right now. And like that's Marcelo Garcia always used to say that about jiu-jitsu, that you have to open up your game in the gym and don't be afraid of it being tapped, because you got to be open. You got to take chances in the gym and learn and put yourself in bad positions on purpose, and you might lose training sessions, but that's not what's important. What's important is growing.
I see a lot of guys struggling with that. Like they don't want to lose in training.
Right.
You know, like,
Well, a lot of guys never develop a guard because they never want to be on their back. There's a lot of guys like that. They have no fucking guard, like, which is crazy. It's crazy. There's black belts out there that you get them on their back, they're like a turtle
because they don't want to lose.
Exactly.
They don't know how to lose. Like if you talk about how to get better, like
Yes.
how I don't put myself in this position.
But that's the fascinating dance of the mind that allows someone to become a champion versus someone to become just a good fighter. Like whether you can figure that out, like when to put your ego on leash and when to be able to look at yourself objectively, like what you're doing with separating all of your disciplines, I think is very important. I think that's a very interesting way that you put it because I think it's a very intelligent way to approach it. Like get very good at your boxing, get very good at your Muay Thai, get very good at your jiu-jitsu, but do it different, do it separately.
I like every week, every Sunday, I sit down and I do my schedule by myself. Like on Monday, I'm gonna do boxing. So
Welcome.
Then I'm gonna do afternoon. And
How you living, pimp? Just watching Joe Rogan.
How I feel, what I wanna work at, what I wanna work on. And
Going in reverse order, so it's some MMA fighter.
what I wanna do, what's not like
Yeah.
all the time. I'm gonna do this because I have to do it. No, I don't have to do anything. I choose to do it because I enjoy it. Every time
How's your day, big dog?
I enjoy it. I don't feel full because I feel I have to do it.
Waller, same here.
Outside of training time, I enjoy it. Even if I retire tomorrow, I will keep training like that. Because that's something that I enjoy. You said something very interesting before that. Like right now, I'm in the moment of my life where everything I do it because I enjoy it. I don't do anything to make anyone happy. I don't live a life.
33.
Just enjoy the moments I'm living.
33.
They're so important. It's to be satisfied
We're done.
with your life. So important to just
Yep.
do. It's so hard for me to just
Yes.
just like
Yep.
mistakes and slacked off, lazy, and
This is the best moment we have right now.
right now. This is it. Yeah,
This is who we are.
yeah, it is. It is.
No one knows what's gonna happen tomorrow. So
And you know what's really important? Hearing a guy like you say this, hearing a guy like you say this to young people out there that are listening, they're just not sure like how to approach life. Because the way you think about life and the way you decide to approach life can change the whole direction of your future. 100%. And so a young guy is probably listening. Guaranteed there are people, not just one, many young people are listening to you talk right now.
I'm sure that many people come to you like, Joe, tell me the secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, no secret. There's no bottom of the elevator. Like everything in life you get step by step. It's slow as the fastest way to get where you want.
I was talking to David Goggins about that. You know who David Goggins is?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking maniac. David Goggins said, there's no finish line. He's like, it never ends. You ever feel like you make it? I'm like, there's no finish line. That's bullshit. One day you don't think about it anymore, but you just, every day you're just trying to get better. And if you don't feel like that, it's not fun. If you're not really trying to do something difficult and aspire to greatness and just trying to do your best all the time, you're going to have satisfaction in your life. And
Some people think that like you accomplish something and that's gonna make you happy. That's a bullshit.
Well, you know, I think also there's the poison of social media, because social media poisons people to think that one day I'm going to make it. I'm going to be like Conor McGregor driving the yacht around. Like, those videos are so bad for you. Those videos of people like, look at me, look at my watch, look at my diamonds, look at this, look at my house, look at these girls, don't you wish you were me?
Everyone's showing you the best part of their life. No one is gonna show you how they are struggling, the problems they are facing on a daily basis. I mean, like, no one is gonna show you that. No one's gonna look, I have a pimple here in my face. I'm gonna use a filter to hide that.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good for young people, that's for sure, because they aspire to all the wrong things. If you ask young people today what do they want, most of them just want to be famous.
They want to be famous, and they think that money makes them rich. Your skills make you rich, not the money. If you don't have the skills and you don't have the mindset, you're gonna keep poor all the time.
Not only that, you're not going to have the satisfaction knowing you got really good at something. There's something about getting really good at something that gives you a deep satisfaction that's not available anywhere else. If you just win the lottery, those are the most depressed people in the world. They all go broke. They win the lottery, and then everybody wants money from them, and then they feel empty and hollow, and they don't know what to do with themselves. And now they don't have any goals because they have $100 million in the bank. They don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah. But in reality, they don't have any ability. They don't have nothing to enjoy with.
Right. I say that success comes from not worrying about money. Success doesn't come from making a lot of money. Success comes from now I have to think about that. Money is not the thing. Now I think about what am I doing? What am I doing? I want to be the best parent I can be. I want to be the best friend that I can be. I want to be everything I do. I want to do it to the best of my ability.
Have becoming the best person you could be.
Yeah, the best person. That's when I was a kid, my martial arts instructor told me this that I'll never forget. I say it all the time. Martial arts are a vehicle for developing your human potential. Through that struggle, through that difficult thing, you will learn how to be better at everything. 100%. That's what I think life is about, and that's why martial arts is so exciting to me. You know, people think, oh, you like violence. Like, that's not it. That's why I don't like slap fighting. I think it's stupid. Stand in front of each other, smack each other in the head. I want to see a guy enter into the cage fully prepared with skills against another guy fully prepared with skills. I always describe martial arts, mixed martial arts in particular, as high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences. That's what it is. It's problem solving with dire physical consequences. That's so cool. Yeah, that's what it is.
Most of them, they didn't understand what's behind a fighting game. It's not like only violence. You have to prepare yourself. You have to be smart. You have to work smarter than the other guy you're going to face. There's so much factors that it's gonna play out that day. So much sacrifices that someone has to make before getting inside that octagon. It's not only fighting. It's more than that. I don't know. I love that.
Yeah.
Most of the people before, they used to see fighting as something very violent in Spain. They hate it. Right now, it's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and they started to love that. And I saw that since the day I started, because I used to say to the people like 10 years ago in Spain, what you doing? I'm fighting. Don't do that. Start learning something. Start studying. Studying. Everyone chooses a career in his life. Someone wants to be a doctor, someone wants to be a constructor, someone wants to do this or that. I want to be a fighter.
Yeah.
And I have to learn to be a fighter also.
But by your example, by being a true champion, and by living the way you live, and by performing the way you perform, you will change people's opinions. And they will see it, and they will say, oh, this is different. This is not what I thought it was. This is something special. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's in the cards. Well, listen, my friend, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you very much. I'm a big fan. And I can't wait to see you inside the octagon again. And all the best.
Joe, thank you very much, bro. Thank
you very much. All right. Bye, everybody. Okay, so how has it gone? Has it been smooth? Has it worked well for you? Well, the math is on the blue, but I'm not sure really having a lot of
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, you fella. Good to see you. Wow, you're fucking dripping with diamonds, sir. What's going on? The road is good to you.
I'm just so empty inside. This fills the hole for like it's like you go by and and then you get home and go, I hate my life, I hate my insides, no spirituality, but I get to look at my emptiness on
Dripping with grabber diamonds.
I've ran out of shit to buy. So, there's nothing.
What kind of car you drive?
A Lexus IS 350.
Oh, those are fun.
It's
That's
nice.
a good car.
Yeah.
Never gonna break.
And it's so fast. And
Yeah.
it's. But this is how fucked it. Okay, so the two. Okay, I had the Lexus 350, right?
Right.
I went and I had it for 7 months. I went in to get it serviced, and I was kind of depressed, so I bought a different car. I said, I go, look, this is
That means we have a big problem. I mean, obviously, 70% is not clear, and Army Corps needs a long everything. Their organization goes, their task management goes, their mobilization goes, their hauling route goes. Their hauling route takes degree to certain depths. It's attached to Army Corps. If you're in a business of picking up trash, you have to go to the city.
Hey, we're up. It's not a good sign that the fights are still going on for the prelims. That must mean there's a lot of decisions. A lot of prelims, but also a lot of decisions. Like usually they time it out better because it's like 3:04 now, and this is 1:37 to go in the third round of Jai Herbert. Not ideal. No, but shit happens. At least they're not doing it at 5 o'clock in the morning. True. That was fucking ridiculous. If I was Leon, I'd be pissed.
What time was it in the UK?
It's normal time. It's 7 hours. Yeah, so it's nighttime there. Yeah, so it's like 10 p.m. right now. It's normal. Are they 6 hours in or 7 hours? I thought it was 7, something like that. But either way, it's nighttime there.
There he is. How you living, pimp?
He dropped the vicious head kick, and Ilya fucking starched him in the next round.
Big dog. How was your day? Are you ready? Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How's your day? Yes, we can hear you. All right, we've got Zoot here. Zoot, you're not going to say hello? What are you? Zoot. Zoot, are you impolite? No one heard. Zoot, you've got an invitation and we're waiting on you. Zoot, you better pay attention. You better be ready. We don't like to wait around. We're very quick players. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Yes, it was. Sets her up for this. Let's see if you break 20 this game. I need to practice with Zoot. Zoot, we're gonna get bowling in our rotation, no pun intended, because you need some work. That's what I'm thank thank you. Oh yeah. It's over, Zoot. We're very positive here, Zoot. We don't trash talk. Exactly. This Aquarius being quite yeah. Miss Aquarius is looking like diamond right now in comparison to Zoot's gutter ball. This this is a tough. That's right. I'll take it. Hey, Zoot, scoreboard. I have more than 3 times what your score is right now. Get it, Aquarius. She's got it. Oh, Zoot, Zoot, you shouldn't be even commenting on people's shots until you get your shots where they need to be. Oh, we're proud of you, Zoot. Oh, Ike, that was just hanging on the edge, and you got it. That was beautiful. Zoot, have you ever gotten a strike? Okay. Have you? Oh, that was terrible. Have you ever got word dog? That's okay. I came back. Nope. Oh, look at this shot. You got 2 of them. That's good. That was get it. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a close one with Miss Aquarius. Oh, we tied. I'll take it. You win up. Yes, ma'am. Zoot, are you going to break third? Going to. That's what we're going to do after this game. We need to get Zoot to improve. Zoot helped me improve in darts. Yeah. Zoot, mini Miss Aquarius, you've got the invitation, or you should. All right, we're going to send it again. You still don't have it? Zoot, we don't wait. Zoot, we'll just yell at you. No, you didn't even come close to winning. You almost got, though. You're getting better. You are not, Zoot. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. Cool. Yes, ma'am. Man, these splits are difficult. Get it. Oh, I didn't even get. No, you don't. You do. Apo- Apologies. That's what I could beat you blindfolded. What finger do you? What, what finger are you using? Your pinky? Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. There you go, Miss Aquarius. Hey, you got a split as well. These are hard. Oh, I see you. I see you. Beautiful, Miss Aquarius. That was get it. Oh man, that was beautiful, Miss Aquarius. Yeah, but you got the spare. That means you get extra points in the next try. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Wasn't bad though. I mean, you tried. It was right area. There you go. Oh, this is a tough split. It's a tough one. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, Aquarius. Oh, that's Zoot. Get it, Zoot. You got to, and you broke. Good job. Yeah. No, we both beat you. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. That's right. Get it, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius putting up numbers. 67. Six. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you got it. Great job, Aquarius. I win. That's right. All right. Absolutely. He'll come back. All right, Izu, you ready? Zoot, you have an invitation. We're going to see how long it takes you to beat me in this game. I've got the lead on you. Not good. Not good at all, Zoot. 4. It's very good. Oh, are you serious? Oh, it fell. Did you see it fall? That was hilarious. You got that right, son. They do. It's called Don't Throw a Gutter Ball. Dude, I have 3 times your score. Yo, pimp. Probably yesterday. Fortunately, I don't get many. I think it has to do with just being so sexy. Dude, you get a ton. Dude, look at the score. Two strikes in a row, baby. Get it, baby. How do you like that, son? Yeah, I don't care about that. All I care about is beating your ass. I mean, if I played enough, perhaps. I don't care about a perfect game. I just care about beating you. Yep. It's very fitting for you. Do whatever makes you happy, big dog. Get it. But I got a strike, so you don't understand how that works. I get like double points now. So that makes 28. Get it, baby. Get it. $116. Oh, for sure. Here we go. No doubt. Okay, did you win the lottery? Okay, I will allow that. Get these 3, Zoot. Oh, gutter ball. There you go. They call you in Australia? All right. Well, check it. They don't have those in the United States. Correct. Correct. No, you can't. You have to go to a store. Yep. At least in California. What'd you say? I think it's you buy it at a store, and you can buy between the hours of like 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. No win at all. Well, that's all right. You have an invitation. Zoot, we're gonna play this until you beat me. Isn't that tonight? You got 3. Did you know you can throw it like with spin on it? That's a good one. Hey, you got a strike. Good job. Yeah, because I'm sexy. No, you'll get your points now. There you go, 31. 48. Oh, fuck. No, because I got a strike. I can't believe I didn't make it. Get it, Zoot. This is a tough shot. Oh, get it. You almost got it. All right, Zoot. This one's for you, baby. Correct. Get it, Zoot. Yeah, you can. You've got to get this. Oh, you did! Zoot, that was an incredible shot. Zoot, that was an incredible shot. I'm going to say it again. That was amazing. Boo. All right, Zoot, you broke 50. I see that you have 3 wins. Have you ever won against a real person? I mean, like Aquarius, Audie, or me? No, you haven't. Nope, but I have more than you. And this is an easy there. And I missed it. Fuck. Yep, you meant to say position. Why do you keep saying killer? Do whatever makes you happy. Are you serious? It just hit both of them and split them? Get it. Good strike. Get another one. Get a spare. Seven weeks of losing to me in mini golf? Oh, phenomenal. When are you going to beat me at bowling? You get me. You got me in literati because I let you win. And you got every advantage in the world. Dude, you got all the S's, you got all the blank tiles, you got the Z, you got everything. Zoot, you have the lead. Oh, dude, Zoot. If you're going to beat me, this might be it. That was not good. I need this. Blue. Zoot, I keep getting 9. You're going to get stitches? Huh? For what? You don't make any sense, Zoot. Oh, sushi. All right, do whatever makes you happy, son. And then when you're done, come back here, and I'll beat you in any game you want. Get it. Zoot, 3 strikes in a row and you win. 0 for 1. Get a spare. 0 for 2. You got 35. Oh, no. All right, go get your sushi. Come back when you're done. You want to play Literati? You got it, big dog. Dog, you aren't beating shit. Toner. That was good. Don't. You said you wanted to play, so we're playing. Yo, pimp. I'm sexy. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say. Can you out-train a bad diet? Yeah. OXYGEN. What up, pimp? Am I retired? Date. That was good. What do you think? That was good. Cool story, bro. Amazing. Are you proud of the way that you played in bowling? You improved. There you go. Hawks and top. That's good. So, who's your favorite comedian? Excellent choice. Ha ha ha. Fizz. That's good. Okay. Dude, that was really good. Maybe what they have with Mark Wahlberg, I guess. Yeah, dog. Good vibrations. Oh, I guess Eminem. Yeah, it's from like the early 90s. It is also a Beach Boys song. Dude, I don't keep track of that motherfucker's name. I have no idea. Yo, pimp. I am. Yes, I was just thinking. I don't have that big of a lead on you. 50, 60 points is not that huge. To the strip club? 6 weeks? That's a long time, dog. I would just go back and I'd be like, all right, well, I'll be back every week until then.
Costello is a genius, and like a lot of geniuses, he has a really strong personality. A few years pass, and Costello's record label decides they want to broaden his commercial appeal. He has a fanatical following among those who know new wave music, but the label wants a big commercial hit, so they turn to the hit makers, Langer and Costello, and the two of them produce a record for Costello called Punch the Clock, which has a number of absolutely exquisite songs,
Mo.
including Shipbuilding, which Langer co-wrote with Costello.
Dude, you know that you love me. Word, dog. You love money more, though. Cool, dog.
I want to hear a little bit more about Punch the Clock, about whether those differences in perspective had any impact on the way the record turned out. No, it's not much. Punch the Clock was an attention. We had tension later, which I'm too tripped out. We didn't play that. Punch the Clock got quite drunk. I played it back really loud. He kind of freaked out, said it's all rubbish. It's terrible, it's terrible. And I said, calm it down a bit. Carried on. When the time comes to make the next album, Costello turns to
Yo, dog. What number is she? Good for her, man. I'm proud of her. Exactly. Dude, that's pretty big for her. I would be very proud of her. You're right. Why don't you sign up? What do you mean it's not your thing, dude? You just fucked some random chick or tried to fuck some random chick and were unable to at a fucking adult bookstore. What do you mean it's not really your thing? They didn't have a camera at that fucking place. They were no, but at the fucking adult bookstore, you weren't able to. Why is that? Okay. Dude, there are 5 tiles left.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system, blind trust, it can have deadly consequences.
Zoot, it's your turn. I can hear you typing. Just finished, dude. Just finished. Okay, good. How'd it go? Okay, what does that mean? Oh, okay. Was one of them getting your ass kicked in mini golf? You went with a dude? You went with a dude? Who does that? Goes to a male tarot reader or whatever. I didn't even know there were male ones. I thought that was like a female thing. No, I don't do that, but I'm glad that you enjoy it.
Starting us off this week is the debut of the college dramedy Overcompensating on Amazon Prime Video. That's followed by the second season debut of the Hulu drama Nine Perfect Strangers, starring Nicole Kidman. Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV Plus falls back to 8, and We're on Disney Plus slips back to 7 this week. The new Netflix drama Sirens debuting at 6.
Dude, quit with that bullshit, dog. You just fucked me up. That should be a straight up ejection. Zoot, you're up. You're up. Zoot. Big dog, you are up.
Welcome back to Mission 60. I'm your host, Dr. Papa, and today we're exploring Elvis's Teller's journey with D1T, which initially fell flat, but later revealed its brilliance. Costello's persistent reworking. This brings us to a broader creative concept. Economist David Gilson highlights two types of genius: precise innovators like Picasso and experimental ones like Cezanne. Through relentless refinement, uncover hidden brilliance over time. Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah is a prime example. Its true impact emerged only after many revisions. Stay tuned as we dive into how this creative process shapes our favorite art. Except on that same release, Costello includes a new version to purchase now. One of the songs in the original album, Hate So Much, gives it a new melody, placed by itself.
Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played Literati?
And it never appears anywhere else. Just on this random re-release by Microdisc Records, whatever that is. But I would never have heard it, except that my friend Bruce ran across it and played it for me. Bruce and I used to make mixtapes for each other. He puts this new version, D.O.T., on a mixtape for my birthday, and I've been obsessed with it. I'll bet I sing parts of it to myself almost every day. I don't really know why, but it might be one of my favorite songs ever. Can we play? Yeah. I'm in the pub with Clive Langer, the producer of the original awful version, D.O.T.'s Love. Strangely, he'd never heard the new obscure and amazing version of the song he produced so long ago. So I found it on my iPhone, and Langer leaned his head over the table.
Alrighty, Zoo, go get your sushi and then come back, and I'll beat you at darts.
It sounds like he's found the soul. He didn't know this time I did. That's what the song, because it's so fascinating. Yeah, I view in the moments.
It's great. It's great. Yeah, it's very, very, very good kicks. Big prospect. Real tall, long, lanky dude. But, you know, Ilya, that guy, he connects on anybody that goes night-night.
Oh, Joe, if you knew, I know you can't probably talk about it. Did you see Ilya's tweet where he's like, I'm not big news, you guys aren't expecting it?
Yeah, I don't know the news.
You have no clue.
No, I don't know. If I had to guess, he's probably fighting a top contender at 55. I don't think.
But that wouldn't be unexpected. You know what I'm saying? He's like, you won't see this coming. So it's not Makhachev, because we all assume that. Makhachev, I find Makhachev from 70. Ilya's walking around at 186, and he's made
Connor. That's crazy. Connor had to be in the testing pool for a long time. I'm not in the testing pool.
Isn't he doing bare knuckle, Connor?
Well, he's running bare knuckle. He's like one of
No,
those.
he's not gonna fight.
Yeah, he might get off a fucking margin powder.
Whatever the fuck, dude. He's also running for
He might. He might. I mean, I could see him
that
doing
would
it.
blow bare knuckle right.
Oh yeah. I mean, they'd have to pay. They'd have to pay
Him versus Jeremy Stevens. Oh my goodness.
Jeremy would have to win a couple more times, but Jeremy's back in the UFC.
No, Jeremy's undefeated.
El Matador has been. Oh, he's changed his nickname. So look, got a new identity. What now? So you won't believe it and get rid.
See, when we say you won't believe it, you gotta come with some shit.
Yeah, you got it, but that was wrong. That's March 6th. Yeah, where's today? Here's 22nd.
That's a UFC people like that. Enough yet.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Like, if a perfect matchup is Gaethje.
I think Charles Oliveira.
Oh, that's a great matchup. Yeah, that's a great matchup.
And now remember, he tweeted that before Gaethje's fight.
Right.
So I don't think it's Gaethje.
Oh, right. Oh, man, that's a nasty cut.
Horrible cut still.
Oh, boy. But this is the last round. I think the fight's over. It might be over, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
it's over.
Justin Poirier. No, Dustin's fighting Max.
He is?
I think so. It's a BMF shit.
Really?
I think. Double check that.
That's a great fight, dude.
Crazy.
The third go around.
At 55, and it's Max probably. See, I think Max should fight more at 55. I didn't like him going back to the first fight.
I think it's too much of a stroke. He got pretty big when he got up to fight Gaethje. He put the weight on right.
Fantastic.
He looked fantastic.
Like, we all remember the knockout of Gaethje in the last seconds there, but he was balling that one before.
Yeah, he was beating his ass. And it all started off with that jump spinning back kick to the face in the first round. He fucked up Gaethje's already fixed nose.
So that Max Holloway, the true Max Holloway at 55, was fucking Dustin for Dustin's last fight in New Orleans. Sure.
The thing is, you got to wonder, like, how much did that Ilya Topuria knockout take out of Max? True. Because that was a beating.
True.
Ilya's just so fucking he's so technical. Like, his striking, the way he's like bobbing in and moving, he's so comfortable with his head movement. You see, he's like a step ahead of everybody.
He's good at everything. And then people are like, oh, he's too small for 55. Like, he's actually, that narrative don't work. He's a big fucking boy.
Well, I think the 45-pound cut is Look, man, they should all stop cutting weight. That's the reality. Cutting weight is bullshit. It's terrible for you. They need more weight classes, and they need to stop cutting weight. They need to figure out a way to check hydration levels and put people in a weight class and say, this
Do they still do that in one? They do. One's backed off MMA. Like they have a big Muay Thai fight tonight.
They backed up MMA, really?
Yeah, they're really focused on kickboxing Muay Thai. I think in Asia it gets a lot of numbers, big time, and they put on fucking shows, man. Yeah, there's a huge one.
Huge one. Kickboxing and Muay Thai fights. I think the UFC fucked up when they went with slap fighting. I've been telling them forever, you guys should get into kickboxing. If you only like stand-up fights, it's not like the old days of kickboxing where they're boring, like PK, karate.
There's characters, man.
And the knockouts are fucking crazy.
Also, all your champs are coming from kickboxing.
Yeah.
Alex, Izzy, like it's some monsters.
Kickboxing with MMA gloves in a cage would be giant in the UFC. Just have a striking only segment of the UFC.
And Glory's coming back. Glory's doing a heavyweight competition soon.
Glory's got some elite fighters, man. I watch Glory all the time. It's fucking exciting, but nobody's watching it. Nobody knows who these people are.
You just gotta educate the crowd. Put the same amount of reresources you did in the slap fight into kickboxing.
It's right. And then
they're doing it with jiu-jitsu.
Right.
They're doing they play how many $1 million in jiu-jitsu? They even have more of a budget for it. They get a lot of it's Eddie. They put a lot of it into jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, Mikey Mitsubishi.
It's not mine. Yeah, it is. With UFC 5, no. With UFC 5, no. I'm saying that as far as making it popular, like EFI, all that shit, like that's. You were the one, I know we're boys, but you were really the one to navigate all that. The fight pass, that was huge.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Having the UFC get involved heavily in jiu-jitsu is huge. Are you still doing stuff with them?
Yeah, I have a great relationship with them. I think they're trying to put together some kind of like tough show now, like an Ultimate Fighter show, grapple, which would be cool because then you can like build a star from scratch.
And get to know the guys.
Exactly. Yeah, and you get people emotionally involved.
Because they exclusively signed Mikey Mushimeshi, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to get people to watch these reality shows these days. I think people kind of burned out on reality shows.
DC and Jail is shooting on right now.
They're shooting the Ultimate Fighter.
They gotta get on that, bro.
And when you watch that 90. I don't know where you watch it.
It's on ESPN Plus.
Is it? I haven't watched it forever. No, I watched the finals. To see how good the guys are.
Sure.
See where they're at. I watched Dana White's Contender Series probably more.
That's the best thing in combat sports. As far as like talent, like it's the best
because they're super hyped. They have insane motivation. They have this unbelievable opportunity. If they do that, they get skyrocketed.
And it's not like Ultimate Fighter, like where you can win based off grappling and just hold guys down and become champion UFC contract. Dana White Contender Series, there's dudes who win. He's like, nah, not excited enough. Yeah, so dudes go for low.
Yeah,
Sugar Sean came from there. So much.
A lot of people came from there.
Is it illegal to have a finish bonus in the UFC? Like you get paid whatever, $80,000 to show, $80,000 to win, and then another $80,000 if you finish the fight. So is that illegal?
No, definitely not illegal. No,
they do it now. With performance bonuses.
There's performance right now. Yeah, we got a little bit.
Or go gangster and go. You have show money, and then you get extra money, like double, but you have to knock them out or something.
See,
otherwise you just get to show money.
UFL does that. Everyone wants to have UFL.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, what's UFL?
What do you mean?
EFL?
No, UFL.
What's UFL?
UFLs were like Tony Ferguson, Dale Dennis's fight.
I thought there was GFL.
Yeah, GFL.
Oh,
yeah, GFL. Sorry. Yeah, there's PFL, there's GFL, UFL, something else.
But we're GFL. The one fight that I'm interested in.
Romero
and Musasi.
That's a great fight.
That's one fight that GFL's putting together. I'm like, ooh, I'll watch that.
Are they both over 40?
They're 100 years old.
Yeah, you're both 100. You're 79 years old.
I don't care. He looks fucking amazing.
Well, he's fighting bare knuckle.
Yeah,
too. Like I saw some promo with some giant dude he's fighting.
Did you see him box that slap fight guy?
Bro, that slap fight guy. When he jumped up in the air, I was like, I fucked up.
Just fucking jumped up in the air for no reason.
Like
right before he decided to beat his ass, he just jumped straight up in the air.
It's just some sloppy white guy. You see him
step forward.
If the UFC does kickboxing, they might as well just come out with a bang and go bare knuckle kickboxing.
It's not a bad idea. Take my money.
And that'll that'll get people to check it out.
Could you do it separate from UFC events, or would you do it like would you do it like one, where you have like MMA fights and kickboxing?
Mix it up.
I think you could do whatever you wanted, but you could definitely have a stand-up only show, and it would be huge.
Yeah,
that's where they break them up. They clinch against the cage. You don't allow them to clinch. Do it just like kickboxing does. Separate them. Like there's no ground fighting at all. Really? You think
we had kickboxing, no one watched it. We already had it. But when the UFC came out, all of a sudden people were into martial arts. And if we go, that's going back.
I don't necessarily see what you're saying, but look, the UFC does grappling events, right? The grappling events are pure grappling. Why not do pure striking events too? And MMA is always the best.
Well, it was when UFC grew up, it was UFC 2, correct?
Yeah.
Nobody watched UFC 1. They didn't know if it was real. There was no B-roll.
Right.
Everyone watched UFC 2. And did they get blown away and get hooked by it because of the striking or because of the jiu-jitsu?
Well, it was because it was
the jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
People didn't realize that you could fight on the ground. I thought fighting on the ground was for pussy.
But then it went mainstream for Tough One with stand-up, with Stephen and Forrest.
So listen, let's imagine that Ankalaev and Pereira fight an only kickboxing fight. Are you telling me that's going to be boring? That would be fucking insane.
Yeah, they already
kickboxing with little gloves.
Oh,
with MMA gloves.
If they're going to do it, I'd go bare knuckle if it was up to me.
Because the thing about bare knuckle, though, is your face gets obliterated. Yes, the slices, the
That's
cuts.
people want to see the blood.
The hands break.
People want to see it.
I commentate for Game Bread, where it's bare knuckle MMA, and seeing JDS and Alan Belcher and Roy, they don't punch the same. Right, they're a little cautious because they don't want to break it.
It's more realistic.
It's not.
It's more realistic.
Yeah,
It
is. It's just a different product.
What happened?
Starts in an hour.
Well, wait a minute. It's not Wilton. This is the bare knuckle.
That's the dirty body.
Oh my goodness.
That's our boy, Mike.
Is this
Perry.
bare knuckle? Is this bare knuckle?
It's bare knuckle. And this Hilton is tall with a giant tall.
This starts in an hour? Fucking throw that bitch on.
Come on.
Let's go.
Isn't that crazy?
Is that dumb? Who takes a lick and keeps on ticking better than Andre Arlovsky? Tell me about it. That dude's still around. He was the UFC champion in 2005, son. Wow, dude. 2005. That's 20 fucking years ago of hardcore combat sports in MMA. That is nuts.
Dude, remember how hard it was for the UFC even to cut him because they kept giving these young lions and kept beating him.
Yeah, he's
like, dude, just get out of it. It's like, no.
He's such a veteran. He's
so savvy. He sees everything coming.
Oh, yeah, man. He's been there, done that forever. Jan Blachowicz. So you were saying that Blachowicz got both of his shoulders reconstructed?
Both of them. It's been out 2 years. One shoulder's bad enough. But what's impressive about him is he was fighting with bad shoulders when he beat all these boys.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, how bad were they? Did they get worse? Yeah. Did they get worse injury? It's a bad injury because it's such a complicated joint.
Yeah, I had full-blown surgery. It was,
how's it now?
It's good now.
Stem cells? How's your back, your lower back?
My lower back's good, man. I got into that hip and still stretching. Remember I told you about that? That's huge. I do that every day.
That changed everything for you?
It makes it so that I don't need surgery because I'm supposed to go back for more back surgery.
Really?
I was supposed to do that 2 years ago.
For another disc?
Yeah, another one. But I'm delaying that as long as possible and, doing these stretches. Man, it takes about an hour and a half to do these stretches every day, but it makes it manageable where I could, tie my shoelaces without pain,
Yeah. Lower back's a motherfucker.
Yeah, so
whatever you can do to avoid surgery, man.
It's amazing. Look at Jan. First shoulder operated on before, so there's too much work to do with one, so they can fix both at once when the surgery soon. So when is this change?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Wow.
About 2 years.
That's crazy. And, no peptides, no nothing, because everybody is in this, goofy world where you're not allowed to take stuff like BPC 157. So stupid.
That's illegal?
Yeah.
Especially after surgery.
Last 3 months, 2 months, I started losing my power, my strength, 40% goes. I tried to do something with physiotherapy and doctors and try to fix it, but every training was worse. Yeah.
Now, remember, too, he's also 42 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, that's old. It's less old for the bigger guys, but it's still old. 42 for him.
Two shoulders at 42 are hard things to come back.
And Carlos Ulberg's a motherfucker. He's so fast and tall. He's so long.
It's such good matchmaking for Carlos Oldberg. Even though they think, prospect, I think he's 34, 35, but he hasn't really beat anybody of note. And then there's also there, but he hasn't really beat any of the top guys to get to this, so him versus Jan's fun.
And there's also his first fight. Like his first fight with Kennedy and Zichiku. Yeah. He beat him down. Like he was beating Kennedy up and then he gassed out and Kennedy fucked him up. Yeah. But that's a big fight because he kind of folded, down the stretch. Overamped at the beginning of the fight, burned off too much fuel.
Just experience.
It's
like Sean Brady in the main event. Like when they gave him the law, he just wasn't ready.
Right.
And then loses that and goes on a tear.
Yeah.
And like now he's ready.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes that mental coaching. Yeah. Too. How are your shoulders? Good.
Yeah.
Yours? Shoulders? Good shoulders. I tore my bicep every month ago, but I'm on.
How bad is it?
It looks weird.
Did you get it fixed or no?
Nah, man.
You don't have to get it fixed? Is it small tear?
Yeah, it's small tear.
Oh, okay.
I've just been injecting BPC. Name something. Just fucking.
Oh, yeah. Bro, BPC 157 with the TV 500 is amazing.
The best. Amazing. I started taking blue scorpion venom shit. Yeah, some scorpion venom, some venom. Name something. Anything someone offers me, I'm like, I'll try it out. The brand name is Venom or actual blue venom. They take venom and from peptides from a fucking scorpion.
Oh, shit. What does that do for you?
Apparently it helps with healing.
They say bee stings cures arthritis.
Sure.
If people get bee stings.
Well,
they have like serious arthritis, they get stung all over their fucking hands and it helps them. Blue scorpion venom.
What's the hell, dude? Yeah, they melt scorpions, dog.
Scorpion,
dude, I couldn't lift 3 weeks ago. I fucking. Who knows?
Scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much shit. I don't know.
Something's working.
Something's working, dude. I got back on the bench last week. No problems.
What is the scorpion stuff supposed to do?
It helps with healing. Like there's all sorts of fucking history.
Really? Yeah, dude. Do you inject it or you take it?
No, it's a serum.
Okay, so you put it on the muscle or you put it under your tongue?
No, you put it under your tongue. Every morning, every night. And I'm like, how much do they take? I'll take double.
Is there a side effect to it?
I feel, feeling awesome. Feeling healthy.
Does it make you feel great?
Oh, yeah, I feel great.
Wow. But you're doing a lot of stuff.
That's the thing. I don't know. And then I stumbled upon, was it methanol blue?
Yeah.
Do you take methanol blue?
Yeah.
Is that legit?
Yeah, that's not how you say it. What is the actual
methylene?
Methylene.
Dude, it's on me all the time. Yeah, do you want some?
What is it? I take it. It's
like what do you say, nootropic?
Well,
like
it's basically an MAO inhibitor. And it also has something that does something for your mitochondria. I'm not the guy to describe it, but Gary Brecka told me to take it, and quite a few other people told me to take it.
Yeah, I just stumbled because I take creatine for the neurological reasons and for muscle recovery.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking so many nootropics, I feel like I've leveled out. And then someone recommended this methanol blue, methylene blue.
Yeah, and that took you to another level?
Oh, yeah, I mean, 3-4 times a day.
Let's go. 3 or 4 times a day?
Yeah, I think
you're supposed to do it 1 a day.
What are you doing? I got too much shit to be done. Yeah, this one's great from diesel subs.
You're like a test rat.
Yeah. I think it doesn't work. I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Something's working.
One of them's
the full combo's working.
One of them's gonna work.
Now, with the UFC being involved in grappling, they're not thinking about drug testing anybody, are they?
I don't think so. As far as I know, no. Because none of the organizations test. Right. It's like, unless you're going to sign, which is starting to happen now because there's a little bit more money.
I need you to test.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. They're starting to sign people exclusive now because there's a little bit more money.
Yeah.
But unless you're going to test, unless every organization is going to test, and it doesn't make sense. Because then you have the guys who are tested at the UFC, who are fighting on Flow or at one or other events, who are fighting guys who are juiced anyway. So the whole reason to have testing is to have guys who are not on steroids compete against one another.
But if they came up with an organization that came up with the most money and said, "But here's the rules, we're going to go USADA."
Yeah, that would work. But the problem is that you need a business model where you can make that amount of money back.
Right.
Like just to pay for testing. Like most of the guys that are competing on like the undercard or like not even the main event guys, you're actually losing money testing them regularly.
Also dulls down the sport, but also when the UFC signs, like say Mikey Mushimeshi, is it exclusive? Can you not compete anywhere else?
So usually when they do exclusive, I don't know what his contract is, obviously, but usually it's exclusive, but they have cutouts for things like ADCC or like big world championships. Otherwise, it's hard to sign the guys completely
That's what I was
exclusive.
gonna say. You'd have to pay him the salary.
Like for example, if UFC signed like the exclusive, and then he wanted to do ADCC, but it's on Flow. Like a lot of times, the guys have cutouts for that, like big world championship tournaments.
It's cool
because it helps everybody.
Yeah,
like,
it's cool. Just build the brand. You don't be stuck there if you're not getting enough competition.
But like a guy exclusive to Flow or to UFC wouldn't be able to compete for like Flow grappling or one normally.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So is one still doing a lot of grappling? I know they got the Rutolos and Mikey's gone.
I think Cade's doing MMA now.
Cade,
Really?
yeah, he's 2-0.
Yeah,
He looks like a demon out there.
Oh,
Cade looks like a savage.
grappling. So
I love
better
him.
than everybody else.
He's fucking people up striking.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's like having a guy like that that's that elite with grappling and also young enough to learn striking and and just wild.
Dude, they
wild, aggressive dude.
Great work ethic. They gave him like a tough match after a second fight, one championship, like a tough fucking wrestler. He fucking annihilated this dude.
Is Gary Collins doing one?
Yeah, he was. His contract ended. He was doing some negotiations, but as far as I know, I think he's going back to. I'm not 100% sure.
Be great to see him. James, you bring up the one championship has a big Muay Thai fight, like huge Muay Thai fight, like one of the biggest ever.
So for everybody watching at home, the first fight is right about to start, and we are. Mark Goddard is waiting to kick it off. He's moving to the center of the octagon now. And it goes. And the time is 4:57, 4:56, 4:55, 4:54, 4:53. We're off. How do you say that? Shari. This is in London?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Tell me a little bit about these guys. I don't know much.
I didn't study this.
12-3.
Brendan?
I wish.
You don't know?
Oh, no, I know some guys. I got some things.
Who have you fought?
8 first-round finishes.
See?
That's really good.
Yeah, it gets crispy after this. But what I was going to say is I wish we were seeing John Jones Aspinall in London. Yeah, that's what we should have seen. But I think John's going to hold out as long as he can to make the most money. And then, which you can't be mad at, but also, Tom Aspinall, I think soon he'll be the interim champ for the longest ever over 500 days. That's not good.
No, that's kind of crazy. 500 days.
500 days is wild.
It's kind of crazy. And then John said he wants 6 months to train,
which is that's just negotiation tactics. Like he's not later for 3 years, and he took 2 years to get ready for heavyweight. Yeah, but I mean, John is so meticulous in his preparation. Like he worked with John, trained with him when he was getting ready for Stipe.
Yeah, we did the first camp. I was with him for like a couple weeks, and then Stipe got hurt. And then the second camp,
here we go. Someone got hurt.
He dropped him. Didn't see with what, but he definitely dropped him.
So,
but yeah, the second camp I was with him for like a full 6 or 7 weeks. So that was
And do you think Tom Aspinall's like John's going to get him down, John, as far as beating Aspinall's guard? Do you think it'd be an issue for John at all?
No, I think Tom would probably be trying to stand up. And Tom also has pretty good fast takedowns, so they can both take one another down.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Tom is going to be able to really do anything besides trying to get up on John.
Yeah. Trying with that amount of guillotine. He's been doing jiu-jitsu since he was a kid. It's rare you have a big guy who can hit. He's so fast too.
Aspinall, as a heavyweight, there's no one like him.
The only knock on we really haven't seen him is just his defense.
Yeah,
his head.
So the one MMA fight I did see him lose, he got heel hooked, and it was a pretty shitty heel hook that he tapped in. So
Aspinall?
Yeah.
When was that? I thought it was
a long time ago. It was a long time ago.
He did before the UFC.
Yeah.
And you got a heel hook for the UFC?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's undefeated.
It was a long time ago. It's obviously gotten much better, but it was a pretty shitty deal.
No kidding. Was it an amateur fight or was it a pro fight?
A pro fight, I believe.
Here's something to think about. Think if, for whatever reason, John decides he doesn't want to fight Aspinall, what the fuck do you do with Aspinall?
Right. There's no one.
The heavyweight division's never been worse.
It's never been worse.
It's awful. Like, there's Cyril Gahn.
Triangle right here.
Oh,
You're gonna pull that head down. He sticks to the head, just concentrates on the head. You might be able to get it.
If you would ask me a few weeks ago, I would say have Alex move up, but Alex just lost.
Yeah.
That was the bummer.
I heard that Alex fought with a broke. Here it is. Here's the heel hook.
Oh, it's actually a heel knee bar.
So here it is. Who's this guy?
So you see, he just scoops the leg from hash guard.
Tom was whooping his
And
ass.
Tom turns away instead of trying to face him. So it exposes the heel, and it turns into a heel knee bar.
Oh, weird.
With a heel hook, but it's a knee bar but with the heel hook gripping, so you can't turn back and be lost.
That dude's in some pub right now. I'm gonna beat that guy.
I beat the fucking champ. This guy keeps trying.
He's got to create an angle.
Well, he's got both arms showing it.
Yeah.
He's gonna go with the dead orchard.
Doesn't work.
It's never working MMA. Has anybody pulled it off in MMA?
Yeah, Elvis Citizen.
Oh, that's
He was the first one. He was the first one. That's why that's when no one really thought it was like no one really even noticed it. Because you're taught you only triangle your legs when there's one arm in, one arm out. Now when there's two arms out.
Right.
But his legs are so long, he armbarred Jeremy Horn, and then when you look at it, you're like, yo, he's triangling his legs and he has both arms in. Well, that's kind of a freak thing.
Yeah.
And we just thought it was a freak thing. And then Nathan Orchard and Brian Debs, two of my guys, they just started doing it all the time. They go, "Dude, we do this all the time." They're like, "Really? You know, triangle? Like, you gotta have long legs. You gotta have long legs. If you have short legs, you gotta do a Mexican dead orchard. That's what I do. You gotta do a lot of extra labor. There's a lot of extra stuff you gotta do to put
What's
up.
the Mexican dead orchard? How does it work?
You gotta do a lot of stuff. You gotta go invisible collar to muddy waters, and then Mexican dead. There's a lot of stuff. Because if you have long hair, if you're a heavy metal dude, if you have long legs, and you're on the bottom, depending on how you match up with the guy, he can get dead orchard. You can triangle your legs with his arms in a perfect defensive position. And they get that. A lot of times people get surprised, like, what the fuck happened? How did he triangle his legs? They don't understand, but if you have short legs and the guys like this, or just regular legs, there's no way you're going to be able to triangle your legs with both arms in. You need one arm in, one arm out. So with both arms in, the only way a Mexican or a Chinese guy could do a dead orchard is you got to have this arm down and this arm like this. Like this. Now I can triangle my legs. You got to do a lot of work. You got to get the hand on the mat, and then you got to get his elbow in. There's a lot of stuff. It's super complicated. Dead orchards are not the greatest thing for, and you got to be super flexible, and you got to put a lot of time into it. But if you have long legs, you should be doing dead orchards. It's by far the number one arm bar in the guard, no gi, and there's not even a close second.
Really?
I got one of my black belts says 84 dead orchards, and his student was a purple one has 34 dead orchards in competition.
Who was it? That many orchards?
Chris Vickers from 10 Planet Walnut Creek.
That's your baby.
And they have it all the goddamn time. Ben Maddy got Wilson Hayes, and in a combat jiu-jitsu match, he got him in a dead orchard. Wow. And Wilson Hayes is high-level black belt. He just fought Mighty Mouse for the title a month before. That's high-level shit.
Yeah.
But for girls proportionally have longer legs than guys and more narrow shoulders. So if you're a girl out there and you're fighting MMA and you don't have a dead orchard in your game, you're missing out. Girls can do dead orchards at a higher level or a higher rate than guys. For sure. It's because of the body type.
Who do you think has the best guard in MMA? Is it Oliveira or Paul Craig? Paul Craig's got a fucking pretty nasty guard.
Paul Craig's so dangerous. Well, maybe they can take him down.
Yeah. Right?
There's so few fighters with dangerous guards in MMA.
Right. Fabricio was one. There's three. Fabricio the Doom is the overlooked GOAT heavyweight.
I would say Paul Craig.
Yeah. Ankalaev and Kamario. He's got 2 world champions. Armbar both of them. Triangled and armbar. That's very impressive.
We got Gunnar
broke
Nelson.
Jamal's arm. Remember Jamal's arm was flopping all over the place. He was beating on him.
As far as jiu-jitsu, you like Devin Nelson on the card tonight, and then Sean Brady's in the card too. Sean Brady's black belt. He's with Philadelphia Gorilla. And Sean Borgman would like to come out, but he beat Craig Jones in competition. He did beat Craig Jones in a grappling match. That was one of them deals where you couldn't do heel hooks, though, right? Yeah.
I believe leg locks were illegal.
Yeah.
That's a little sus. But I mean, still, he's an MMA guy who fights at 170.
Well, he's a fucking beast.
No, yeah.
No, he's got like a turtle shell for a back.
No, he's a great grappler, which is why I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, his back is like triple thick. He's got like you hug him.
Sean Brady?
Yeah, his back is like extra muscle.
Did you see what they do? And Leon Edwards in the weigh-ins, he's like, I didn't realize how small he is. I'm just gonna have a strength advantage. You're like, oh, after that? Yeah, you're like, oh, buddy, oh, boy, you gotta educate yourself.
Well, Leon was saying at the weights is too small. I'm gonna take him out. Like, he might be shorter than you, but he's a fucking chimp. Yeah. He gets a hold of you, you got real problems. Remember what he did to Kelvin? Yeah, he manhandled Kelvin. Kelvin's a hell of a wrestler. Hell yeah. Hell of a wrestler.
No, anyone who fights Sean Brady is the strongest guy in the world.
Yeah.
They don't all his head.
Yeah. Joe Piper says it.
Yeah.
And Joe Piper's fucking huge. Huge. That's a guy we're like, how the fuck do you make 85?
Wow.
How do you make 85?
Gordon, in your opinion, what's the best leg lock for MMA? Best leg lock position. You're training someone who wants to learn leg locks. What do you think?
Well, for you guys, it's called the honey hole, but for us, cross Ashigurami.
Or inside Senkaku?
Yeah, inside Senkaku, yeah.
That's the best one, you think?
One of them.
And then, what do you think about putting it on the outside and going Z-lock?
That's great, too.
It seems like anything on the outside, it turns the guy and he really can't hit you. Because really, it's about being safe from striking. And 50-50, I think everyone agrees. You see 50-50 in MMA and it works, but you can still reach the guy's face, but you can't really hit him that hard.
50-50, you can get hit outside Ashigurami, or you guys call it
that's
double
the
outside.
worst.
You get hit.
Yeah, that's the worst.
But any like inside Senkaku, or if you pass like across, we call it inside Ashigurami, where you have that's how I finished Vicky Rod, where you have the legs triangle inside, but the legs pass to the outside, so you have an outside heel hook. That's great, but because everyone's braking mechanics are not up to par on outside heel hooks, it's harder to get catastrophic breaks on outside heel hooks. So for MMA, if you have good braking mechanics, like Paul Harris finished a lot of outside heel hooks, but his braking mechanics were pretty good.
Yeah.
The legs inside with the foot outside is best. Otherwise, just keep the foot on the other side and go for the inverted.
So if this leg was sweeping, this foot would be on the outside, right? Like this?
Yeah, so you have an outside heel.
We call that the Indian. Yeah,
yeah.
For sure. Yeah, exactly.
That's Gary heel looking
on the inside. Yeah.
But so it's hard for the guy if the guy can't hit you from here, he can't really throw any punches to your face.
Basically, anytime you reap, like which is that left leg going on the inside, makes it hard for the guy to hit. So most people think, all leg locks don't work in MMA, you're going to get smashed. That's not true. Some leg locks will save your ass. There was a fight in the UFC, some Brazilian guy, I forget, it was an Ultimate Fighter. He was on his back getting walloped, and the guy was like, had a horse stance on top of him against the cage and was going down. And that Brazilian just jumped on a knee bar attempt. And that saved him because now he can't, now that he's punching his ass. And then from the knee bar, he got knocked down on his back, on his butt, and then he turned around, jumped on his back, and choked him out.
Yeah, I don't think you're seeing a lot of heel hooks because a lot of guys just aren't very efficient at it. They're not focusing on it.
Ryan Hall was one of the first to come in and really do some damage with leg locks. He got BJ Penn pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. The number one determining factor with leg locking is, insofar as getting hit, is in order for the person to actually hit you, they have to come up on top of you and put weight onto you. So the number one determining factor is, can I keep this guy's head? If you're attacking and you're trying to punch the guy, if you can get your head over his head, you can hit with power.
Yeah.
So any leg locking position which doesn't allow your opponent to get head over head is what's going to keep you safe.
So basically, double outside ashi. What do you guys call it? Double outside ashi?
Just outside ashi.
That's the worst one.
Because the guy can come forward into you and get head over head.
Yeah. You either get that heel hook quick or you're going to take some damage.
But anything where you're reaping, which doesn't allow him to come forward into you, but they'll break his up leg if he stacks you.
Yeah.
And he can't get head over head, is what you should be looking for. If the guy can get head over head, then he can hit you easy.
You going over leg locks with John Jones? Is he pretty good at them now?
Yeah, he kind of just bounces around from thing to thing. Like, we're like, oh, I want to go some leg locks. And then, like, he'll teach me moves. Like, it's a darts. It's like a question on darts. And it just, like, it's like just ADHD, just bounce. That's how he learns. Like, he just bounces from move to move.
Yeah. The first time I met him, it was his first fight when he fought Stephen Bonner. And it was in Boston. And we were at a boxing gym. And I was just hanging out with you because you were taking a private with, who was the guy from Amsterdam that you were taking privates? It was either Shuki or Rob King. It was one of them. We were in some random boxing gym in Boston, and I was just sitting up on the ring.
It must have been Rob if we were in Boston.
Waiting for you to be done. And then no one knew who John Jones was. It was his first fight. He's sitting there, and he comes up to me and he asks for advice. He goes, "What do you think? You got any advice for me?" And I didn't know. And he was fighting Stephen Bonner. And I thought, oh, that being Stephen Bonner. So like I felt bad for John Jones. So what I told him is there's two kinds of wrestlers that come into MMA. Wrestlers that love jiu-jitsu and wrestlers that want to beat jiu-jitsu. I go, don't be one of those wrestlers who wants to beat jiu-jitsu. Fall in love with it. Fall in love with submissions, because the guys that want to beat it, they never last. They're eventually going to get taken out.
Also, wrestlers have such an advantage of being able to manipulate bodies.
The scariest jiu-jitsu guys, for the most part, are guys that wrestle their whole life, and then they fall in love with jiu-jitsu, and they love pulling guard and all that. It's scary.
Think about the guys John Jones submitted. Orga, Leoto,
Savage. How did that Stephen Bonner fight? Wasn't he like just beat the shit out of him? He was like throwing
that spinning elbow, beat the shit out of him. So remember when we talked to him? We talked to him to go into a big camp. Do you remember that conversation? And we were at the roof of the hotel. We were hanging out, and he was saying, "What do you think I should do?" I said, "You're too good. You need to be at a big camp. You need to be around killers. You can't. You're so good. You're gonna get by a long way on your own." I go, but you need like high level coaching. Like you're a world champion. Did you recommend Jackson's still? I did not. He found Jackson's. Yeah. Well, Jackson's was huge at the time. Yeah. So many SP. It's such a great gym. You can't go wrong with those guys. And Greg is just such a great mind for strategy. And wait till John was a legit kickboxer. John's a legit kick. He fought Johnny Terrio. Oh yeah. He was legit. Michael John's a legit striker. And then you got all those other people over there too. It's like such a killer lineup. I was there during John's heyday. Yeah, you were. Yeah. I think his heyday's still going on, man. Especially at heavyweight. We just don't know. He's not active. Yeah, it's really just one fight, man. There's one fight, and then after that, they gotta scour. Here's the thing: even if John hollyrocks Tom, which I think John would be that fight, but let's say John beats, isn't that crazy? And then retires. All right, Tom Aspinall's still gonna dominate. Right, he's gonna beat him. You get Francis to come back. Because Saudis come along. Come on. Saudis come along with that. Francis is gonna fight Wildback. Big back. Yeah, let's go. So I gotta do it. Good John Jones story. That nobody knows, because I was pouring into that fight, his last fight against Stipe, and we found out that Trump was going to be there, and for probably a solid 15 to 20 minutes, while he was warming up, like 15 to 20 minutes, he's getting ready to go out to fight for the belt. Probably 20 minutes of that warm up was him just practicing the mechanics on how to do the Trump dance. We looked it up. We YouTubed it, and he was practicing the Trump dance in the locker room, getting ready to dance. How confident are you of victory? Well, you're already practicing your victory dance. Pretty confident. And the best is we were all for it. We're like, no, the hands got to be a little bit higher. We were coaching him through it as he was doing it. Oh, I was laughing so hard. And I forget, spinning backwards to the body. I never told you this, but I was actually there. You were there? I flew in with the guys from CPI. Why didn't you tell me you were there? Because you're so busy, you know what I mean? And then I was with a big group, and what am I gonna do? I'm like, you know what? You got so much shit going on, and so Ed Clay from CPI calls me up and goes, "Hey, you want to go
you want me to pick you up in my private jet and go to see Tyson fight in Dallas, and then we fly and go see John Jones fight?
No, that sounds terrible. No, I hate fun. I need better friends.
No one actually said no. Did you really? My kid had baseball. My kid had baseball all weekend. Baseball. So I said, damn, because he asked me. This was on. We were gonna leave on Thursday or Friday morning or Thursday, and it was like Tuesday. And I'm like, yo, what? No one's ever asked. I've never had that offer ever. Let me go pick you up in the private, pick me up in Van Nuys Airport, and then we go to Dallas, and then we go to New York, and I said, dude, I can't. And then I told my wife, and my wife goes, "Are you fucking retarded?"
That's a good wife.
You call his ass back, you fucking go. And I go, okay. The kids I call back, I said, my wife's making me go.
They play a lot of games.
Yeah, especially his son, travel ball.
Yeah. And you know, to be honest with you, dude, I've been to a million UFCs. Like, I'd rather watch it at home or with my buddies, because we have UFC parties at the gym, and you know. That's funner to me than to see live, to tell you the truth.
This is my favorite way to watch fights.
But when we were there, dude, I was just watching the whole Trump thing go on. You see RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. Was Emo there too?
Yeah,
dude. And I was just sitting there going, fuck, you're there. I'm like, dude, this is a good time for the deep state to fucking send a missile to Madison Square Garden. There was like
47 checkpoints.
It was good. That's their shit. And then I see Trump come up. I saw the whole fucking thing. Trump walking straight to you and gave you a big fucking hug, and he's whispering sweet nothings in your ear. I'm like, holy, they're like, this shit right here. Like, I was like, what the fuck? He goes right to you, man. Look at that. He didn't want to talk to John Attic. He just went right to you.
He knew you were ready for the fucking handshake pull. So he was like,
he went like, this came to give you a hug that time.
Dude, look at that. And what did he say?
He gave DC that. Basically said, I won the election.
Yeah. How crazy is this? Right?
Very interesting times.
And then John Jones wins and then does the dance.
That was crazy.
Dude, that day was insane. That day was insane. For the world. That's like world history shit.
Yeah, it was.
They put that all of that in some book.
But all other athletes started doing the Trump dance after that.
Yeah,
a lot of football players were already doing it. A lot of fucking That's amazing.
That's the coolest shit.
That's amazing. John Jones, the GOAT.
Yeah.
No, the GOAT now.
No doubt. Right?
Yeah.
No, that's
It's silly when people always do that.
If he beats Aspinall, everybody has to shut the fuck up for that.
They need to shut the fuck up even if you're a weak ass. Yeah. Look at his resume to light heavyweight. You gotta realize he went through that whole fucking span of fighting the best of the best that light heavyweights ever had to offer.
Look at the
fucked up
line. I think Tom Aspinall was a slight favorite. That's
he should be.
Look at Marab over Sean.
Yeah.
Ooh, 350 win.
Tom Benson at the end of the first round.
Are they doing? Is this real? Are they doing Marab and Sean again?
Is it just a website taking action?
Yeah, they're taking bets already. They are, huh? When does that happen?
I don't know, but
That's gotta
that
be
Islam,
July, right?
Yeah, probably. That Islam criteria. The Islam it's happening. Wow. Islam going to 70. Is he?
Yeah, interesting.
Oh shit! He's got to do it, Trump. You know, Trump has never been drunk ever in his life. Can you imagine if Trump was drunk on Twitter? Can you imagine the drunk tweets he would have said?
Trump doesn't drink at all.
That. The only baby. She's like
amazing.
Top female
I just
grappler.
don't recognize her all dolled up.
Yeah.
She's amazing. I saw her Mackenzie Dern bout.
Holy shit. Dude, the first time I saw her, she was an EBI. She was a purple belt, and she went against, her first round match was against Talita Alankar, who was a black belt world champion. I gave Talita, like, oh, you're going to get a purple belt, you get the low seat. So it was like an easier, and I'm sitting there, and I'm roughing. And I'm like, oh, Talita's going to kill this little Irish girl. And dude, Fiona was all over her, took her back, and almost finished her. I'm like, oh my God. And the only reason I put her in there was because Keith recording it. He sent me a message with, yo, there's this chick, Fiona Davis, you got to throw her in. I go, okay, whatever. I'll take that advice. But Talita ended up winning. She ended up getting her back at the end and winning. but it was scary for a second. And that was
as a purple belt.
As a purple belt. She almost beat a world champion.
This dude looks like he's had a hard time.
He's tatted up like machine.
Yeah. I don't hate this guys. So we'll see what happens in that one. There's a lot of good fights coming up. I'm wondering whether Miami could with Topuria, but I like what you were saying. Topuria versus Oliveira. Oliveira,
The first introduction at 55 is kind of this.
Oliveira's so tall, so dangerous everywhere, dangerous striking, huge reach advantage.
But if you're Topuria, you're not going to go up to 55 without some sort of guarantee. Because remember, he's giving up the belts. He's not getting pay-per-view points.
It's his idea.
Well, because the weight cut's too tough.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Really?
45 is too tough for him.
But he's been doing it and winning.
He's just sick of it.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Apparently that last cut was really tough. His team's like, all right, no more.
Wow.
But
So what is he
you're not going to give up the pay-per-view points and just dip out and then just go into the queue at 55.
What was he weighing when he was fighting 45? What was he walking around?
They were saying like 180 between 170. Yeah, big. Like that's the thing. It was like, oh, it's too small. 55.
Yeah, but those guys are real big. Like Islam's huge. When I stand next to Islam,
How about Gleason Tobacco? Cut to 55. That guy walked around at 250.
That was back in the day. That was back in the day.
I think he has the. I think that dude has the record for weight cut.
Anthony Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Johnson. Yeah. I don't know how Alex ever made 85.
Who? Right. Herrera. And then we fight at 225.
And how about DDP? He's fucking huge.
Huge. Yeah, he's
so
huge.
big.
I've
So
been
big.
seen him in person.
Oh,
I said that to Alex when I was like a Jack 230, and he like dwarfed me. And I'm like, how does this guy cut me? Like he was bigger in every match. He was bigger. He was longer. He was thicker. Like it was just.
They say he fought with a broken hand and norovirus against Ankalaev. He fought with a broken toe before. When he beat Yuri Prohaska, he had a fucked up knee. Like when he went and he tumbled at the end of the fight, that's because his knee wouldn't support him. He was basically fighting on one leg in the first fight. Then he gets surgery. I guess it's probably meniscus because he came back pretty quick. Walk around weight 231. That's crazy. And he looks 231. You stand next to him, he looks like a heavyweight.
He goes 205.
Oh, easy. Easy 205.
And the strength for it
Holy
too.
people. Yeah.
Get you some.
He's a scary dude. Because he confused everybody. Everybody's like, oh, this guy's all awkward and shit. He's going to get pieced up.
Like, we watch so many fights. I see his style. I'm like, yo, he's going to get exposed eventually.
Well, I think
and then you just
also,
see him, you're like, what the fuck?
when we saw him early in his career, he did not have a nose. His nose was
Cardio is bad.
Yeah, his mouth was wide open all the time, and then he got that nose fixed. And then, I remember when I got mine fixed, I was like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? It was like 10% more cardio.
Yeah, his coach came out with that. He's only doing that 6% capacity. Just
Had his nose, man. Yeah, I believe that.
and then he got it fixed. That motherfucker's unstoppable.
Rockhold just did something online where they did a scan out of his nose. It's all gone. The whole nose is just completely clogged. Because it's like your ears. You get cauliflower ear, that shit, the same thing happens inside your nose. It's the blood pools up and it calcifies and you just get rocks inside your nose. Your nose is just a big fucking closed, like a tunnel that caved in on miners.
I had mine fixed when I had my tonsillectomy.
Yeah?
And I had like the stents up there for like a week. But,
I feel like you got a good nose for fighting. Yeah, like no homo, you got like a button nose, like cute button.
I appreciate
cute
that.
button, right? Doesn't he have a good nose? So does that. Yeah.
Has anybody thrown a lot of money at you to try to get you to do MMA?
Yeah, I was offered 7 figures.
Really?
To do like bare knuckle MMA.
Oh, bare knuckle. Was it Masvidal's thing?
I believe so. It wasn't Masvidal who reached out. It was somebody else. I think it was maybe through Refresh. Reached out and it was somewhere around. Wow. Yeah, I watched that. But it was like I was getting ready for ACC time. Right? It was like,
Yeah. You were going to do combat jiu-jitsu. It was going to be him against Fabricio Verdun, combat jiu-jitsu.
Whoa.
That was happening. That was happening.
Take my money.
Fuck yeah.
and I tore my LCL.
Yeah.
Against Joe.
And then Fabricio got hurt too. So they both dropped out. But it was going to happen. We had flyers and everything.
Fabrizio's in GFL.
GFL's got everybody. Chris Weidman's like, I'm retired. The GFL called him. I was like, I'm unretired.
Back in.
Like
Dude,
that.
they're fighting at the end of May with the arena by the USC down there. It's end of May in LA.
What kind of testing they got? Multiple choice?
Don't be hungry. What's this testing you speak of? But dude, they got old guys. Don't
Be
test them.
cool.
Don't test
Be
them.
cool.
Nice.
The WWE. Yeah. Let's go back to the old days.
We got Dylan Dennis, Tony Ferguson. I like it though.
Ooh, that's good.
It's a good fight.
I saw that poster. That's got to be fake because there's zero chance that was that lightweight.
Here it is.
No chance.
But remember,
their weights are
different.
different.
The weight cut's different.
What is
10 pounds. So they can agree to fight at a weight that they're both comfortable
a
at.
legendary lightweight matchup.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
lightweight's
but
different.
it could be 65.
Yeah,
But there's no way he makes 60. He could like barely make 70.
Really?
Like 170 when he's in shape for ADCC.
What is it? Their weight classes are different. We pulled it up the other day. Like middleweight is 200 pounds.
Uh-huh.
So maybe.
Oh look, I posted right there for the river comments. Dylan making lightweight.
Well, let's see. We'll pull up GFL weight classes, Jamie. I think they're definitely different.
They're different. So if Tony goes, hey man, I feel good at whatever 168, 170, and Dylan agrees, like, I'll fight you at 170. Then we'll fight
Well,
170.
Dylan wasn't even making 170 when he fought in Bellator.
50-50 revenue share.
He would fight a catchweight.
Athletes get a fair share of the revenue generated from events, ensuring their success is directly linked to the league success.
How do they determine that?
50-50,
50-50 once they get over, once they get in the positive. But then also, like, how do they know who's moving the needle? If they all get it, they all get 50-50? Yeah, they all get it.
Okay.
They split them amongst the
Just
fighters.
Google GFL's weight classes and see if a website explains it. I know, but I don't think they have it
So
on
if they
their
split
website.
the profit,
Another,
that's different. If they split the profit, what if they don't make any profit? Then nobody gets it. But then what's dope is, like, let's say Gordon was going to fight and brought in a sponsor, and then they want to sponsor the entire thing. He gets 20% of anything.
See, featherweight goes up to 55, lightweight is 65, welterweight's 80. So how's Dylan Dennis?
That's what I'm saying. There's zero chance.
He's big.
When he fought in Bellator, he would fight a catchweight. It was 175.
I like their light heavyweight, 225.
I wish they had that one.
They
Maybe
should
he's in the best shape of his life.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe got
Didn't he fight in KSI in boxing? So should he be in shape?
I just pulled out.
All right, well, that's
I'm telling you, there's no way going to
How does KSI pull out against Dylan Dennis? Like, Dylan's not a boxer. KSI's a pretty good boxer. Yeah, he's legit. Like, for those kind of guys,
yes.
You know, he's a good boxer.
For that class.
Did he fight Tommy Fury? Or was he going to?
He was going to, then something happened, right?
I think. But KSI looks legit to me. Like, out of those guys.
For the influencer stuff,
yeah, he's legit. He's got hands.
Yeah.
But Dylan is not a boxer. So it's crazy that he would. You'd think he could be not even at his best to take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe got hurt. I'm not sure. I just saw something that he pulled out on me.
Video here.
Oh, he got real sick? He got some new coronavirus?
Yeah, there's a free strip on.
Oh.
What's that, these guys?
See what he's saying? Put it on where you can hear him.
What is going on? And honestly, I've never been this ill for this long in my life, and I hate it. I feel useless, and it's depressing. I feel like I've let so many people down. I haven't been able to post any YouTube videos to help promote the fight because I've just been feeling some shit. I'm just sick of being sick, man.
Okay, sick. Sounds legit. The free strip does it. I've been sleeping with mouth tape.
Take your mouth shut?
Yeah.
So you just breathe through your nose?
Yeah, game changer. Game changer.
Is that for snoring?
It's not just for snoring. It's like you feel better when you wake up. You feel more rested.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's amazing. I love it. I just started doing it the last 2 weeks.
How does it work? What does it look like?
I just put a black, it's called hostage tape. I put a black piece of tape over my mouth.
Is your wife
She wears it too. Yeah. We're both hostage.
You're both like, good night, babe.
Yeah. Give a kiss for her.
You just use any tape or is it
No,
special
it's
tape?
special tape for mouth tape. There's a bunch of companies that make mouth tapes. So this company hostage tape.
And it doesn't fall off.
No. It has before, but I keep an extra one by the bed. If it falls off, I slap it. When I get like this much stubble, I kind of have to shave. Yeah, so it sticks better. When you like you have a little bit of issue with the beard, you know, but it wouldn't stick that good.
That's why Hitler did his mustache that way, so you could feel gas mask. That's real.
No.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Jamie looking up.
Is that real?
Yeah, no shit.
Apparently, he was gassed pretty bad in the First World War.
Yeah.
So he like despised.
And that's why he did that mustache.
Oh, it's real.
That's real.
I don't know if that's real, but apparently he was gassed pretty bad in the First World War.
Yeah, mustard gas.
Bro, that first World War was nuts. First time they decided to use giant fans and gas people. Toothbrush mustache fan associated instead of originated from military order trims large mustache facilitate wearing a gas mask.
Go down to the military order. During his service in the Bavarian Infantry Division, Hitler was ordered to trim his mustache to ensure a proper seal of the gas mask. Wow. Then you got the Michael Jordan mustache.
As a fun fact for today.
Wow. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's the only guy that ever pulled him up.
Ever.
One episode shit. Like, that's cool. You're cool. In a commercial. You're Michael Jordan. That's
It's
cool.
just funny that that mustache is gone forever. You know?
Didn't he fight
Where
the
the
front?
thing is
Wasn't he
gone.
like in the front line in World War One?
Oh, yeah.
He
Yeah,
was-
gas. Mustard gas.
And he got fucked up, right?
Yeah. And that's when he decided to run for it because he thought he was saved by God. Because
You know what's the craziest thing about the gas thing? The guy who invented Zyklon A, which became Zyklon B, which they killed the Jews with, that guy, Fritz Haber, who was a Jew himself, he originally, when he invented this, he also invented the Haber method for extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere. The Haber method is responsible for 50% of the nitrogen in most people's bodies. Because the Haber method of extracting nitrogen made it so they could fertilize all kinds of soil. So he invents that, and he also invents this gas that kills everybody at the same time. So,
and there's no odor, right?
Well, Zyklon B, there's no odor. Zyklon A was invented, I think it was a pesticide. And the idea was the smell was so awful so that you would recognize when it was there and you'd get the fuck away from it. Then Zyklon B, they got rid of the smell. But when they were gassing the troops, he was being wanted for crimes against humanity, for war crimes. At the same time, he was going to win the Nobel Prize for inventing the Haber method. Wild. And then when Hitler takes over, the Jews all get kicked out of Germany. And he's kind of sort of privileged because he's a part of the administration, but then he gets ostracized and he winds up having to be and winds up being exiled, and he dies on the run.
He died on the run?
Died on the run. Died running away from the Nazis. Jesus, man. Yeah. Wow. Crazy story.
Dude, have we talked about the JFK files?
Not yet. No. I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I don't know anything like groundbreaking. Nothing, right? Nothing that I've seen so far.
He followed that page on Instagram. It's called Real News and bullshit.
Yes.
They posted something about it.
Oh, yeah?
They posted, it was like, I think it was like 2,000 pages or something, and they posted like the key takeaways. I read a little bit about it, but I kind of just...
It's kind of like confirmation that it's like Mafia, Israel, and the CIA.
Well, I read one thing that the CIA, within a week or two, had dismissed the idea of a single shooter. I read one thing. But no, it was more than one shooter. Like, this was the yeah.
It took them a week to figure that out. Weren't they involved?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. What part of the CIA? So, like, if you're involved in killing the president, you're not telling Mike down the hallway.
It's a small group.
You know, you're an enormous fucking office filled with thousands of employees. It's not like everybody say, hey, get a meeting. That Irish guy? Fuck him. Yeah. You know, we're going to take him for a ride through Dallas and shoot him in the fucking head. Good.
Did you hear that phone call from Lyndon B. Johnson to the wife?
Yeah,
to the wife like a month later?
Bro, we're fighting on sight. They were fucking, huh?
Wasn't that after she was slapped? But that was after Kennedy was dead. After. Yeah. A month
He's
later.
like, how you not going to say goodbye? Next time I see him, I'll give you a slap and then at Christmas. She's like, you better. I'll wear the rouge or whatever. He's like, you better. Oh, bro. I think everybody was fucking everybody like that. I think they were wild people. Yeah. Nobody, no social media. No one's a snitch. They all just, I mean, everybody knew that Kennedy was fucking everybody. It was all the press knew.
Didn't he have an affair with Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, yeah. And the other two. And the brother, she was fucking both brothers, dude. And that's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Yeah. That's not a conspiracy. Fact. That's probably why she got it. She probably started writing a memoir. And they're like, that's a wrap. Yeah, they said the brother, the pillow talks about fucked her over. Because he'd fill her in all the shit. And then John F. Kennedy, bro, what are you doing? Really? They're both fucking, yeah. Hilarious. People are wild out there. Wild boys. No accountability. Get away with it. And if you're the president, like, that's the reason why the presidents wanted to fuck. Despite rumors and speculation, no definitive proof of the affair.
Oh,
What was this, Google, Jamie?
This is it's a reputable news source.
You didn't see the documentary on Netflix?
Definitely no. Yeah, I mean, no speculation. Let it go.
The JFK stuff kind of just confirmed what kind of they live in conspiracy theories. Like, yeah, we said it was CIA, Assad.
It's going to take a while for the nerds to really go through it and figure it out. Has she been through it? She's too busy with the Macron thing. I watched 2 hours of that today.
Have you seen her?
Macron's a man. Yeah, Richard Macron's a man.
She got you.
Yeah,
she got you.
Candace got me. She got me hook, line, sinker.
Dude,
I was eating breakfast there.
Yeah, I do.
I was eating elk steaks, watching Candace Owens on my YouTube.
I love her. Did you see?
Like, this is crazy.
Have you dived into Harvey Weinstein shit?
Yes, I watched the first episode of that. Crazy. It's crazy. So you can't believe I'm on Harvey Weinstein's side.
What?
Crazy. Like, I thought he was like guilty of like heinous crimes. And then you listen to it and you're like, wait, what? What is going on?
When they go through the actual affidavit, like what the girls accusing for, you're like,
yeah, also the emails back and forth with the girl. Yeah, she was talking about his testicles. He doesn't have them. Like, there's all these like things that should have like completely thrown out a lot of her claims. Like, she was talking about he made me like hold his balls or something like that.
He doesn't have balls.
Doesn't have balls. His balls are like literally like inside of his thigh.
When he's like 30 years old, they have to get rid of them.
He's got a terrible disease. So it's like gangrene of the dick.
Oh.
Have you ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Oh, he's got this crazy disease where your dick is basically like rotting off, and which is kind of crazy for a guy who's like obviously a sex addict. Your dick starts rotting away, and then you still whip it out. You're whipping out a zombie dick. Like, it's a mess. It's a mess.
What is that actually?
Prosecutors revealed to the jury that Weinstein underwent surgery in '99 for Fournier's gangrene, which required doctors to remove some of his scrotum. That surgery caused pretty noticeable scarring because of an infection. His testicles were actually taken from his scrotum and put into his inner thighs.
So you go through the reports and like, yeah, he made me suck on his balls. Like,
well, that's a problem. Whoa. There's a lot of problems. The lady was a grifter. The lady allegedly, and it was going back and forth from rich guy to rich guy, trying to get things happening, and Harvey put her in a few things. That was Harvey's move, apparently. He put you in a few things, but like Whitney told me that he would make deals with ladies, like, look, suck my dick, I'll get you an Oscar. And they would suck his dick, and he would get him an Oscar. And like, this is the thing where everybody thanked him. Thank you, Harvey.
That actually happened.
Yeah.
He gave an actress an Oscar.
Well, he didn't give him an Oscar. He gave him an Oscar award-winning role in a Miramax film, which is going to be a blockbuster film, which pretty much gets you real close. And then there's the influence of it being a Harvey Weinstein movie. He was the king at the time, and everybody followed his lead. Like, when, you have big movies like Pulp Fiction, those kind of films that Miramax produced. They produced bangers. You go back and look at the Miramax library, banger after banger when Harvey Weinstein was, because he couldn't drink it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the wildest movies from the wildest dude. It was clearly a sex act.
And he's like, if you want to be a lead in Pulp Fiction, suck these balls in my thigh.
I mean, he just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. If this happened in the 80s, it probably would have thrown it out. Yeah. But in the Me Too movement, it was a hot witch hunt. There was a lot of people that got deep shit.
Dude, look into the dude from that 70s show who's in prison for life. His appeals coming up. Look into that one.
Really?
Bro.
He had that was like three chicks, right?
3 chicks. And if you look at the appeal, it started off with, oh, he raped me and drugged me, and then it went to, he held a gun to my head. Like, they keep changing their stories. That one's wild.
Yeah.
That one's wild.
You've been following the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively thing?
Bro, Blake Lively, talk about ruining your reputation, and Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, they fucked up. Ryan's trying to get out of it now. He's trying to get out of the lawsuit. And they're like, you were a key part of this.
This is what you get, though. This is what you get, trying to fucking ruin a guy's livelihood by using the Me Too movement.
Because they were trying to take over the movie.
Yeah.
They were trying to take over the movie and the whole franchise. He owned the franchise.
They're fucked.
The whole thing's crazy. They're fucked. And he's suing the New York Times. And he's got a great case there,
hard
too.
to pay. But that's what it takes.
That's what it takes.
It's like Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
He said, all right.
Yeah.
He did for the boys.
Exactly.
You got to do it. You need real motherfuckers to be like, nah, man, I ain't going out like this.
Yeah, especially a guy like that. It was like, no one was being like this really sweet, nice guy.
Yep.
And then it's like, all right, good enough.
He posted the receipts. He's like, oh, remember our tech exchange?
How about she told him to come into the dressing room while she was breastfeeding? And then part of the complaint was that he came into the dressing room while I was breastfeeding. Like, you literally have a text exchange back and forth. They just never thought that anybody was going to come out with the receipts.
Because no one's ever done it. Because everyone's just
Because everyone's scared. Yeah. Because Wild Reynolds A-list, Blake Lively A-list, like, don't do the Queen's Queen.
Plus, you're showing that you can use this here for this is 41 days, which is 7 weeks in order.
No, I'm going to take a pill for
I'll wait for you to take this one.
We're going to miss you.
Cool if you grab me a Coke, right? I got you.
Go grab a Coke, Eddie.
What's it got there?
I did. I haven't seen that up there yet.
2, 3. Oh, there's not, bro. It's Gordon Ryan belt, motherfucker. Right there. Prominent position. Yeah, that looks awesome.
You two pulled up in some shit today. Your new car, that fucking truck. Jesus Christ.
I haven't seen that car. What is it?
Oh, it's a Shelby Super Snake.
What year?
24.
First one I've ever seen.
How much horsepower did it make? 830. 830.
Ooh, that was so fun.
Is it manual?
Yeah, of course. Cummins.
That's
Well, they don't make the GT500s. And,
I know, but they make the Super Snake, and which is why I bought it. I would have bought a GT500, but there was one company that was doing a swap. They were doing a 6-speed swap with a GT500. I almost bought that. But then I thought about it. I was like, I don't want any Frankenstein cars. I don't know how this works. Weird stuff, weird shit. Because, it's not designed for that. But the Super Snake is designed for it. Oh, it auto blips up and downshifts. It's nice. It sounds nice. Oh, it sounds like war. It sounds like a real American muscle car. But it's modern. So it's like it has all the feel of a muscle car, the lurch when you hit the gas, the fucking giant power, great handling, the brakes are great. Yeah, but it's also real comfortable to drive. Yeah. Suspension is beautiful. Yeah, it's a great fucking drive. And it just so good. Oh, it's so fun. I love it. I love it. It's such an American car.
Bro, I was at Meekum yesterday. You should see some of the shit people do with those cars, man. It's wild.
Mustangs?
Everything.
Oh, everything.
I mean, the Mustangs for sure, like the old 60s, all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Dude. And when the resto mods, I'm just sitting like, bro, I want it all.
And that's a problem.
I want it all.
Cars are a real problem. We're talking to 3 guys here, real car problems.
Oh, dude, and I had a budget, like they cleared me to buy something, and I never bid on anything. I went fucking nuts, dude.
What'd you get?
I got it.
Oh, you got a Jeep, right?
I got a Jeep. I went nuts, man. I tackled my manager. I didn't know what to do. I was so nervous. I was so fucking nervous. Because there's like big ballers. Like, there was a guy, like, I went to Kiss Me one. There's some old, I have no idea what he did. He was next to me. In 12 minutes, I spent $7 million in cars and didn't give a And I was like, bro, just want that GT40. How are you not? No fist pump? Nothing?
That's yours?
That's mine.
What color is it? It's like a purplish pinkish.
Yeah, it's like a pinkish. It has a 392. It's the last call edition. Brand new. Less than 200 miles. Look, I attacked my fucking manager right there.
Oh, so you were right there when that happened?
That's on ESPN. I don't know. I was so embarrassed when he told me I was on live TV.
That's hilarious.
Those 392 Jeeps are sick.
Oh, they're great.
That one's sick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to toss some king shots in that bitch. A big Magnum.
That's another classic American car. I mean, the Jeeps look exactly like Jeeps, and they have like that they look updated, but it's kind of like a 911.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah. Porsche. They never changed their body style, so they have this cult following. You know, it's the most Google truck in the world.
Oh, I agree.
Wrangler.
Yeah.
They have like a cult following.
Also, there's so much customization available for those things. They've been around for so long.
They're like Lego.
You can't go wrong.
So much shit for it.
Can't go wrong with that.
What
you ever see the America's Most Wanted Jeeps?
Oh, wait, it talks the Hellcat in them?
Oh, yeah, baby. They put 1,200 horsepower in those bitches. That's shit. Yeah. And they do up the suspension and map everything out perfect.
Were you going to get one?
Yeah, still.
71 is too many things. I love when I call y'all, get some bullshit. I get for excursion on my hubble. Power stroke, and I call him. And cool. He tells me he hasn't done like that.
Yeah, there's one. Look at that. That's 1,000 horsepower.
That has the hell of it. Those things are wild.
Yeah, it makes it wild. It's 260.
Are you going to get the ZR1?
I want to. I should, but I shouldn't. But I will.
I already put the order in to spec one.
You had the SF90 on order, didn't you?
Yeah,
But
that's
you get
still
that one.
no, still hasn't gotten it yet.
She just it's a 01 instead.
See, the other one's going to my life.
That's fair.
That's why I try. That's the Ferrari.
Yeah. I just stopped driving automatic cars. Unless it's my Tesla.
What's your favorite part of drive?
Don't say
I don't know. The Tesla, if I want to get there quick. If I want to get there quick. But you want people unplug performance.
Flipping
Tesla
off
is
and
fucking,
shit.
I know.
You want them drawing Nazi signs on it.
You don't have too much of a problem with that in Austin.
You know what's weird is, you know me, I can't stand electric cars, but now that the lids are like, I'm like, oh shit, I might get a Cybertruck. I wish a motherfucker would.
Yeah, just because.
I wish no, I want one. Yeah, you fucked up.
It's so stupid.
I might get one and swap a diesel in it so it looks like it. They don't know. Just so they fuck with me.
Yeah. People have done that. They put V8s, they drop V8s in Teslas.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of work. Though.
It's also
why
why
you just toss them. You got to pay for the Cybertruck.
Yeah, it's like,
and I'm going to have to pay for it. It's a disaster.
Rich Rebuilds did one.
They're just slower.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes it's all about speed, though. You know, when people tell me that, I'm like, you ever driven like a fucking water cooled fucking, flat six Porsche, like stick?
No,
It's like,
yeah.
Right. It's not all
especially
about,
the air cooled ones.
Yeah, the air cooled
ones.
It's just not all about that.
Especially those old ones are so light. You feel everything. You're dealing with a 2,000-pound car. Even if it only has 250 horsepower, it's so fun.
It's different.
It's so different. It's like an amusement park ride. You know, it's like it's just like
it feels like you could die at any point, but then you look back and you're like 35 miles.
Yeah.
Like my Hummer, it's not the fastest, but fuck, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's fun. There's nothing like
I forgot you got a Hummer. What's in that thing?
6.0 Power Stroke, fully built.
Aren't there
gas turbo?
Aren't there electric Hummers now? Yeah, those are great, man. The new GMCs, those are fucking great. Red Band has one of those. It's fucking awesome. They crab walk,
yeah. Parallel park like this.
They go sideways.
I heard the charging has some issues.
They've had a lot of issues with it.
No, he hasn't had any problems.
We'll figure those out, though.
Yeah, he loves it, though. It's fast as shit, too, for a big-ass fucking truck.
They're so fast. So
crazy
so
fast. But huge. It's an enormous truck.
You think they're going to start making less electric vehicles now that Trump's in?
They're already doing it.
Here's the problem with electric vehicles. This is the number one problem. Resale. Terrible. The Porsche Taycans, they sell them for like, what is a Taycan Turbo S? What is it, 60? They sell them like a year later for like 70. They lose so much value.
Dude, I lost my
crazy value. Why is that? Because nobody wants to buy a used electric car because the range drops off. So, like, say if you buy a Corvette, right? You buy like a 2017 Corvette, like a ZR1. They're still really expensive. Super expensive. The ZR1, a manual from like 2017, it's like the ZR1's $300,000 right now. Yeah.
But you'll think about a better comparison would be think about like your Ford GT, a 2006.
Right.
They're $500,000 minimum.
Right, but that's different because that's like a classic. It's 20 years old.
Sure.
But a new car, say if you get like a new AMG GT, and it's a 2025, you sell it next year, you're not gonna lose much money. If you sell like a Ferrari, you lose no money. Like if you buy a Ferrari today and you sell it in a year and you got 1,000 miles on it, you'll make money. Porsche makes money. You'll make money. But if you have a fucking electric car, like Audis, those e-trons, those are sick.
Even Tesla Plaids.
Sick
Tesla
cars.
Plaids, I can get cheap.
A friend of mine got one of those, and he got like a year-old one for like $70,000. And brand new, it's like 150 or something like that. It's crazy.
Why not just get like a new battery?
Well,
so
that's expensive. Big problem. So expensive. Swapping batteries, and they still have battery. And like for the most part, like you're not driving 250 miles. If you have a plug at home, if you plug it in at home, you have a supercharger at your house, which I do for my car. It's great. I just get it home, plug it in. It's always good to go, and it gets like fully charged. I think my car gets like 350 miles if you drive like a grandma, but for normal day to day, just stick it in and you never go to the gas station. It's awesome. See, but fuck all that on a road trip. It's like, yeah, as long as you're not road trip. If you're road tripping it, you got to really map it out, especially if you don't have a Tesla, because then you have to find all these other random
stations. But like my Hummer, I have a 55-gallon diesel tank in the back. I fill that bitch up maybe once every 3 weeks. Like it gets good gas mileage. I can go on long road trips.
There's a
Don't have
few
to worry
great
about it.
options that aren't Teslas. One is Lucid. You've seen Lucid Air. They make them like super high end.
Yeah, Griffin has one.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That bitch shut down on us in the parking lot. But yeah, really? We couldn't get out. It died. It was like 100 degrees. I was like, oh, I'm gonna break your car, dude. And he's like, oh, out of all the times this has never happened, it happens while you're in the car.
Wasn't there a
I was like,
manual
fucking
release? Isn't there a manual release?
Like, he didn't have that.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to wait like 40 minutes. Isn't there
Someone
something
have to
about?
come and help it out?
No, eventually he called and they're like, "Yo, just reset." He's like, "Reset your phone." Oh, I fucking.
Isn't there something about like all the radiation? You're in the car and it's like you're surrounded by.
No, that's a good question. Like EMF, right?
Yeah.
It's a good question because
Is
if
that
your
a real
phone,
problem?
if you're not supposed to have your phone by your head, you're not supposed to have. Yeah, I mean, your whole car is a big ass phone. I don't know.
That's why the people.
That's a real problem.
According to people like RFK Jr. and many other people, don't think that you should have earpods in. Like not you should have the wired ones only, and even those are not the best thing to have. You should just listen to things like on a Bluetooth speaker.
But also, the people vandalizing Teslas, there could be a worse car to vandalize because there's cameras fucking everywhere.
Oh yeah,
360.
bro. So many people are going.
And if you don't have a Tesla, you don't really know that, like, if you're like within 20 feet of the car, it's recording it.
Yes.
Yeah, Sentry mode. Yeah, 7 cameras.
It's so wild.
Yeah, fully HD cameras. See your face. There's so many guys getting busted.
Have you seen
Fat
that?
liberals?
Have you seen those Tesla mini homes?
They're never in
Smart
shape.
homes?
There was one guy who was rubbing shit. Like he would like
grab his ass?
like, grab his ass cheeks and like just rub it all
It's
over.
such a favorite
That guy
shit.
was looking for an excuse to rub shit on things.
Yeah, I guess.
He probably goes home and jerks off with some shit. Yeah.
Have you seen those Tesla mini homes?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen them? They're like, Tesla has tiny homes. They're like trailers, but like super high tech.
I saw that one.
Have you seen those?
But not that.
Tesla has one? Tesla's got mini homes.
No shit.
Have you seen those, Jamie? The mini homes?
Not made by Tesla.
Oh, it's
No,
not.
no, it is. No, seriously.
I'm looking.
The one that I've seen, I just saw it a couple days ago. It's Tesla.
Are you sure it
is
wasn't like an AI generated thing?
No.
No, Tesla has solar panels.
Yeah, they have Tesla solar
they-
panels for
there's
your roof. But I don't know.
Tesla mini homes.
That's what it was.
That shit gets down.
That's not real?
Yeah, it gets counted.
Yeah, there's fucking AI. They get me, man. I asked Elon like 5 times. You making a phone? So I keep getting these AI.
It's fake.
It's fake.
There it is. That's fake?
Click on it.
From 2 years ago, it's not real.
Click on it though. Let's see what it says.
It's not.
Dude,
I
AI,
know it's fake. I know
AI's
it's
getting
fake.
so good.
But I want to see what the
Callan
fake
thought Conor McGregor was in the movie Popeye.
It's like a YouTube video. With
Damn, they got me dead serious. Dead serious.
So they show the little house.
It's possible. It's
No,
not
I
so-
know about that. Like, that's real, right?
Yeah.
That's not AI.
Oh yeah, man. You could buy a house for 10 grand now if you just like a single dude who has a plot of land. Just cart that house with solar. You could literally live off the grid in a little bullshit house.
Is that what?
And then you get Starlink. Is that real?
No, it was like a little. It was like it was a pod, like a
Yeah,
egg. It's like an egg.
That's AI, Doug. That's
Wow,
pretty.
they got me good.
Those little tiny houses you could buy, like if you were just a dude living by yourself, and you're like, I don't need a house.
If you're young, there you go.
Yeah, man. They're not expensive. Like somebody leaves you a little plot of land, you got a couple acres
Every
somewhere.
man's dream.
Yeah.
A 1-bedroom house with 40 car garage.
Sit on your front porch and say, fuck the world. I own this whole thing. I own this. Yeah, no mortgage, $10,000 house, and it's nice. It's like, fuck, what do you need? You need a kitchen, you need a TV. What the fuck do you need? If you're a single guy, you need a bed, you need a TV. Unless you're trying to get mad pussy. If you're trying to get mad pussy, then you need
That's where you're fucking up.
you need a long
That's where you're fucking up, bro. That's where you're fucking up.
lights everywhere, you get fountain.
Now all the dudes are like, "This is dope." The chick's like,
Yeah.
"Good luck."
That's not a panty dropper.
No.
The tiny house is a no-go. Like, why do you have a tiny house? Like, what's going on? How much do you have? Can I see your bank account? How much do you make? Are you going to be able to feed my babies?
A bunch of videos.
That's
Yeah, there's a bunch of videos from a few days ago that this is all.
All AI generated. That's interesting.
Wow, that right there, that's what I saw.
That'd be a dope podcast too. You put in the middle of nowhere.
All right. I'm not going to say that that's necessarily fake, but that's not it's not a house that someone could live in. That's like a couch.
It's a suicide pod.
Yeah, it's a little drug den.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw. And it's like a little 5-minute mini documentary commercial.
Yeah,
they go deep into
Yeah, they
it.
got you. Well, they get you, man. These AI things are nuts, man. I haven't been fooled yet. Yeah, I've seen AI things with my own voice on. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And I know it's fake.
You know, speaking of fakery, when you had Mel Gibson on your podcast the other day, he brought up the Shroud of Turin, and I always thought that was fake. It's like in the 80s.
What is that?
The shroud, it's like the cloth that Jesus was buried in, and left an image of it. And in the 80s, like 1988, they did carbon dating on it. They go, oh, it's fake. See that?
Yeah, it literally
So
has like the image of Jesus burned into it somehow or another.
I never looked into it. I just figured it was fake. But listening to you and Mel Gibson talk about it, I'm like,
it's real?
Is there?
Well, apparently it's a lot older than they assumed when they did the first testing. And one of the problems is that there's cross-contamination. There's also been repairs to it. But they did subsequent testing, and they found that it was like 2,000 plus years old.
Yeah, the one thing, it's the most studied artifact ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like particle physicists and nuclear engineers, they all studied it, and some believe in it, some don't believe in it, but they all agree on one thing: no one knows how they did it.
Right.
There's
no one knows
paint,
how they made it.
There's no paint. There's no dye. So, dude, all this week, all day I'm just watching documentary after podcast on this shit. It's fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. If it turns out that they can't figure out how anyone could ever do it, like if no one has come up with a theory of how to do that today, that's where it gets really interesting. Because it wasn't paint and it wasn't dye. And
they all agree on that. They all agree it's a mystery. But then the skeptics say, just because we don't know how it was done doesn't make it real, which is a good point. But then the other side, like, dude, all these scientists have no idea how they faked it. It's got to be real. So it's all about how you look at it.
I'm on the side.
There's a nuclear engineer. There's a nuclear engineer you can go on YouTube. His name is Robert Rucker. Watch his breakdown. This guy's a nuclear dude. He's breaking down the phone. It's insane because it's a negative image on a non-photographic material. It's linen.
Right.
And then it turns out, like if you look at it with the naked eye, and then you see the image of the face is kind of like yellow, you can barely see it. But in like 1898, some photographer took a picture of it and then flipped and then looked at the negative, and then all of a sudden in the negative, the whole body, front and back, because he was buried like with he was buried with the sheet under him, and it went around his head. That's the back of him.
The right one's the back and the left one's the front. That's crazy.
No one knows how they did it. No
like the holes where the wrist would be nailed.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. That was the thing with Jesus. With me, it's very hard. It was always very hard to believe in Jesus. And like, dude, the resurrection, like, that's a hard one to wrap your brain around, right? I could believe that he existed. I could believe that he got crucified. A lot of people got crucified, but the resurrection was always the thing that kept me from really believing in Jesus. I'm like, there's no way the resurrection was real.
But even if this is real, it doesn't mean he was resurrected, right? It just means he was crucified and he's an actual real man.
No, the thing is how the image got on, which is the people that believe that it's real believe that when he was resurrected, some kind of ultraviolet radiation, some kind of burst made that image. That's because that image has never been on any other shroud. People get buried in shrouds all the time. There's never an image.
Crazy.
And the crazy thing is the blood, there's no image under the blood. So the blood was there first, and then the image is after. It's crazy shit. Dude, I'm like, I went deep down a rabbit hole all week just watching the skeptics, the scientists, particle physics. They have no idea how the fuck that image got on the front and back, the back of them too.
Yeah. Did you see the thing?
It's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Apparently, there's some structures underneath the pyramids.
We were talking about that the other day.
How did I look at that before?
Well, the fuck? They don't know whether or not that's legit or whether these guys are jumping to conclusions. A lot of people are calling bullshit and saying they jump to conclusions. A lot of people are saying that it really you can't tell from those images like what they drew in the the 3D image where they made a model of it. They're doing a lot of guessing, so they're gonna do more testing.
There's definitely something under there.
Someone starts something under there.
Something is under there.
Something's under there, and it's massive. And if these guys are correct that it goes down 2 kilometers, like help me explain that. Explain that with any conventional wisdom. That's more than a mile into the earth. That's fucking nuts. Like, what does that mean? Like, who did that? What was the purpose of it? Because there's a guy named Christopher Dunn that thinks that the entire Giza pyramid, the big one, the Great Pyramid, was a power plant. And he has this whole schematic that he mapped out. Like, this is how you would generate hydrogen. You would have something underneath the surface, underneath the ground, that was causing a vibration, a pounding, and then this reverberation, this vibration would go through the entire building because it was all made out of limestone. And then they had these channels, these paths that they would fill with chemicals. They would go into what's called the King's Chamber, and this porous limestone that would allow the chemicals to leach through, and that would create hydrogen. Yeah, so I'm butchering. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunn. But if you listen to his take on it, he's an engineer. He explains why the pathways and everything. This is exactly how you would do it if it was some sort of a power plant. But whatever it is, it's like, I don't think that it's a tumor. I just don't think that makes any sense.
Remember your bit where you said, I bet people used to be really smart.
Yeah.
But the dumb people just outfuck the smart people.
Yeah.
And the one at a staggering place. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, the pyramids, for sure, are a mystery. But how the fuck do they build those? And now finding out what's underneath them, who knows? Go Bentley Pepley. There's all these mysterious architecture everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Every city. Like these cathedrals. Like, think about power tools were invented in the 1890s. And they're talking about these insane cathedrals all over the world.
Is that a stone?
With no power tools?
Right.
How the fuck did they build?
Have you ever seen that one in India? There's a few of them in India, but there's one that's all carved out of stone. They didn't bring any rocks there. They don't know where the stone went. It's all insanely intricate and carved out of stone and fucking massive.
And they're everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. South America, Asia, China.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Bro, they carved that out of solid stone. Look how tiny the people are down there.
There's not shit.
Bro, you know how long that would take?
Yeah.
Hundreds of years. Look how
shit to do.
spectacular the craftsmanship is. Spectacular. And no one knows how old that is. So, like, take a guess.
So you're back to your bit. People used to.
It's probably accurate. Oh, Molly McCann's getting choked. Shit, she needs it.
Dude, have you heard?
She's getting choked.
Yeah.
She's a choke.
Well, the hands aren't locked yet. She has 2-on-1 on this support.
Right. She's got a good grip on that shoulder cap, though.
Yeah.
Oh, now she's fine. Now
She
she's
looks
fine.
fucked.
Now she's
No, she's like out of it. She's out of it. She's out of it.
Oh.
But it wasn't that she had her hand underneath the jaw.
Yeah.
But she only like 40 seconds.
Whenever she fights, it grabs her chin and she's getting beat up. Well, she's so tough. She's so tough and she's such a gamer. It's just not enough. That's it. That's it. She lost what, 4 out of 5 minutes? Yeah, if that proves to be true and there really are these massive structures underneath the pyramid, they gotta change everything.
There's past civilizations that were super highly advanced. There's got to be.
I mean, you know what I have a hard time getting into, but I every now and then I'll dive into it. Giants.
Giants too,
Giants.
That's another reason.
Moving all that shit. Well, I don't know about that because I think you need a lot more than giants to move those fucking stones. You need some kind of crazy technology because giants don't explain the engineering. It doesn't explain the precision that was involved. Like whatever they did, they were moving 80-ton stones from 500 miles away and through the mountains, and there's no roads, and no one knows how to do it. There's no explanation.
Your Instagram algorithm fuck you up with the giant AI videos.
Oh yeah, I saw those giant guys, giant, huge, 70-foot dudes carrying giant stones, like jacked, shredded. You know, there's a lot of reports throughout the ages of giant human beings. You know, and look, what's a giant? 9 feet tall, 10 feet tall, like a race of 9 foot, 10 feet tall people. And there's all these stories about like bones that were giant bones that got transported to Smithsonian. They covered it up.
And I assume they don't live long because they're so big. So they're probably just
I think it was. I think Robert Ludlow was 8'11". He's like on record.
Right.
Yeah,
He had like a serious disease. Yeah. Now imagine a foot taller than that guy, jacked, but just a different kind of human being.
Have you heard of the little season? It's in the Bible. We talk about the little season.
No.
Well, in the Bible, it talks about
your coke, huh? Ask you.
Oh, sorry. But
no, I'm good.
In the Bible, apparently, your average Christian thinks tribulation is coming, right? Jesus is gonna eventually come, right? Tribulation, they're gonna be judged, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's gonna be a 1,000-year millennial where Jesus returns and rules for 1,000 years, and all the resurrected apostles are going to be kings, and they're going to rule this realm of land. Mm-hmm. That's what the tribulation, Jesus returns, 1,000-year millennium. This is in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And then after the 1,000 years, and then during those 1,000 years, there's a guy named Paul Stocks. I had him on a podcast. He told me all about this. He's on the YouTube, Understanding Conspiracies on YouTube. Paul Stocks. He's amazing. He's talking about, so that's what we're waiting for. Jesus returned. He rules for 1,000 years. He's the king of this earth. And then while those 1,000 years are going on, Satan is chained to the lake of fire. So there's no Satan. It's just Jesus and his apostles ruling. And then after the 1,000 years, this is called the little satanic season. It's in the Bible too. I checked. The little season where Jesus lets Satan go, and then Satan rules this earth, and he influences all the nations. And it's called the little satanic season. And the purpose of that is to test people. And there's a theory. There's a theory that he already ruled for. He came back in the apostles' lifetime and ruled. He already did that, the 1,000-year millennium, and now we're in the little season right now. Doesn't it seem like Satan is like influencing all the nations? Doesn't it seem like an evil world?
Well, it seems like evil has always been a part of the human race. There's always been people committing genocide. Yeah. There's always been evil. There's always been people that justify murder for money. Yeah. Bombings of fucking apartment buildings.
I sent them a link, like a 2-minute video. Jamie, can you play this real quick? This guy explains it's really, and then you'll see all the structures. So that explains. So there's a theory. There's a theory that explains all these structures that were built by angels.
Well, you gotta wonder when you get back to that Zechariah Sitchin stuff, because one of the things about this whole Anunnaki thing was that they were giants. And yes, the big theory is that the giants bred with human beings, which probably means some sort of genetic engineering, like taking like existing primates and turning them into human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the most fun. Those are the most fun. The idea that we're visited by an alien and an alien race, and this alien race is far superior, and that they used us as slaves to mine for gold. Those are the most fun theories.
Did you get that link?
Yes. Well, it's 22 minutes long.
Yeah, just play like 2 minutes.
I know. I'm trying to find a good spot.
No, right. It's right.
What is their mechanism? Right
in the beginning.
Oh no! Okay, so it's right at 1 minute. Right at like 1 minute. You're right. Like one.
Just showing videos though.
No. But there's talking. There's a narration.
So try it now.
They're like, Paul, why are you doing this? Just stop it. It's clearly like this is too much right now. Just stop it.
You just kept fumbling. It just kept hitting. No, I thoroughly loved it. I've talked about it to 100 people. Everybody I know, I'm like, there's a theory out there, and then I have no clue what I'm talking about. So please,
fast forward a little bit. This video is called The Little Season Theory #1, and the YouTube channel is Understanding Conspiracies. The Little Season Theory #1. It's so good.
He just has no idea what he's talking about.
Now just go start it like that.
This is such an Eddie Bravo subject
today to walk you through this.
Okay, I'll try and cover most bases. I'm not going to be able to thoroughly explain every single nuance today in like 2 hours. It's just not going to happen. What I'll try my best to do in this talk is give a foundational overview of most of the talking points involved around this theory. And it's a working theory. Bear that in mind. We're still figuring things out. there's multiple options for certain sections of this theory where it could have gone. So I'll try my best to relay as much as I can. But the basic premise to work off here is that what most modern Christians are waiting for today is the return of Jesus Christ after the tribulation. And we all have our eyes on the signs. We're trying to discern the signs around us, trying to determine who the Antichrist will be, what the mark of the beast will be, all of those things. We're kind of looking for them and waiting for those signs to happen, which will be the signs of the coming of the Son of Man in the cloud, okay, which will be tribulation, judgments, and then obviously a millennial reign is what people are waiting for. And people get to live with Christ for 1,000 years, as it says in Revelation 20. So people are pretty adamant we're living in the time just before tribulation. It's just around the corner. It's just about to happen. Okay, that's what people are pretty adamant where we're at. That's the mainstream thought of not only conspiracy Christians, but just mainstream churchianity. That is the view of modern Christians. We are in that time. There have always been other views out there which say, it's a spiritual kingdom and we're living in it now, and that goes on forever and ever. And there's no physical kingdom and all these type of things. You have amillennialists who believe that type of thing. What this theory says kind of blows it all out of the water. It's a completely new take on the situation. And there has been a worldview called preterism, which was created a while ago, in I think around the 1600s by it may have been a Jesuit, but this theory we have today is not preterism, classically so called. It's kind of it's something else. And a lot of people who don't like this idea will attack preterism and think that's what we're talking about. Those preterists, even they believe it's a spiritual kingdom. And we're not saying that here. We're talking about a real, physical, tangible 1,000 years where Christ reigned on earth. This theory posits it's all already happened. We're not living in the times just before tribulation. We're living after the 1,000-year reign of Christ. He's already been on earth. He has reigned for 1,000 years on earth with his resurrected saints and the elect who survived through tribulation.
Wouldn't there be a record of that? And doesn't that make sense that Christians would document that? I mean,
he goes over that. Why, if there was a record and we knew, then this wouldn't be a test. There wouldn't be a reason for the little satanic season. He let Satan out. He had changed. There's a painting of Lucifer, and he's standing. It's just like the fucking Statue of Liberty. And he's got a chain, like a shackle around his ankle with a broken chain. And it's a famous painting of Lucifer. It's like this, right? And then you look at the Statue of Liberty. That's not a woman. That's a dude. And it's got a fucking shackle around its ankle with a broken chain.
The Statue of Liberty has a shackle around its ankle?
With a broken chain, just like the famous painting.
No,
you can find out. But just punch in Lucifer, Statue of Liberty.
So much fun.
Why? The Statue of Liberty is not a chick. That's not a chick. That's not a chick.
It's a trans dude. I just thought you had a strong jaw and some nose, some boobs, man boobs.
Look at that. That's a painting of Lucifer.
Oh,
right?
Damn.
And you think that's a chick?
Go to the full painting France, just trolling this thing.
Look at the chain. He's got a...
Yeah, Lucifer's dick is gone. He's got the Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. Go to the chain. Look at it right there.
Whoa.
Look at that. That's the foot of the Statue of Liberty. Broken chain with a shackle.
But Satan has two arms up there.
Yeah.
I
don't know. This is just crazy conspiracy.
The chain is really identical. This is basically the Elon Musk. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah. I'm going to say this. Jesus is
I'm all in, dude.
I'm all in with all this. With the Shroud of Turin, I'm all in, man. Christ is king.
You need to crop the image to make a false point. Oh, in that image. Yeah. In that right there. It is pretty fucking similar. No, two arms, one arm. Just a dude with an arm up in the air.
I mean, the model of
yeah.
They didn't just create it out of thin air usually too.
You think that's a chick?
No chicks have up against that. It does. The Statue of Liberty, the arm is huge. Look at that forearm. That's a jack forearm.
That's a hand.
Yeah, that's a dude's hand, a dude's arm, dude's face, dude's nose. Yeah. Statue of Liberty doesn't look like a guy. But it does look like it kind of has boobs.
And he's holding up
A torch.
a torch. Lucifer, that's the god of
Is there
the
boobs in the Statue of Liberty? Like legit boobs? So you can get a full view of the Statue of Liberty.
She cheeked out.
Did they give her some implants later in the day?
Thursday afternoon.
Did they pump out the copper? Did they get under the copper and heat it up?
Yeah, I've
push
never
it out a
seen
little
it
bit?
close up.
I've never seen the boobs.
This thing does look trans. Now we look at it.
Now you look at it.
France.
It could be Tina Tesla. It could be Tina Tesla right now. Okay, so here's the full image of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has boobs. That does not look like. Well, that little right one looks like a little bit of a tit. That looks like a
Could be
tit.
gyno though.
Could be gyno. Could be gyno. Ancient steroids.
Damn, chick. God damn, Eddie, why you fucked that up for me?
Pretty crazy.
I don't know. I've been going down
Here,
rabbit holes.
France wanted the Statue of Liberty back.
Yeah, that looks like a check.
They said, give it back to us. You guys are bad. Look at that. And then the lady who's the White House press secretary is like, you're lucky we're not speaking here. You guys would be speaking German if it wasn't for the United States.
Yeah, that's press secretary's a savage.
Like, every day you wake up, it's like what?
But we need France to beat them in World War I. That's a fact too. France lost like some insane percentage of their population in World War I. I think they lost 25% of their male population, their 18 to 25 or 18 to 30 male population in World War I, and another 25% in World War II. They paid heavy.
No one paid a heftier price in Russia.
Russia.
No one talks about. They don't teach that in school. Russia got fucked.
They lost 20 plus million. Yeah. I mean, Russia's been through so much. Just the amount of people that got starved by Stalin. France provided crucial aid to the American colonists during the Revolutionary War, including military support, financial assistance, and naval power, ultimately contributing significantly to the American victory and independence. Yeah, they've helped us through everything. Yeah. So, I think it's stupid that we hate France. I don't get it. I think it's stupid that we hate Canada, too. I don't get that either.
Canada needs to get their shit together. Though.
Yeah, they have terrible government, but
he's out,
Canadian
right?
people are awesome.
Yeah, Canadians are awesome.
Yeah, but the new guy is like more of the same.
Oh, really?
And then they have to have a vote. And when they have a vote, then that Pierre Polivet guy.
Is he one of Fidel Castro's sons, too? Or
no, he's not. What is that? That's a conservative. They don't have the same thing over here. Like it's November 4th. Like with them, they get to decide when there's going to be a vote.
When they've had it.
So they'll like call it in 3 weeks. 3 weeks from have a vote. Like I don't even know when or how. I don't know how their system works up there. They got a squirrely system up there. And they just keep losing rights left and right. I mean, what they did during the whole trucker convoy thing is nuts. Wow, crazy, like full-on communist bullshit.
There's people still in jail.
Well, there's people that lost their bank account that only donated to the truckers. That's wild. That was crazy. They froze their money.
But I mean, that was kind of the start of like them stopping all the crazy shit.
Well, it was kind of a lot of people woke up.
The protest?
Yeah. Like, once the truckers did that, and they started shutting bank accounts down.
You're fucking with real.
Like across like all of North America, they were like, okay, maybe we should kind of.
Yeah, truckers are real dudes. Like, hold up.
Yeah,
Hold the fuck up.
A lot of dudes who woke the fuck up. Because of
thank
that.
God.
Yeah. Because they're so polite up there. They're so nice and polite in Canada. That's like,
Till they're not.
Till they're not. But it's easy to kind of like, get them thinking, this is the right thing to do. Eh?
Yeah.
And the next thing you know.
Have you seen the DMT red laser light thing?
I've heard about that.
Yo.
I heard it's nuts.
Yo. No, but I've seen a bunch of videos on it. Apparently if you do DMT and you shoot a red laser, I said Jenny did it, shoot a red laser, you see the matrix, you see code.
Yeah.
And everybody sees the same shit.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Not only that, but
It's
if you
really
get above the laser and you look down,
yes.
you see layers of code.
Yes, check this out.
Also, Chase Hughes, I just saw a video of him saying he saw too.
Yeah, this is on Chase Hughes. Is he a famous scientist or something?
No, he was just on the podcast though.
This guy was?
Yeah, he's a mind control expert that explains psyops and
seen it on Instagram, and I heard you and Danny talking about it. So you've done it.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and flew Danny to my house right away.
I break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And that's the only question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's code. Absolutely. There's code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's literally kind of written out static.
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters.
but it's like 3 dimensions. So I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way, and I can look up in the laser that way.
What's your best guess at explaining that?
That would be a field.
Okay. I love it. We can just leave it at that.
Can somebody write the code down? Consciousness that we're projecting.
They just discovered this.
Well, I bet some eggheads probably.
I know the guy who discovered it.
Really?
I don't know him personally, but Brandon McCaffrey, one of my black belts, he knows him personally. He goes, dude, if you ever wanted to do your podcast, I could make you know. Hell yeah.
Let's pay attention to this fight. It's a great fight.
That was seeing the Matrix when you're on DMT with a red laser.
Yeah.
How crazy is
any laser?
It's like a red laser. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube.
So you like a specific laser? Or
I wonder if you do with a green laser.
I don't know. I don't know, but there's video of a bunch of people. Man. That's just one dude. That's like the most. All the other guys are like stoners. You know what I mean? I wanted to show like this dude. Yeah, I seem to have a little more. Seem to have intelligence a little bit, or a little believability. You know.
Yeah.
But everybody sees the same shit. They see the fucking Matrix, the numbers, the code. Isn't that fucking life-changing?
You saw that Tom Campbell interview that I did, right?
Yeah, I love that. That was one of my favorite ones. Yeah. Yeah.
He's explaining to you that consciousness creates reality.
You know what? I never really took the simulation theory seriously, but I always believe like Jesus is a new thing for me. Like the Shroud of Turin, I'm all in there with the Shroud of Turin. But before that, I was like, I don't know about Jesus, maybe, but I believe in God and I believe in a creator. Like whoever created the shit is God, right? And there must be code on how God created this.
Yeah.
So that I think science, like the simulation guys, they're finding what God created. Like who else could put this simulation together but a God? Who else?
Here's the craziest theory. AI is about to become sentient, and then they're going to do quantum computers with AI. What if that's how Jesus comes back? What if Jesus reemerges?
And he's
just a created consciousness.
And he's on an app.
Yeah. Well, it's just everywhere. By that time, it's probably able to communicate to your fucking head. I mean, they've already figured out how to put signals into people's heads, put voices in people's heads. They can literally have things say things to you, or you hear voices in your head. They have that technology. And if quantum computing gets attached to AI, and then it figures out how to make better versions of itself, like what does that mean?
But isn't that similar to like MK Ultra, what we're doing to compromise people?
Well, that's different.
How's it different though?
Because MK Ultra, they were just trying to manipulate people with acid, and they were doing all sorts of different psychedelic drugs and doing it
to get them to think crazy shit.
Yeah, but also trying to get them to manipulate them so they can get them to do things like try to kill the president or something like that. Like which they still do.
Yeah, they have this stuff.
There's no way they stop doing that, and I guarantee. If there is a conspiracy theory about that kid in Pennsylvania who tried to kill Trump, went to the ground, gunner got him down.
Kevin lost for his last fight.
Yeah, you're gonna put a triangle on him.
Kevin is a black belt, okay, not Gunnar Nelson black belt.
Gunnar Nelson's so legit. Yeah, if he can get you scrambling on the ground,
Look at that, dude. And if he opens his legs, he's got to put a grip together around that arm, right there. Just if he put a grip around the arm,
oh my God, he's hanging on that arm. That can't be good for his shoulder.
It's over. He's not going to be able to hold it. All he had to do was just grip under the armpit, and that was a wrap.
Tiring position. He's holding his entire body.
It's tiring for Kevin too, though. His legs are just here for sure. And now he's out.
Gunner's weird one because he's not active. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't fight a ton. He's busy with his gym.
Oh, look at that another guy. I think Joe.
It might be 2 or 3.
It's gonna be tough to stand. Yeah, he's getting in there.
Yeah, Gunner's not scared to get in there.
No, he's not scared.
Eventually,
who gave Kevin Holland his black belt?
Travis Leader.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, he's in Texas, but Fort Worth fight was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Exactly. How old is he now? Darn. He's got to be 36. Yeah. He was so good when he was at the top of his game. His jiu-jitsu was off the charts.
Considered one of the best jiu-jitsu players.
Beat Jeff Munson. Remember that? Munson was fucking huge.
Yeah, MMA wise, he just never got hold of that halo like the top contenders.
But he's just not active enough. And his striking is just not the same level as the elite guys.
Yeah.
Although he does have a good style, that sort of
His style's
karate,
cool.
Robert Whitaker type style.
I think he just got busy. Like he has a school. It's like on the side of a fucking mountain.
Is it?
Yeah. In Iceland. He's an interesting dude, man. Yeah. Super talented. Remember he was part of Commerce Camp for a while.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh shit, can opener.
Old school.
I always liked it.
Yeah, this is
Big Thor told me he rolled with Gunner. I know he's rolling with you, Gore.
Oh, yeah.
For the Destroy.
Yeah,
I say
there's
he
a
rolled
video.
with Gunner. He couldn't understand it. He was like, I understand Gorky's so big. He's like, when I rolled with Gunner, that's gonna fuck me up.
Yeah, I watched the video the other day.
Oh, really? Is it
Yeah.
video of Gunner?
Well, I mean, Thor just has like he's like has no grappling.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero. Who's Thor?
the
Strong man? Oh,
Game of Thrones, the giant dude, the 6'9".
You know who's competing into now is that guy Martins.
Oh, Martins?
Yeah, Martins.
Yeah.
Yeah. He like did that one when I rolled the Thor. He was also there, and he like wrestled in high school, so he was like a little bit more with it. And he like just like he's like the trained jiu-jitsu beater.
That's cool.
Like, he just won his first tournament.
Good for him. He's been a handful. Imagine if Brian Shaw started getting into jiu-jitsu.
I taught him a private, but he came here. That was interesting.
What the fuck, dude? That's a giant.
So yeah, he's a giant.
Yeah, that's like a legit
I
giant.
made him drill Big Dan. I was like, I'm not touching either one of you.
That's a good way to get hurt. Look at that. Oh, we lost it. Scrambled. Got slippery. Got slippery.
Jim has an X factor.
Oh, nice knee to the body.
Shit.
That was a nice knee by Kevin. That hurt.
This pace is
It's over.
6 seconds to go.
He got some. He got some.
Oh, man, he's in trouble. 2, 1. And
There you go. Oh, shit. That's a good
a
play.
haymaker. Man.
Oh.
Yeah, we let it go.
Oh, look at him. He's wobbly. He's wobbly.
He's not gonna stop.
Oh, it's going to start on the feet. Gunner's in trouble. Yeah. Yeah, he's in
Good for
trouble.
Kevin. He needs to win.
Yeah, he does. It's been a while. He just
won his
fights
last
so often. No one's more active than Kevin. But this is 175.
What's his score? 2? Lost 4 in his last 5. I think he's lost 3 in a row.
The thing is, like, he's so much better at 70. I know he doesn't like the weight cut, but it's
So
so
much
much
better
better.
at 70.
So tall and long and dangerous. Remember, he beat Homeboy.
He did the spinning back kick.
With Joaquin.
Yeah, Joaquin Buster. At welterweight.
He lost 2 in a row.
3 out.
Hamzat and who else? Oh, Rene DeRuiter.
He's
Right?
4 out of 5.
The Ritter versus Bo is gonna be interesting.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Bo better fucking wrestle, dude. I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
Yeah, dude, I was so impressed with what that guy did to Holland. I was like, that's impressive. Because he just manhandled him. Yeah, manhandled him.
Fuck yeah, girl.
RDR, yeah.
God, looks like he's still in the trouble. RDR was a 2-division champion at one championship. He's not down.
If Bo Nick would give this match like him, I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
Wow. Lost 7 times since Gunner Nelson's last
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, uppercut. Gotta get that uppercut.
He also had a good grappling.
Oh, nasty punches to the body by Holland.
He also wins that one against Caden in the championship. Great, just straight grappling.
If Gunner can't take
it, yeah.
How'd that go?
He got submitted, I think.
If Gunner lost,
I don't know if he got submitted.
He's in trouble.
Didn't see that.
Yeah. Gunner is not able to take Kevin down this round. He's going to be in trouble. And also, you got to think Kevin Holland's hungry right now. Yes. You know, because he still wants to be a champion.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, at 70, though, he could do it.
He could do it at 70. He just got to be super focused and stay at 70. Just hopping up and down and, you know, getting losses at 85 against the Ritter's like 220. He's a
But also being that active, it's tough to be the biggest guy. It's just tough to be that active.
Right.
Be a top guy.
Fuck comes at 85.
Yeah, man.
Like a 3-hour notice.
Yeah, man. That was when Nate Diaz and were supposed to fight, but Hamzat came in 8 pounds heavy, and Kevin Holland stepped up, so I'll take it. Hamzat just freaking. And Kevin was supposed to fight D-Rod, remember? Which is a great fight. Gunner's trying real hard for his takedown. That burned off a lot of fuel.
Nice spiral.
Almost has it.
Oh, if he would have kept stepping inside, he would have done he cut a circle a little bit better.
But he's got to be fatigued right now. You know, 2+ minutes into the second and got beat up at the end of the first, which takes a lot out of you. That's such a big factor. You know, you think about perceived skills.
Oh, come on,
You think about perceived skills versus current level after a guy gets rocked. You know, you think he's still the same guy that he was early in the fight, but he got rocked, man. Yeah.
But look at Makachev and Oliveira.
Mm-hmm.
Like he flipped them and like immediately passes guard and finished him.
Yep. Or even Ankalaev and Pereira, second round, he gets rocked. I mean, he's kind of not the same after that. Much more defensive after that.
We got the game plan a little bit, kept him, he's back to the cage.
Bro, I saw a good breakdown of Ankalaev's stand-up against Pereira. It was very high level. Super impressive. Especially taking away the front hand. He's doing this circular motion with his hand and taking away angles.
Apparently they got that rematch back.
Oh, he got him down. Almost. They're going to run it back, I'm sure. They have to. That's the big fight in that division. And if Pereira can keep him healthy. He got him down. But he's another one. He's too active.
But he's smart too because he's 36, 37. He's like, I got to go. Make as much money as possible.
He's done that. He's made an all-time great in 3 years, which is crazy.
He's give 10-8 first round. Got to be 10-8, right?
It's hard to say because Gunnar had him down for a while.
Judges.
He had him in normal block. He did rock him at the end. Yeah, I count those, and unfortunately, they don't count. Like near submissions, I think near submissions are big.
I'm with you, Eddie. They're close. It should be 10-8.
Like Oliveira versus Arman Sarikian. I feel like Oliveira almost had him a couple times. He had, what did he have? A Dars and
Dars, guillotine. If it's cinched up, if you have something cinched up,
that's a lot.
The shame about that fight.
Yes.
The shame about that fight should have been 5 rounds. That's 5 rounds. Charles probably wins that.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? But he would have better chance.
But if you count like near submissions as like much more points,
you get no credit.
You don't get credit like you do if you rock a guy. But it's you're close to finishing a fight.
But to that same point, like with Alex Bear defending 12 takedowns, 12 for 12, you get no fucking credit.
Right.
The guy attempted 12 takedowns, you couldn't do it. That guy gets no.
Did you get credit?
The guy defended the takedown.
No, you don't get credit. You get credit for like not getting hit.
Well, you get a little bit.
A little bit.
I don't think you should get credit for defense.
The big credit is the submission attempts.
Yeah,
that came
offense. You get points for offense, not defense.
He's going to it again.
Can you imagine you get points for escaping an armbar? Like, that would be retarded.
See, this is interesting, right? Because Kevin was doing a lot of damage at the end of the first, but a lot of it was on the back. And then here you got Gunnar takes him down after unsuccessfully taking him down for like 3 minutes, and he's doing something. He's on top.
He was, man.
Right, but nothing's happening.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get a takedown.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like nothing's happening. He's not getting any damage.
Kevin did.
True. Yeah.
So
in that situation,
nothing happened. He took it. You give it to Gunnar for sure. 100%. Yeah.
But it's not as good as like a guy rocking.
I know.
Right.
Exactly. There's a difference.
I think the whole score system is fucked.
Both those rounds are not 10 rounds. The second round's a 10-9. First round, how is that a 10-9? He almost got
They should barely survive.
They should be able to stop it right at the end. He got saved by the bell.
Like boxing,
how is that
right? When a guy gets dropped, it's automatically a 10-8.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
Guy's in trouble.
Yeah. I think that's a good move. Yeah. When a guy gets dropped. But then you got, fights like where a guy gets dropped, he gets up and drops the other guy. Like,
and it evens out.
Yeah, I guess.
I think even rounds are okay.
I think we need a more comprehensive scoring system.
Yes.
I think the whole 10-9 is crazy because we just took it from boxing. And we're like, okay, that's an established point system for fighting, but you're using it with something that has all these different elements. Takedown, submission, octagon control. There's so many more factors.
And then you gotta look at the people scoring it. These judges have to know what the fuck they're looking at.
That's a good fight. Moreno and Usyk. The Usyk guy almost beat Pantoja.
That's we're doing EBI in Mexico City the next day. So that's Saturday. Next day, EBI 23 featherweights with strikes. We're bringing back strikes at EBI.
Ooh, hell yeah. Strikes or
there's enough
combat jiu-jitsu?
Combat jiu-jitsu.
So slaps.
Yeah,
slaps.
Combat jiu-jitsu.
You can punch
it
the
was
body.
born in EBI.
Can you punch the body?
You could punch you could strike to the body. You could strike anywhere.
Punch.
Not punch. Strike.
Palm
Open
strikes
hand.
the body.
Yeah. Cross wrist. Yeah. As next Sunday, the guys UFC fight
practicing their body strikes. Are they like working on that? Oh Jesus.
They should.
Kevin's so dangerous. Like, he's hitting him with hard body shots, man. Like, oh, elbow over the top. Oh, knee. Kevin's got to go for pro because he probably won the first round. I think he won the first round for sure. Second round, no. So this is it. And Kevin needs to win. He's landing some uppercuts. Oh, Gunner's in deep. Gunner's in deep. Oh, he's out of it. Oh, you got it. You got him. You got him. Full mount. Full mount. Oh, shit. Here it is. Kevin's in trouble. Grapevine in the legs.
He rushed to the back taking the first round, though. He should take his time from here.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's got time.
Take his feet off
the fact that he's not
feet off the cage.
the fact that he's not digging for underhooks right now is kind of scary.
Well, he should have took his feet off the cage.
Like why won't you immediately go for the under? Like, what was your plan for now?
Go right down and leap, take his feet off the cage. That's what got him out.
You're not supposed to dig your toes in the face.
Gordon, if you were in the mount right there, you would immediately grab the underhook and underjack to like an arm triangle, right?
Yeah, underhook. Right? Underhook. Well, the first thing is to circle his feet off the cage. That gives him.
You're saying circling to the center of the octagon?
Yeah, circle his feet towards the center.
Yes.
Because the bridge off the cage gives you the next.
Correct. Totally. But besides that and underhook, underjack, arm triangle, right? Oh, damn, look at that. He's going to knock him out.
Those are good.
We should
really chopped right out from the bottom.
Yep, from guard.
How about Henzo on Oleg Power?
Oh, yeah, that up kick. That was the first time we saw like an effective up kick.
Yeah, and then Jerry Bolander on
he's been passing here.
Marilla Bustamante or Fabio Trujillo.
He's passing. He's got the back.
He's got one hook.
I think there's probably like 10.
Oh,
there it is.
Arm triangle.
There it is.
He's got to get his right knee across his left hip.
He's got to mount him. He's got to
get his left knee across his left hip. His right knee across his left hip.
Did he not apply enough pressure? Was it half guard?
It's hard from half guard.
It depends if he has a good lockdown. If he had a good lockdown, he'd survive. But he just got to. Why he's not passing the guard here, I'm not sure.
It's also hard for him to dismount from here because the cage is in the way. Even if he does,
there it is. Here comes the mount. Here it comes.
Okay, so now he's going to try to either mount him or
slice
side
that
control. But he's kind of wedged in place by the cage.
He should have. There it is. There it comes. There it comes. He probably knows what's up. He's just waiting till just catches his breath. Oh, should not take the back.
That's the back roll. That's nice by Kevin.
That's why you got him out. That's why you got him.
Gunner should have switched back to a tight waist when Kevin went to roll out.
She break free here. She break free here and start teeing off on him.
Gunner held on to the arm triangle too long.
He should have mounted, in my opinion. Like all arm triangles, in my opinion, should be in the mount. Once you start going side control, there's too many escapes. The escapes are too easy.
Well, you should have at least set it better for mounts. Like it wasn't set. Like you should have mounted him.
Oh shit!
Kevin's gonna come out of hard here.
He's got to.
Oh shit! Damn, this is gonna be a hard one to score.
Super hard to score.
I'm trying to go for a Garce.
Looks like it. Looked like he thought about it. Yeah, he's looking for it for sure. Disengage him. I know, right? Especially now.
Yeah, he's got his hands locked.
And he had time to disengage, and he's got an advantage in the striking. Huge advantage. But also, so exhausted at this point in the fight.
Yeah, it was probably trying to rest. Total strikes, Kevin 130, Gunner 20.
Gunner's winning it. You think less Kevin catches in 3 seconds to go.
So 10-9, 10-9 Gunner, but then 10-8 in the first round. What is that, a draw?
You did 10-9 all in the first round.
There's going to be a draw.
10-9. If they gave him 10-8 for the first round.
The guy was saved by the bell. How do you not give him 10-8?
No, I agree. But it doesn't mean that the judges agree. The judges agree. Judges agree.
It all depends.
It depends. I don't think they hand out 10-8s enough.
Do they still have Adelaide Bird? Does she still work?
That's a good question.
She was awesome. She was the best.
That's a good question. What is this movie? For what movie? This is a truck. Woman in the Yard. No, it's a movie. Only theaters Friday. Oh, you're looking at something different?
Yeah, I was saying, hey, I was like, that's a truck commercial.
Oh, are you looking at like ESPN Plus has different commercials and the new Raptor coming out? Oh, weird. Oh, how weird. So it's different commercials depending on where you look.
Yeah, it's weird. Both my accounts too. So. I have a hiring ZipRecruiter app.
Well, so I think Jan's next.
Yeah. Jan Olberg next. So what's the guess? Oh man. Give us some volume, Jamie.
Yeah, Gordon has a good point with like the control Denver has with these judges. Draw.
Yeah.
Draw. I think
Could be a draw.
Either it's a draw or Kevin.
Here we go.
No, it's Kevin.
Oh, wow.
Good for Kevin, man.
That's legit.
They gave him that third round.
Yeah. Damage. He did all the damage. Even though Gunnar had control of him, he did the damage. Gunnar
did have an arm
triangle. Yeah.
He did take him down.
Yeah. But Kevin definitely did more damage to him.
Almost at his back.
Yeah. True.
I think it should have been a draw.
It could have been a draw.
And Kevin looked surprised when they announced them.
Yes. Yeah. Good for Kevin. He needs it. Yeah, he's saying he'll go either way.
Kevin at 170. That's a spot.
Yeah, that's a spot. He's a good guy. He's got legit championship potential. How about a rematch with him and Joaquin Buckley at 170? That would be crazy. You know?
Is Joaquin Buckley the guy that did that crazy kick?
Yeah, bro, he's a monster at 170. At 170, he's a monster. He beat the shit out of Kobe. He's so motivated, too.
Kobe?
Yeah.
Kevin Holland?
No, Kobe got his ass whipped by
Joaquin.
Joaquin Buckley.
Forgot about that fight. How did that go? Knockout?
He beat the shit out of him. He stopped the fight.
Defend the takedown and just beat the shit out of him.
He beat the shit out of him. He beats the shit
He
out
stopped
of
the
everybody.
fight?
Yeah. 170, he's a monster.
Kobe Covington?
Yeah, stopped the fight. Yeah.
Recently or early in his career?
Recently, months ago.
Damn, I missed that.
His last fight. Joaquin's a real problem at 170. He's super motivated, amazing genetics, super explosive and fast, like very disciplined, gets better every fight, crazy cardio at 170.
Especially without being that muscle bound.
That muscle bound, but it's his work ethic, man. He's got crazy work ethic, you know. And you see that video he made for Bilal?
Yeah.
It's like he's like explaining, like, you got what I want. Like it's this whole thing talking about his life, what he needs, take care of his grandmother. It was like intense. He's like, I'm coming for you, boy. It's intense. He's a real threat at 170. Big. But I would love to see that.
She coming back?
Yeah, she got boobies now. Yeah. That's the man.
Remember when he fought Ryan Hall? No one knew who he was.
Oh, yeah. He smashed him. Duck.
Yeah, well, I would say, what would you say, Gordon? Like 80%, 85% of UFC fighters aren't ready for high level leg locks, right? I said Ryan Hall came in and he was just leg lock dudes.
Yeah.
They aren't quite ready because MMA fighters aren't really trained. They're not focused on jiu-jitsu at the high level. But see, and Brian Hall was he ripped through some people with leg locks.
But then BJ,
yeah,
which is crazy.
Yeah, but then he hits Topuria. How do you say that?
Ilya.
That was the first guy. Like, oh shit, this guy knows how to defend leg locks. Like, who is he? Who's his coach? He's got a famous guy.
Ilya?
Yeah, he was working with someone with shit. Maybe it was like Balance Studios or something. I don't know, but. That was sometimes you're gonna run into guys that you cannot leg lock, and when it's all greasy.
But also you get to a certain level where guys can stop your game at leg locks, and if you don't have striking, you get exposed.
Yeah, that's why he was well versed in Topuria. How do you say it again?
Topuria. Brian Hall's had like 9 surgeries over the last, maybe more. Didn't? Yeah, Josh Waitzkin is
23 as well.
He's not that active. I know he's turned down a lot of matchups too. What is he getting surgery on? It's 23 times.
Is he still fighting?
Having problems with it.
Ryan Hall still
He's
fighting?
still under contract, but I know he's turned down a bunch of fights. Yeah, it's probably like
1900.
I like his style. I like it. He
Under
throws head
general
kicks.
anesthesia, he's put out 19 times. That can't be good for you. You get put to sleep 19 times. 19 general anesthesia surgeries. Some procedures need to be redone due to complications. Jesus Christ! Holy fuck, man! What is his injuries? 21 general anesthesia surgeries since that fight. 19 there were 2 prior. That's crazy.
What happened with him?
I don't.
They kept having issues.
So I had 21 general anesthesia surgeries. I got fallen on, tore my ACL, had to fix a plantar plate, got fallen on again, had to have a tightrope surgery on that one. That Pat Mahomes and a couple other people have had. ACL got infected, a couple of septic arthritis. Tightrope was actually allergic to the hardware they put in me somehow. Had to have that redone. It's been interesting, but back on the end of it. On the back end of it, rather. Wow. That's crazy. What? It's a
I
shot.
had no idea.
That's so many surgeries.
I thought he retired.
That's crazy.
How many surgeries have you had?
One. Just one.
My LCL. Yeah, I've been using it a lot, but just one.
Yeah. It was that from the leg lock? Eddie
No.
Cummings?
No, Eddie broke my ankle a bunch of times, but that was when I competed against Joao Rocha. I was going for my back entry, and he was like 270, and he just jumped towards my head. What happened to him? Dude, I don't know. He just like disappeared one day, and then apparently he was like training like pretty recently in Enzo's and Unity. But he just like stopped training jiu-jitsu forever, got a real job, I think, and then
That guy was vicious.
So good. So smart.
I was standing over him as he ripped through everybody with like, God damn. He was on some other shit. You know what I mean? He was vicious. And then you hear from his training partners, and man, he went hard, right? In the training room, going after legs.
he did get hard.
It's weird when guys get that good and just stop.
When after he retired, he still put out a couple of like videos or real short instructionals on Instagram, and this one he put out for the Z-Lock. That to me is the best. Like in my opinion, the Z-Lock, the one he showed, that's the best.
It's not a sad story if you want to do something cool and they want to do. It's kind of dope that he's like, fuck it, I'm over it. If he went on to make money, he's doing one, you know?
Yeah.
Depends what he's doing.
What do you think is the best thing? One leg lock. You're going to teach your students just one leg lock entry and one heel hook. What's it going to be?
Well, so far as breaking mechanics, or
no, like they said, they got the breaking mechanics down, and just where your the leg's going to be. Which leg entanglement are you going to choose? Which one's the best? Obviously, it's not DOA. It's not outside Ashi. And not just regular Ashi either.
No.
Basic.
Backside 50-50 is pretty good.
Right when you go, because I hear from backside 50-50 coming in from K-Line, right?
Yeah.
I hear like from my guys, I'm not like the biggest leg locker, but I pay attention to my guys, and they're saying that the entry into backside 50-50 is awesome, but you don't really generally get the tap there. There's going to be some kind of scramble, some kind of spin.
You can, but the guy can high leg over. If you trap the far leg, the secondary leg, then you can get finishes belly down with it, which is why it's a good position. But a good guy is always going to limp leg and strip the grip, which is why I believe that probably the best position in terms of not having the guy come forward and crush you or hit you, and strong catastrophic breaking mechanics is probably cross rushing around here, guys' sunny hole.
So that's still the best. Double trunk.
Yeah. So you feed the one leg across, the legs are split, so you have a Billy block here and a big for the heel, and then you go in and lock out.
That's still the best. Okay.
But my highest percentage finish is that position, but with the leg fed on the outside heel hook.
That's like Z-Lock-ish, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so because Z-Lock is basically double trouble with outside heel hook.
Correct.
And instead of triangling your legs, stomping on the inside.
Yeah, you can go foot to foot.
Is that what you guys call it, foot to foot?
Yeah.
That's like game changer.
Yeah.
And that right there, just the straight ankle lock is the most powerful straight ankle lock from that position right there with it on the outside.
Yeah, sure.
Oh no, the secondary. That straight ankle lock and the Aoki.
Yeah, sure.
How crazy are Aokis? Aokis are a lot like dead orchards. Where the first time I seen a Aoki, it's from Shinya Aoki. It seemed like he was going for just a straight ankle lock, but dude, I forget his opponent was, but his foot almost slipped out. So it was it looked like a straight ankle lock that he almost pulled his foot out, but it got caught and twisted. And everyone thought, maybe not everyone, but I thought, oh, that's one of those, freak things that you don't actually plan for it or set up for it. It just happens. Sometimes they pull out of ankle locks, and sometimes like omoplatas, sometimes when they try to pull out their omoplata, it gets caught and they tap an armbar. It's not like you set it up. It's like a freak thing. They try to get out, but it got caught, and then they tap. So that's what I thought the Aoki. But it turns out, fuck no. It seems like the Aoki is top 2 leg lock finishes in the grappling world today. It's just people get it because it's so good to counter with it, correct?
Yeah, no, you get good finishes with Aokis. What's the Aoki?
It's an ankle lock, but when they slip their heel out, it's like you're going for an ankle lock and they almost pull out the leg, and then it turns into a heel hook. So it's half ankle lock, half heel hook. Huge. It's like the most powerful shit.
It's not mechanically as strong as a heel hook though, because when you go for heel hook, you're physically bridging your hip into the knee.
Yeah.
Whereas with Aokis, the knee is turned out, so you're not bridging into the knee in a way to break it.
Yeah.
Whereas with like an inverted heel hook, for example, you have a good strong connection. You have a good strong connection, but when you go to bridge, you see how he's not bridging into the hip.
Yeah.
So with a heel hook, you're bridging directly into the hip. So it's a full extension of your body into the knee, so the upper leg is pinned through the leg position, and then your gripping position is what's manipulating the foot.
And scroll down a little bit, Jamie, and look at the guy on that one on the right, the one you have the big one on the right. That now we can't see it on the right. That one right there. Can you blow that up? And the dude doing the Aoki lock, his right leg, the way I think people are calling that a shadow hook or whatever. Silverado, he's a catch wrestler, Brazilian catch wrestler. Showed me that when I was a white belt. Straight ankle. Remember, he used to do that. And I thought like, this is nothing. So I never really fucked with it. But now it's back strong. Like Helena Cravar is doing this exact thing. This is like her main move.
Silverado had a lot of Gene LaBelle stuff.
Yeah, it was a catch wrestling thing.
There's a lot of that. This is a great position because, like with the guy who's attacking his right leg, usually the guy's trying to peel it off the hip.
Yeah.
So when you peel it off the hip, that butterfly hook comes in, and then normally you would throw that left leg over. So now you can't step over this. You can't engage the legs as easy.
And dude putting his right leg there, if he put it traditionally, you put it on the hip, you could get countered with an Aoki.
Yeah.
So that seems like a regular Ashi. Everyone's like, I got guys who just let dudes put them in Ashi so they can take that foot. And it's a game changer.
And also because the right foot is on the inside position, it makes it hard for the guy in defense, the defensive guy, to push forward into you. It makes it hard for him to come forward because the Aoki you have to push into the blocks, put your foot deeper to boot it. But the butterfly hook stops it. The butterfly actually stops you from pushing the foot in deeper.
The guy, there was, I don't know, I think the first guy to really last year was the Polish. So
The man's name was Little. His wife's name was Naomi, and the names of his 2 sons were Roland and Philip. They were Ephrathites from Bethlehem in Judah, and they entered the land of Moab and settled there.
And he was doing his life just like that. With that leg entanglement, we were calling it the Polish shaker. And he's a bad.
Then Naomi's husband Elimelech died, and she was left with her 2 sons.
Ken Shamrock puts his leg up here.
Who took more white women as their
I got into Torahs as a white belt because Ken Shamrock had this instructional where
and after they had lived in Moab about 10 years,
he's all tanned and he's with some Japanese guy there. He's going over Torahs, like standing over a guy it's gone. And do the total. I'm like,
Both
whoa.
Mullen and Killian also died, and Naomi was left without her two sons and without her husband.
I've taken down one person my whole life. And I was a wrestler. I had one wrestling thing. I wrestled 2 years, got one takedown. Because I was afraid to break my teeth.
When Naomi heard in Moab that the Lord had attended to his people by providing them with food, she and her daughters-in-law prepared to leave the
I
land of
can't have zero takedowns. Unless it's a dude that doesn't wrestle. Like when I got it. I was always a pussy. I was never a pussy. But every now and then, when I wrestled, I never looked at wrestling.
Accompanied by her two daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living and set out on a road leading back to the land of
But if
Judah.
anybody fucks with me, I'm going to double up. And just hold them until it's over. Dude, I was grounded and down in ninth grade. I would take you down. I thought this one soccer player.
Then Naomi said to her two daughters-in-law, "Go back, each of you, to your mother's home. May the Lord show you loving devotion as you have shown to your dead and to me."
And the barely punch with the stomach and wait for someone to pull me out. And then I saw Morris fighting UFC 2. I'm like, you can fight on the ground and not be a pussy. That's when I joined jiu-jitsu. Oh my God, this is my stroke. I'm not fighting on the
May
ground.
the Lord enable each of you to find rest in the home of your new husband. And she kissed them as they wept
That's what
aloud.
got me into I scheduled this. I thought it was going to be at 1.
And said, "Surely we will return with you to your people."
Let's see what happens.
But Naomi replied, "Return home, my daughters. Why would you go with me? Are there still sons in my womb to become your husbands?"
is 42, but it's a Polish 42. That's different genetics, bro. But is that older or younger? So if you're a Polish 42, I think they
older or younger?
Return home, my daughters. Go on, for I am too old to have another husband. Even if I thought there was hope for me to have a husband tonight and to bear sons.
Yeah, but that's a lot of damage to Johnny
Would you wait for them to grow up? Would you refrain from having husbands? No, my daughters. It grieves me very much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me.
Find a world champion and a guy who's really trying to get back to the belt. You got to realize that a draw with Mayo, almost won the title there. Real close to beating Carrero, real close fight. Beat Izzy. You know, he's still a monster.
Again, they wept aloud, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye. But Ruth clung to her.
Right there for the title shot. Yes. Well, he's
Monday.com is the best AI for work, and here's why.
He's right
Let me
back
show you
in
some of
the
the mind-blowing things thousands of companies are already doing with Monday.com use AI. If you're in marketing, sending bulk email.
Yeah, both of them. And client managers. Dangerous too. Ridiculous. Remember that Rocco KO?
Your sister-in-law has gone back to her people.
How about the fucking Dominic Reyes one? He like ran to him after he was already out. Remember when he kicked Dominic Reyes in the body? You see his whole foot on Reyes' body?
Do not urge me to leave you or to turn from following you. For wherever you go, I will go, and wherever you live, I will live. Your people will be my people, and your God will be my God.
Check down in with a hard look too. Remember when he went shin and just fucked his legs up? So let's see who's got the hardest shin.
Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord punish me, and ever so severely, if anything but death separates you and me.
There's so many good guys. That Yuri fight was crazy. Brackets, no fun. Oh no, but
When Naomi saw that Ruth was determined to go with her, she stopped.
The shit is so boring.
He looks like an Egyptian. There's just so much experience, you know.
So Naomi and Ruth traveled until they came to Bethlehem. When they entered Bethlehem, the whole city was stirred because of them, and the women of the city exclaimed, "Can this be Naomi?"
ותלכנה
Here's a big
שתיהם
step
עד
up.
בואנה
Big step
בית
up.
לחם, ויהי כבואנה בית לחם, ותהום כל העיר עליהן, ותאמרנה, הזאת נעמי.
Do not call me Naomi, she replied. Call me Mara, because the Almighty has dealt quite bitterly with me.
ותאמר עליהן, אל תקראנה לי נעמי, קראנה לי מרה, כי המר שדי לי מאוד.
I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi? After all, the Lord has testified against me, and the Almighty has afflicted me.
אני מלאה הלכתי, ורגע משיבני אדוני. למה תקראנה לי נעמי, אדוני ענה בי, ושדי הרעתי.
So Naomi returned from the land of Moab with her daughter-in-law Ruth the Moabitess, and they arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest.
ותשוב נעמי ורות המואביה חלתה עמך, השבה משדה מואב, והמה באו בית לחם מתחילת בציר שעורים.
Now Naomi had a relative on her husband's side, a prominent man of noble character from the clan of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz.
ונעמי הודה לאישה, איש גיבור חיים ממשפחת אלימלך, ושמו בועז.
And Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Please let me go into the fields and glean heads of grain after someone in whose sight I may find favor." "Go ahead, my daughter," Naomi replied.
ותאמר רות המואביה אל נעמי, הלכתה בשדה והלכתה בשיבולים, אחר אשר אמצאו בעיניו. ותאמר לה, לכי ביתי.
So Ruth departed and went out into the field and gleaned after the harvesters. And she happened to come to the part of the field belonging to Boaz, who was from the clan of Elimelech.
ותלך ותבוא ותלקט בשדה אחרי הקוצרים. ויגר מקריה חלקת השדה לבועז, אשר ממשפחת אלימלך.
Just then Boaz arrived from Bethlehem and said to the harvesters, "The Lord be with you." "The Lord bless you," they replied.
והנה בועז בא מבית לחם, ויאמר לקוצרים, אדוני עמכם. ויאמרו לו, יברכך אדוני.
And Boaz asked the foreman of his harvesters, "Whose young woman is this?"
ויאמר בועז לנערו הניצב על הקוצרים, ומי הנערה הזאת?
The foreman answered, "She is the Moabitess who returned with Naomi from the land of Moab."
ויען הנער הניצב על הקוצרים, ויאמר, נערה מואביה היא, השבה עם נעמי משדה מואב.
She has said, "Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves after the harvesters." So she came out and has continued from morning until now, except that she rested a short time in the shelter.
Like, seriously? And yeah,
ותכתיב העומרים אחרי הקוצרים, ותבוא ותעמוד מעט הבוקר ועד עתה, ושבתה הבית.
Then Boaz said to her, "Listen, my daughter, do not go and glean in another field, and do not go away from this place, but stay here close to my servant girls."
ויאמר בועז אל רות, הלא שמעת.
I think it was young. Young would be the best of it.
Here we go again. It's nacho night.
Swing and miss. How's that shoulder? We'll get a better round for Oldberg here because, you know, it's new to him. It's like a fan. It's lovely. He looks good. He's a fast motherfucker.
That takedown thing really got a reaction.
Yeah, I did. Great thing. But he's not really a wrestler. But, oh. Yeah, I was looking for bombs.
Rufus.
לא שמעת ביתי, אל תלכי ללמוד בשדה אחר, וגם לא תעבורי מזה, וכה תתבגין עם נערותיי.
Let your eyes be on the field they are harvesting and follow along after these girls. Indeed, I have ordered the young men not to touch you, and When you are thirsty, go and drink from the jars the young men have filled. At this, she fell on her face, bowing low to the ground, and said to him, "Why have I found such favor in your eyes that you should take notice of me, even though I am a fool?"
ותיפול על פניה, ותשלחו ארצה, ותאמר אליו, מדוע מצאתי חן בעיניך להכירני, ואנוכי נוכריה?
Boaz replied, "I have been made fully aware of all you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother in the land of your birth, and how you came to a people you did not know before."
ויען בועז ויאמר לך, כן הוגדתי כל אשר עשית את חמותך אחרי מות אישך, ותעזבי אביך ואמך בארץ מולדתך, ותלכי אל עם אשר לא ידעת תמול שלשום.
May the Lord repay your work, and may you receive a rich reward from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have taken refuge.
ישלם אדוני בעולך, ותהי מסורתך שנאמר בימי אדוני אלוהי ישראל, אשר באתם לחסות תחת עיניו.
My Lord, she said, may I continue to find favor in your eyes, for you have comforted and spoken kindly to your maidservant, though I am not like one of your servant girls.
ותאמר, אמצא בעיניך אדוני, כי ניחמתני, וכי דיברת על לב שמחתך, ואנוכי לא אהיה כאחת שפותך.
At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come over here, have some bread and dip it into the vinegar sauce." So she sat down beside the harvesters, and he offered her roasted grain. And she ate and was satisfied and had some left over.
ויאמר לה בועז לעת ארוך, ראשי היום ואכלתי מהלחם, וטבל שתך בחומץ, ותשב מצד הקוצרים, ויסבוט לך תביא,
When Ruth got up to glean, Boaz ordered his young men, "Even if she gathers among the sheaves, do not insult her."
ויצב בועז את נעריו עמו, גם בין העומרים תלקט ולא תחליפוה.
Rather, pull out for her some stalks from the bundles and leave them for her to gather. Do not rebuke her.
וגם תחלו לך מן הצבעים, ועזבתם ולקטה ולא תגערו בה.
So Ruth gathered grain in the field until evening, and when she beat out what she had gleaned, it was about an ephah of barley.
ותלקט בשדה עד הערב, ותחבוט את אשר
Who the fuck cares?
She picked up the grain and went into the town where her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned. And she brought out what she had saved from her meal and gave it to the young.
Did y'all ever see Aliens? That's what I want to know.
Then her mother-in-law asked her, "Where did you glean today, and where did you work?"
Where did you glean? I gleaned up your pussy, bitch.
So she told her mother-in-law where she had worked. "The name of the man I worked with today is Boaz," she said.
Oh, you hoe. You hoe. That motherfucker's like your uncle. Hoe. This book sucks. That's all fucking chicken gibberish. Stupid fuck. Why don't you talk about something cool like, "Oh, dog, there was a surfer, and he was like picking up chicks on the beach, slanging dick like his style. Everybody loved him. His name is Herman Rothschild, and he was amazing."
He really is. He's like Connor. He's got that kind of
Then
style.
Ruth the Moabitess said, "He also told me, 'Stay with my young men until they have finished gathering all my harvest.'"
It's so fast.
It's not easy for longevity. Unless you're real scary with your attacks. You have to have control. So if a guy mauls you, just
And Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, Ruth, "My daughter, it is good for you to work with these young women so that nothing will happen to you in another field."
Stupid hoe.
So Ruth stayed close to the serving girls of Boaz to glean grain until the barley and wheat harvests were finished, and she lived with her mother-in-law.
There's no cake clocks. Yeah, but there used to be cake clocks. There was guys like that guy. It's really not that. With the contender stuff, it's just full of people fucking lying.
One day, Ruth's mother-in-law Naomi said to her, "My daughter, should I not seek a resting place for you that it may be well with you?" Now is not Boaz, with whose servant girls you have been working, a relative of ours? In fact, tonight he is winnowing barley on the threshing floor.
Oh, well, no. Well, at least we got the answer.
Therefore, wash yourself, put on perfume, and wear your best clothes. Go down to the threshing floor, but do not let the man know you were there
Were
until
your
he
best
has
clothes
finished eating and
cryptocurrency pajamas?
Before he lost those two.
When he lies down, note the place where he lies. Then go in and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will explain to you what you should do.
Leon Edwards.
ויהי בשובו, וידע את המקום אשר ישכב שם, ובד החזיק מרגלותיו ושכב, והוא יגיד לך את אשר תעשי.
I will do everything you say, Ruth answered.
ותאמר אליה, כל אשר תאמרי אליי תעשה.
So she went down to the threshing floor and did everything her mother-in-law had instructed her to do.
ותרד הגורן,
Just from the volume.
ותעש ככל אשר ציוות חמותה.
After Boaz had finished eating and drinking and was in good spirits, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. Then Ruth went in secretly, uncovered his feet, and lay down.
ויאכל בועז וישת, וייטב ליבו, ויבוא לשכב בקצה הערימה, ותבוא ולט, ותגל מרגלותיו ותשכב.
At midnight, Boaz was startled, turned over, and there, laying at his feet, was a woman.
ויהי בחצי הלילה, ויחמד האיש וילחם, והנה אישה שוכבת מרגלותיו.
Who are you? He asked. I am your servant Ruth, she replied. Spread the corner of your garment over me, for you are a kinsman redeemer.
ויאמר, מי את? ותאמר, אנוכי רות.
It's like better else than taking 2 years off and jumping back in. It's fucking tough, man.
Experience the summer in style. He was checking for Big C.
Is it? Yeah, Sean Brady's favorite.
Over 4.5 rounds is also pretty good.
Yes. Interesting. Yes, this card has potential.
Think big, baby.
If you're looking for knockouts, this might not be the one card for you. It's tough for Brady to stop. Yeah, very tough. It's going to be interesting to see how he fares on the feet, because Leon's such a technician on the feet. He's such a sniper, but he's also super wary about the takedown. But he's been trying to take people down to kind of like prove a point, like he did with Kamaru.
You Jezebel and hoe.
Yeah, it's a different level. And Brady just, it's just like in the 5th round, you look at that Gilbert fight, it's like getting more takedowns in the 5th round. Like his cardio is insane. Yeah, he's very fit. Olbert's usually walking away from it. Olbert didn't get the title shot this. No.
May the Lord bless you, my daughter, who have shown more kindness now than before, because you have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor.
Real spectacular. Olbert versus the winner of round 3 and he's going after him. Good.
And now, do not be afraid, my daughter. I will do for you whatever you request, since all my fellow townspeople know that you are a woman of noble character.
Yes, just a couple of bros.
Yes, it is true that I am a kinsman redeemer, but there is a redeemer nearer than I.
I'm very interested to see how Sean deals with the stand-up. You know, because Sean's stand-up has come a long way.
Stay here tonight in the morning if he wants to redeem you.
See, I think there's a big difference on the feet,
But if he
too,
does
right?
not want to redeem you, as surely as the Lord lives, I will.
Right.
Now
Well,
lie here
if
until
Sean can get him down early, like Bilal did, it would be a big thing. And Bilal set the blueprint, constant pressure. But I do think you have to take into consideration the fact that that was a 5 a.m. fight, which is just
The story sucks.
I mean, it sucks, but this
So
bro,
she lay down
I
in
know,
his
but
feet
he's got to
until
go.
morning,
How
but she
crazy
got
is
up
that? Like everybody in the audience
before anyone else could recognize her.
It's
Then Boaz said,
they're all
"Do
exhausted.
not let it be known
They're
that a
fucking
woman
filled with
came to
fear.
the threshing floor."
Yeah. There's people sleeping. They're sleeping. They're sleeping. It was so, they must be so exhausted. I can't imagine going to see a fight that's a main event starts at 5. I think the main event was like 6. Yeah,
Bring the shawl you are wearing
it's
and
ridiculous.
hold it out.
It's terrible.
She did
Why
so.
don't
He
you do it
shoveled
this way?
6 measures
Just
of
have the
barley
fights on
into her
early.
shawl.
You know,
Then he
that was a
went into the
pay-per-view,
city.
right? That's why. Yeah, but still, how do people get paid? Who cares? Market for it. Yeah, who cares? It's for Saturday. People will still buy. They'd watch football in the day. Why wouldn't they watch a big fight during the day? Just let it go in advance. It's 3 p.m. start.
How did it go, Michael?
Here we go.
And Ruth told her all that Boaz had done.
Yeah.
She said, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley."
Yeah,
He said,
hard.
"Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed."
I mean, 2 years off, not really a tune-up fight. There's no tune-up. That's what I'm saying. The UFC, there's not much they can do for you. That's what's crazy. Because boxing,
he will not rest unless he has resolved the matter today.
Shake up the dust, a guy you don't know, number 30 guy, right out of Tijuana. UFC doesn't have that. Gotta be ready to go. Yeah, and they don't have managers that like set their fighter up for victory.
Meanwhile, Boaz went to the gate and
Like,
sat
now
down.
you're gonna fight some
Soon the
brawler.
kinsman redeemer of whom
There's a
he
short
had
guy,
spoken came
Bob
along,
Weave.
and
Now you
Boaz
have a
said,
tall guy.
"Come over here, my friend,
Yeah,
and sit down."
you know, by the time a guy gets to the championship level in boxing, they've been tried, tested. It's very systematic. They're so smart. Did you see the Lamont Roach, Javante Davis fight? Ooh, I had Lamont Roach, didn't you? Yeah. But
Then
especially
Boaz took 10 of the
that's
elders
a
of
real
the city
fight.
and said,
You take a
"Sit
knee,
here."
that's a 10-8 round. And they did Javante's eye, it's on my eye. You took a knee. You know the rule. That's the rule. That's the rule. Get the rule. And they didn't have
And he
the
said to
replay
the
ready,
kinsman
so
redeemer,
they didn't look at
"Naomi,
the
who has returned from the land of Moab, is selling the piece of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech."
Or, you can't change the tiger stripes. Well, it's gonna, you see their pay structure. It's
I
also
thought I
far
should
away
inform
out.
you that you may buy it back in
Is
the
that pay
presence of
structure
those
legit
seated
though?
here
Yeah.
and in the presence
Was
of
it
the
legit?
owners of my people.
That's
If you want to redeem
pretty
it,
sure
do
it's
so.
legit, but that
But if
actually
you
helps
will not
boxing
redeem it,
overall.
tell me, so I may know,
I think the
because
top
there is
dogs
no
aren't
one
gonna
but
eat like
you
they're
to
now
redeem
with
it.
40,
And I
50
am
million
next
dollar paydays.
I could
The
redeem
little
it.
guys that can grow up, that's what it's gonna do. Right, but if you want to get the top guys, you're not that pays no change. Yeah, they're not. Obviously, they got Canelo to get away from the Jake Paul fight, right? But Canelo was going to fight Jake Paul, which would be crazy. And then they said, no. Turkey came
Then
along and
Boaz
said,
said,
listen,
"On the day you buy the land from Naomi and also from Ruth, the Moabitess, you must also acquire the widow of the deceased in order to raise up the name of the deceased on his inheritance."
They could just throw money in the sport. It's good at that. You can fight you want to see, but it's also it's good. The fights you want to see is what's most important for the fans. And they're putting shit together. They made Jared Anderson fight for Foley. There's a lot of fights that people didn't want. Just like Jared Anderson, that was another example. Young, undefeated heavyweight, on his way up. And everyone was like, don't take that fight. You're not ready for that fight. And then they all put him up. And he got beat up. And then McCauley gets stopped by Joseph
Now, in
Parker
former
going
times in
back
Israel,
no
concerning the
notice at
redemption
all.
or exchange of
They were
property
totally
to
out of
make
shape.
any matter legally
Something
binding,
crazy.
a man would remove his sandal and give it to the other party.
Yeah, crazy.
And this
Crazy.
was confirmation in Israel.
I was looking forward to that fight. But McCauley, you got to get him in camp. Like he can't, like he's not ready. And but Joseph Parker was really fucking good right now. So he's like reinventing.
Yo, dog. Yo, dog.
Somebody orders me to stop up.
That dude,
Papa.
like the way he took out Anthony
Better call
Joshua.
Papa.
Jake wants to fight Anthony Joshua now. So he wants to fight Anthony Joshua in 2026. And the haters on there, like, yeah, do it.
Look at this move. Look at these muscles.
Yeah, like what about fighting now?
Flowing hair. Sexy body. Huge dong. Amazing ass.
Rollo reached out to me, Rollo, my boy, and
Nobody's watching this. Fuck you. Fuck you. No one will ever watch this. Ever.
they're involved with
Look at this move.
Venom company. He said he gave it to Matt
Look at this
Serra.
athleticism.
So, he wants to
So
see
sick.
Frank Mir says on it.
Drunk piece of shit challenge.
Yeah.
Yo, dog.
He wants to get you some Jordan.
Look at this move.
All right.
Look at this.
I'm gonna start slow.
Move.
Find out if I get poisoned. Drinking. That's weird.
So the kinsman redeemer removed his sandal and said to Boaz, "Buy it for yourself." At this, Boaz said to the elders and all the people, "You are witnesses today that I am buying from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech, Chilion, and Mahlon."
Are you still fucking with creatine gummies?
Moreover, I have acquired Ruth the Moabitess, Mahlon's widow, as my wife to raise up the name of the deceased through his inheritance, so that his name will not disappear from among his brothers or from the gate of his home. You are witnesses today.
I wonder, I'll try regular. Because one thing that's a big
We are witnesses, said the elders and all the people at the gate. May the Lord make the woman entering your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you be prosperous and Ephrathah has famous in Bethlehem. And may your house become like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring the Lord will give you by this young woman. So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. And when he had relations with her, the Lord enabled her to conceive, and she gave birth to a son.
That's crazy. Strong. You must feel fucking
Then the women said to Naomi, "Blessed be the Lord, who has not left her this day without kinsman redeemer. May his name become famous in Israel." He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons, has given you birth.
Because he's one of the tiniest personality that's such a good dude. And he's not like that big. No, he's not like I was just sitting down eating food and they asked me to do it. I didn't want to.
And Naomi took the child, placed him on her lap, and became a nurse to him. The neighbor women said, "A son has been born to Naomi," and they named him Obed. He became the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the generations of Perez. Perez was the father of Hezron.
What's his record with
Perez وليد
He said like 30 something.
Ezra was the father of Ram. Ram was the father of Amminadab.
That's
حسرون وليد إدراج إمام وليد أميناداب.
Amminadab was the father of Nahshon. Nahshon was the father of Salmon.
Wednesday, I do 225.
أميناداب وليد نحشون
The first time I
نحشون
do
وليد
255, I do 225.
Salmon was the father of Boaz. Boaz was the father of Obed.
سلمان وليد بوعز وبوعز وليد عبيد.
Obed was the father of Jesse. And Jesse was the father of David.
Just bench.
لعبيد وليد إليشاي. إليشاي وليد
That's bench, deadlift, and pull-ups. That's all I do. How many pull-ups can you do? I usually do like 5 sets of 20, but like good 20 pull-ups. Straight arm.
Oh, was that the end of it?
For a big guy like me, like 250, like 240 something. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of weight. I'm so fucking strong.
That was bullshit. That's the worst. That's it?
Yeah.
All right. And then she had David, like down the line, was her grandson. And then we sung Dick for 3,000 years. B? Ish?
It's the proper time for Leon too right now.
Look at this athleticism.
Well, he probably wants revenge after that Bilal fight. That was a bad fight for him. That's a tough fight. You just didn't see him into it either, right? Like something's off.
Look at it.
It's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning.
Look at this athleticism.
How?
This is like.
Fight at your best when you're up all night. Also, he's the champ. Like, why wouldn't you set up such champs in ideal conditions? Like, keep like great. I get it. If Bilal's champ coming over there, you're like
Peekaboo Street
that makes sense.
had sex with
Just the idea of getting
Hideki Matsui
first of all,
at the bottom of the.
broadcast. One time you get the ring up. Who knows? ESPN Plus. They just always have it on. Anytime. But it can't be that easy where Gibson just decides. I bet there's some other X factor. It has to be that. In America, bigger than everywhere else. It has to be that.
Dead Sea.
Yeah. It has to be.
On the 9th of Ab, 57, 76.
Until 7 p.m. On the East Coast, it's 10 p.m. 10's late. Super late. Yeah, main event.
That's how fucking athletic this shit was, son.
Sometimes it's a 4-hour call.
All right, you tell the Book of Ruth. Well, I think there was a fucking. Nobody was eating anything. And there was this lady. She's turned out to be David's grandmother. I think she was a convert. Everybody knows that. We don't talk about it, but we kind of all remember. Anyway, she was like, yo, dog, why is my niece such a hoe? Oh, actually, she was the niece who was the hoe. Anyway, they were like, her aunt was like, yo, bitch, why you being such a hoe? And the girl's like, I don't even know what that is. And the aunt was like, listen, hoe, there's a field. Check it out, you slut. And Ruth was like, I don't even know why you're so mean to me. And then Ruth was like, all right, I'll check it out. So she's checking it out. And all of a sudden, Boaz is there. And he's like, aren't you my fucking niece or sister's daughter or some shit? And she's like, I don't fucking know. I don't have a fucking family tree on me. And he's like, all right, well, tight. You a hoe, aren't you? And she's like, I don't know. And he's like, I think you a hoe. Anyway, I'm going to go back to my tent. And then Ruth goes back to Naomi and she's like, yo, dog, did you see that there's this guy who's like my uncle or something? And she's like, dog, we don't even pay attention to that shit back in these times. Go to that motherfucker's tent at midnight and uncover his feet. And she was like, what the fuck, you weirdo? And she's like, no, listen to me. You uncover his feet and then just lay there. And then, he'll take care of the rest. So, like, all of a sudden, midnight, this creepy girl comes in and she's like, yo, Boaz, I'm just gonna plop down here by your feet. So she uncovers his feet. These people are obsessed with this shit. And he's like, man, my feet are cold. What the fuck is going on with you? And he's like, you scary bitch. What the fuck is you? And she's like, I'm the servant girl. My name is Ruth, Mr. Boaz. And Boaz is like, listen, bitch. I don't know what you're doing at my feet. And she's like, well, I'm just doing what Naomi told me to do. And Boaz is like, who? And she's like, Naomi? He's like, who? And she's like, Naomi. He's like, okay. Huh? And then she's like, huh? And then she's like, yeah, you're supposed to like give me like part of your blanket or whatever, your fucking cloth. And he's like, man, I like the whole blanket. And he's like, look, let me lay it to you like this. I'm gonna sleep here and you sleep here. And if in the morning I don't want to fuck you, I'll ask these other guys to fuck you. And if they don't want to fuck you, I'll think about it again and then I'll maybe fuck you. And she's like, all right, sounds good. And then she falls asleep and he falls asleep. Wakes up in the morning. She's like, all right, I guess I haven't been fucked. He's like, hey, you 10 dogs, do you gonna fuck this chick? And they're like, no, that girl a hoe. And she's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, they were like, I guess I gotta fuck you. And then he does. And then she has a child. And that child eventually has a child who ends up being King David. Bitch! That's the story of Ruth. Boo, boo, boo! Is it? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. That shit sucks. Why does it suck? Because it's so boring. They're talking about stupid shit. They don't talk about anything cool. What would be cool? They'd be like, oh, dog, there was this basketball tournament down at the fucking Beta Migdash, and we were balling, and it was sick. And then we were doing play-by-play, and we have all the stats in there. That would have been tight as fuck. But instead, they're like, oh, no, take off your shoe. Fuck you. Oh, yeah, I forgot. And at one point, he's like, yo, bitch, take these 6 bales of fucking barley or some shit and just do something with them. Nobody knows. Nobody pays attention to this shit. It's the worst. And then she was like, all right, we're gonna fuck now. He's like, no, huh? Creepy bitch. But then he became her baby daddy. That's how it works, son. Everybody knows that's the Book of Ruth. And then we eat cheesecake, sluts. Why do we eat cheesecake? Well, I do because that's what my Rebbetzin would do. She'd make lasagna and cheesecake. Sarah Leah. Really? Yeah. All right, but why? Oh, I know. I actually fucking know this because we get the oral Torah on Mount Sinai, and we wouldn't have known. It had something to do with we wouldn't have known how to eat.
And remember, in the last round, he got on top of.
Oh, we wouldn't have known the laws of kashrut. Dude, so sick. So sick. This motherfucking rabbi is the best. This motherfucking rabbi is the best. Yo, dog, I'm so sick. What up, pimp? How you living, baby? What's good? Happy Shavuot. Chag Sameach, baby. What's good in your neck of the woods? What up, Sped? Can you hear me, pimp? Yo, dog, come to my Discord. Yo, dog, what's up? Yeah, baby, we hear you. Fuck yeah. Do you know what Discord is? All right, well, come in my Discord. It's a party. All right, talk about anything you want, baby. I'll shout you out. I believe, baby. You just had a 10x. Good on you, big dog. It's in my Discord, or it's in my profile. The link to my Discord's in the profile. Or you can just go to discord.me/rabbi. Post whatever you want in as a link in here, and I'll promote it. Tight, baby. All right, well, I'm in the VC right now. Come say hi. We're in here. Joe Rogan's here. Eddie Bravo's here. Bapo's here. Some other guy. Eddie Bravo's telling stories. We're watching UFC. It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Come say hi. It happened in March, but nevertheless. Come in the Discord. Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good? What's good? Absolutely. Congratulations on your coin doing well. You're welcome, big dog. So you added 10x in 24 hours? That's impressive. What's the name of your coin? Mad Fury's dog, right? That's tight. All right, well, shout out to Mad Fury's dog. If you're watching this, check out Mad Fury's dog. What's the ticker? EASY. Easy. Easy Y. The ticker's easy Y. Amazing. You're welcome, big. Okay, well, just send it to one of the accounts that I have in there, and I'll take a look at it when I have some time. Did you send the link? Excellent. I will. Thank you.
Yeah. He's taking offense too much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a nice combination. That's right. And this is 5 rounds. Yes, sir. Oh, another good combination by Sean. They usually always have Patty on these London cards, but he's on that Miami card. Same, yeah. Bro, that's a crazy fight. Him and Chandler, so interesting. That should be bananas. I love Patty. I love Chandler too. I'm surprised at how big Patty is. Like when he fought Bobby Green, I was like, he's massive, dude. He's so big for 55. You see that run and that's right. They did. Oh, Leon caught him a left hand.
Leon's making it harder with clinch. Putting that hand super deep in the thigh, so Brady's underhook doesn't really have the ability to do anything yet.
And those knees to the body, those hands straight left. Oh.
Like Brady's got to get him in the clinch and get the underhook and immediately move him around with it. Otherwise, he's not going to make any happen with it.
And so far, no attempt at all at shooting. Like even in his positions, he's not right now. He is. This is where strength is going to be the difference. Yeah, let's see if he can do something here. Yeah, because his strength is fucking but beast. Yes. You're back on that motherfucker. Like, Jesus Christ. It's like he's got a tumor. What is he? He's like 5'7", 5'10". Yeah, he's 5'10". Yeah.
I think he's 5'10". Leon is 6'10".
Yeah. Where's Sean walking around at? There's got to be 200 plus. Yeah, he's a big clip. I think it's at 5'9". Really? It said 5'10" in the Leon's 6 foot. No, that's a UFC fight. Leon's taller than that. I bet you Sean Brady has to make that 6'2" for Leon. Yeah, it said that Sean Brady is 5'8", 5'7", 6'4" in the basketball programs too. Nice. Here it goes. Takedown. Here we go. Flat. No time, though. Very little time. But at least it's on around, though. Yeah. Depends if you get off some shots. It's definitely be the most action. Really. And he landed on the feet a little more. It's probably one round for Brady. Man, I'd like to see that takedown landed earlier. See him set that up. But at least we got a takedown by Brady early too. Let's see, 3 to go. What commercial are you getting? Oh, this is a sport. Power whacker, weed whacker, lawn equipment. You ever see any good car commercials anymore? There's nothing dope out there. A good commercial? Yeah, for like cars. We're getting breeding everywhere.
Yeah, they used to have commercials of like Ford carrying like Chevys.
Yeah,
like
cool. Yeah,
like strapped.
They're like talking shit.
Yeah.
You see them? Oh, good combination. Piece over there. Oh, it's a trip. Nice. There we go. Oh, he's going down. Oh, immediately. Wow, that was dope. That's nice. Good on Leon.
They suck him back here. They suck him back and pull between his knees.
This is a good sign that you can get this clinch early in the second like this. Oh, that's a great takedown. Ooh. Drags him down. Interesting.
Take it to that nice shot by Brady.
Nice. Nice. Heavy top pressure.
He's a tight waist. Tight waist.
Yeah, it's in trouble. He's got the back. Yep. Guy's so fucking left-handed for an headback. Everything. His whole
He should
asshole.
be attacking him off with his right hand, so you put the second hook in. He needs to control. There you go.
There's a lot of coming too. Yeah, a lot of discrepancy. Yeah,
That's more than 2 inches for sure.
Yeah, well, you could have no shoes on too, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, 5'10" to 6'2" is 4 inches.
Got the back. But even on the ground, hard shots. Survived that. He's tough. He's landing so hard shots.
Well, we got doing a jump to stop him in terms of blocking the body triangle.
He's got it.
He's got it, but now he's got the outside triangle. So now this is going to be an issue.
He's in trouble.
Leon keeps trying to turn belly down. Sean should have taken belly down and hit him.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's also such a brutal thing on your spine, belly down, with that body triangle.
It's exhausting.
You got 3 minutes of this.
You go. Take a belly down and hit him.
There we go. He's going to let him go.
We're going to mount it to him.
Yeah, Leon keeps trying to go belly down, which is kind of crazy. Oh, these are hard shots.
I mean, you can go for a rolling escape, but
when you're a strong dude like that, you can land some powerful strikes from a short distance like this. And these are not fun. 170 is going to be interesting. You know, the shot got out with him. Is he? What happened? I forget exactly what it is, but so he's not coming back soon. Oh, he has the elbow. The wall. And then Brady went over fucking. This is a big round contender. Big round right here. Yeah.
These guys can just figure out how to trap hands from the back. They'd be so much more effective.
He's going to be chalk gloves on. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
He's going to get up. He's going to at least get the turtle.
Maybe not.
I mean, that was just Leon's. Leon could have got at least yeah, because Brady's left foot wasn't controlling Leon's right hip, so he could have just nothing stopping him from letting belly down from there.
He's gonna try.
He just gave up.
Yeah, he's just gave up on Kimura. Yeah, he's gonna look for Kimura. He's out for that hand. Here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes.
And his legs are open.
You're allowed to grab your shorts. Yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah, no, that's the only reason I have shorts. Your tights are so much better because they can't grab you.
Leon should be inserting the butterfly up here. Off balance, but not that more.
He's right foot. He's still got time. He's still got time. He's a minute left.
Brady should be using it to pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
They played the dilemma between the Kimura and the pass. Really do damage.
He wants to launch it out. There it is. Does he have to pass here? Oh.
But now give him the underhook. Now it should go back to a cross face. There it goes. But he gave him the underhook.
Out. Pull back.
Now it's just flatten him out.
Flatten that punch.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do that? This is big. This is big. He's eating his ass up. He's chewing him up on the ground. This is the thing, man. People, they underestimate how fucking powerful this guy is on the ground and how good he can do this for 5 rounds. Yeah, Leon's in trouble. Yeah, he's in trouble.
Well, it's actually worse now because now Leon's actually carrying his body weight.
Yeah.
First half of the round, he wasn't carrying Sean's body weight.
Right.
Now this is more exhausting than having your back taken.
Then he's just getting brutalized the whole round.
Yeah.
Whole round exhausted. He came into that round breathing heavy. And now he's just gotten brutalized for the entire second round.
He's going to be a lot more tired going into the third.
Brady's a real contender. Real contender, kids. To do that to Leon Edwards is fucking huge. Yeah, that lost the ball. Like, people writes these guys off. I'm like, nah, it's the best thing we've had with these guys.
Where's this guy? Don't let him bully you.
The older guy.
Where is
back?
Is he back there?
No.
No way.
That guy's busy.
Caught him yelling at me. Can you imagine? No way. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Yeah, he's the man.
Is that him? No.
That's him, isn't it? On the back right?
Not looking great for Leon.
For Leon's ass, he'll pull it out though.
Well,
He'll surprise you.
He's pulled things out before, that's for damn sure. The Kamaru Usman fight.
He just doesn't seem excited to be in there.
Well, he got mauled. I mean, he got mauled out there before that. I don't think it's excited. I think he's fighting a fucking animal, man. And you underestimate this guy, say he's too little, and then you get in there with him, you're like, oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, nice kick to the body. Nice, another nice kick to the body. That's the thing about that southpaw orthodox stance. It just opens up that power kick from the outside on both guys. Oh, nice uppercut by Leon. Oh, another one. Good shot. He hurt him. He hurt him with that one. That's a big shot. He flipped him. There's a shot again. Oh, stuff. Nice. Nice by Leon. That's a long range shot there. Yeah, and a little desperado there. I think he got hurt. That's it, right? I think he realized, okay, this is not a good spot for me to be in. Ooh, sniping. Oh, look at Leon shoot. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, look at this. Tracking down. Nice. He's got to block the other so he got behind that. Yeah, this is a here. Go for a track. Level grappling. Oh, guillotine. Nope. Yeah. Got him the top. Back, same position.
Yeah, it's a well shot. No,
crazy. Terrible. I mean, just trying to prove a point, I think. Brady pushes that knee down. He'll be a 3/4 mount. Wow, full mount. Sweet. Yeah, like a 3 minutes. This is terrible. Awful. Especially after that second round, where he just dominated them on the ground. The level of grappling is just so significant. There's such a difference. And physical strength. And Sean is just such a fucking ape. Oh, these are bad. These are bad. Oh. Those are huge shots. Should bring him to the head. Where you should be pulling him down to the head. To one head, one side? Yeah. Takes away the explosive ability to get up. It's almost like he's daring him to try to get up. Yeah. He's behind the elbows. I mean, to be able to do that, he would just let guys up and carry body weight the whole time. Breaking him. You see how he's Bernie's doing a pretty good job of keeping his knees off the floor. Keep your weight on him. Yeah. Beautiful slow. Yeah, that's incredibly tiring. Yeah. And no moments of success. Like on the ground, no moments of success. It's all being dominated and slightly escaping to another bad position. And he kind of put himself in there with that shitty shot. Yeah, he totally put himself in there. And he was landing shots. I know. But hey, we're still only in the third. You just got to avoid this at all costs. Like, now you know. No more fucking around with all this. No, his team should don't. But he's clearly down at least 2 rounds. Holy shit. Right? Oh, yeah. Like, maybe 3 rounds, right? Like, what about the first? No, he's down 3 rounds. Yeah. Yeah, this one's not even close. Sean just so down on the ground. You just want to see how Sean does against like Makachev or Shavkat and grappling, striking, defending takedowns. That'd be his big test. Sure, 32 looks in. Leon's getting beaten up, man. He just can't escape. Right there, he's got flying out. The straight there he goes. He's flattening out. Oh. Flattening
money.
God damn, it's domination.
Leon keeps trying to stand up head first. He should be trying to 4-point out of here.
Leon's just getting the fucking hand. How many clean shots he's winning? My God. I mean, it's just constant bang, bang, bang. The crowd's like, God damn it. Oh, even from here, he's generating some power from here.
Your health is too important for that, but there is a solution. The Chase case gives you emergency antibiotics so you can have them before you need them. No more crossing your fingers during a crisis. With Chase,
Not a lot of time. Let's go for a choke here. Maybe he goes for an armbar. Yeah, let's go for some. I mean, here's the collapse. Grab a hold of that fucking right arm. Leon's just waiting it out. Sean's doing it too. Look at Sean taking some big deep breaths here. He's burning out from beating his ass. He's exhausted from beating the shit out of him. Domination by Sean. I mean, Leon's got to probably stop it or get some 10-8 round. That was crazy. That's crazy. And just not a good decision to make because this early in the round, and then he's just hours. Don't let him pull you up. If you're the corner, don't get taken down. I don't know what to tell you, man.
He's doing a good job stopping the takedowns in the clinch.
Yes.
But when he gets shot on
the end of the cage,
yeah.
Dean Thomas in the fucking house. He's awesome. If Leon didn't pull off that last second KO against Kamaru, you would never think he had a fucking shot. But because he's done that, we're all like, you never know, dude. Well, you never know. Start standing, landed shots in the second and the third. You just got to not let him take it down. He looks good, though. He doesn't look exhausted. Yeah, no. But even Kamaru would beat him like this. No. Nor did Bilal. No. I think Sean's on another level now. You know? Yeah, that loss he did. Like, he really talked heavily about his mental coaching and how much of an effect it had on. Oh, did you have him in here? Yeah. I forget his coach. Do you remember his coach? His mental coach? Yeah. Jamie, you can't find it? Because that guy's very good. I've watched some of his stuff online. What's the guy's background? You do not. Oh, good elbow by Sean. Oh, Sean's teeing him up on the feet now. That's true. Oh, my goodness. Sean just can't get lower. There you go. It's a shot. Good shot.
What kind of mental coaching did he do?
Well, you know, I'd have to have him explain it. I don't want to butcher it, but it was all about strategies to keep him focused and on track. Brian Kane as his mental coach. Brian Kane, peak performance. Explosive statement that daily autopsies. Affirmation training, developing custom affirmations to enforce positive thought, build confidence, mind control techniques. I mean, sometimes fighters just need a framework that they keep with them and fight. So if something goes sideways, they can get back on track. Yeah, something to get back to home base. Yeah, because sometimes fighters just lose their train of thought, they lose their focus, they get into a downward spiral in their head, and then they find themselves not. Well, especially after this. Look at this. One hand, one arm guillotine. Oh my goodness. 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 Oh, he's got the hands now. And I was fucked. He tapped. He tapped. Wow. Sean fucking Brady. Woo.